Okay,
Almost
so
like
two
video.
virtues.
Yep.
Two virtues. They don't have to be opposing, though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That would be a problem if they were.
Right. Yeah, right. Um, I'm going to be honest. I think fear and love are the two foundational ones that we kind of operate by. And to, like we tend to create out of what we know. So to think anything beyond that, to create a new metaverse beyond those two, I almost can't even get my head to do it. But I'll have to think on that a little bit. Actually, that's a tough one. I like it. I like the question. Um, I guess I'll have to stew on that a little bit if that's all right.
The love and fear thing was actually Lat's answer, which is what started that kind of like side tangent.
No, I think I agree. I agree with Glad on that. That seems to be kind of where we operate. There's self-sacrifice or there's self-preservation. And that sort of determines the health, overall health, and the goodness of the society. If people are generally self-preserving, they tend to leave the people around them out in the cold, right? It's kind of like when someone pulls the fire alarm. It's like on Office, right, where Michael, there was that fake fire alarm, fire drill that Dwight does, and Michael's like pushing everybody out of the way, right? Like every man for himself. And that you leave people out in the cold and they feel like that, like you believe that you are worth more than I am, right? And love is different than that. Different is I'm elevating you above myself. I'm putting my well-being above yours, and that makes people feel an amount of value that oftentimes they don't get because most of the world is pretty self-serving. So yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you for the commentary.
Again,
Sure.
with this dichotomy between love and fear, I really do believe it's a false dichotomy. Because if love is to desire and do that which is best for one's well-being, then fearing, being afraid or frightened by something else isn't the antithesis or antonym of that. What would be the antithesis, the antonym of love, the way I just defined it? It would be doing the very opposite of that. To not desire and do that which is best for one's well-being, to do and desire that which is detrimental to one's well-being, hatred.
Well, they both come from a place of passion. Even
This is true.
hatred comes from passion.
This is true.
That's why I think an interesting tertiary conversation to the original question, because this love and fear is kind of like a secondary one, is passion versus no passion. What is it like to have passion, and what is it like to not have passion?
Well, passion is, I think you'd agree, passion is a synonym of motive.
Yes.
Passion, motive, motivation, passion. And so when someone has passion, they have a motive, a motivation, which moves them, which makes them motive. Right? And so if you have no motive, you won't do anything. And if you won't do anything, then you're not doing and desiring that which is best for one's well-being. Or contrary to one's well-being, you just don't move. The one who has no passion, one who has no motive, no motivation, is behaving in the same way as a rock.
People can be paralyzed with fear.
Where does your guys' passion come from?
In what sense do you mean that question?
Whatever.
Do you mean it in the sense of what gave you the ability, the aspect of having passion, or what?
Yes, whatever you are most passionate about, whether that's an emotion, a motive, a thing you like to do, what creates that passion? So like the step before it.
Oh, the God endowing us with this ability, consciousness, intellect, sentience. Which includes passion, the ability, volition, the ability to choose and to have motivation, passion within you to express your volition.
So we do have a new person that I think has some questions. If they are in the VC. Again, what was that? How do you say that person's name that starts with an X? I apologize.
The way I pronounced it, the way I said it, I said Zehathax or Zehathax.
I mean, at least I don't even know, but I know they wanted to talk about some things and they're back, but are you able to unmute? You're back in the VC.
Because you know how some English words start with an X, but the phoneme, the sound that the X makes is a Z sound.
Yeah.
Up, unmuted.
Oh.
Will he speak?
Yes.
He or she speak?
We're so close.
If you're talking, we can't hear you right now.
Oh, took a step back, muted.
Gotta figure it out.
Yeah, just let us know then when you're.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes. Hello,
Okay.
welcome.
I was just wondering if you could expand my knowledge on terms of flat Earth. I mean, I believe the Earth is flat, but I sort of want to expand my knowledge in terms of things. I don't have a particularly wide range of knowledge when it comes to it.
Okay, so let's just talk about. Well, get to know you for a minute first. So, are you new to the server?
Yeah, I got VC verified today and joined also today.
Well, welcome. How long have you been looking into flat Earth?
Not particularly long time. I mean, I've been interested in it for a few years. Just interested, sort of really got interested in it now. Just known about it for then.
Oh, okay, so you had heard about it before, but never quite looked into it. Okay, so what has made you realize that the Earth actually is flat?
Well, there's no particularly concrete evidence of, the Earth being round, and I think that, there's so many measurements and things like that about the Earth being flat, and also, just about space and all those sorts of measurements and things like that. But that's sort of why I believe that it is flat.
Okay.
And I've seen some of the information that you guys have posted, which is quite good as well.
All right. So have you done any experiments or, I mean, obviously just observations or anything on your own? Or
Not really, no.
Okay. All right. Okay. So what kind of questions do you have?
I'm not sure. I was just wondering if you could sort of help me expand my knowledge generally about it. If that makes any sense.
Well, I mean, there's always lots of things. So what is there a specific what were you watching a video on? Just
Oh yeah, that was more of a different thing. Nothing to do with flat Earth in terms really. That was just something he posted.
Okay, I see. Well, I mean, what shall we talk about, everybody? Does anybody want to talk about anything specific? Like, I'm not sure where you're at, right? What you've looked into. So it's kind of hard to.
Imagine I don't know anything. That's probably the best place to start.
Well, we would take you through
Imagine
probably
that.
the 3 points. I mean, but you know. Well, do you know how the globe model even works? Because I think that that's kind of a good thing to start.
And I'd like it if you went
Because
over it again with me. That could be.
Well, it's just because you can kind of pinpoint all the wrong things, right? Because, I mean, it was such a long time ago that we were taught these things, and it doesn't always stick in our heads. So do you know how curvature or how they claim curvature has been measured?
No.
Okay, so there is an individual, Aristophanes, they say, and he did an experiment with sticks and shadows in a well. And he went in with the presupposed notion that it was a globe, and then he, quote, unquote, "proved it from a globe" with the sticks and shadows in the well. Have you
Okay.
heard of this experiment at all?
Yes, I've heard of that, definitely.
Okay, so then I won't go into more detail then if you're familiar with it, but that is one of the arguments that people make, but it
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense really when you look into it.
Mm.
What about axial rotation?
Not particularly, no.
So you don't know how it's ever been determined for axial rotation or what they claim?
Not really. I mean, I'm just imagine that I don't know anything. That's probably the best to refresh my memory and to gain knowledge.
Okay. So a lot of times they'll point to the sky, right? That proves that we're spinning, but that doesn't prove that we're spinning. Why would you look up at the sky to determine what you're standing on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the last point is how can we exist uh, in a pressurized system next to a near perfect vacuum?
Yeah.
So that's a violation of the law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't exist, right? How can you have a pressurized system without containment, right? Because we aren't in a
Yeah.
container. So how can we possibly exist inside a near perfect vacuum?
Yeah.
So then we usually get into that whole, like, how can you have a tire without gas pressure?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm also interested in like the water. Like you can't have water on a globe, like that type of thing.
Are you saying like water can't stick to a ball?
Yeah, like I was the thing about them saying like obviously the Earth is like what 70 something percent. It can't it seeks a horizontal equilibrium, doesn't it? So
Well, large bodies of water
yeah,
always seem to find their level,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So how would that really work? You
Hmm.
can't see the curvature, right? And they say the boat's over the curve, but when you zoom in on them, you can still see them. So that
Mm.
doesn't really work.
Yeah.
So that's basically the 3 claims made by the globe model. So that's usually
Okay.
what I would start with when I talk to people. So, if you have any questions about that, or if anybody else has another specific topic they'd like to talk to you about, that might help. Or if you have anything.
Not particularly, but that was really interesting. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. That's actually, I think he's a moderator again now. Miggy, he came up, or I mean, they are 3 claims, but that was just the question structure, and he started using that to help
Mm.
people. So, yeah, I think it's an
That's cool.
effective way. Yeah, to try
Yeah.
to get people to realize these things.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you want to answer our question today for Precious Metal Takeover?
Yeah, what is it?
Okay, so if you could construct a metaverse with only 2 virtues, what would they be?
This is quite a good question, to be honest.
Yeah, that's CI. He came up with a question today.
Gosh, yeah. A metaverse with 2 virtues. Trust.
Okay.
And so do you mean in terms of like just creating a new metaverse with like
Oh, they're just
Just-
hypotheticals. It's best not to
Okay.
overthink them.
Okay. So yeah, trust and you could say so many. It's hard to boil it down to two, isn't
I
it?
know, that's the tricky one, right?
Gosh.
Because there's a lot that are important or that you would think would be important.
Yeah.
But it's just yes, trying to get to
Maybe love? I don't know.
Oh no. No, I'm just joking. That was just the love and fear was everybody. We just had a long conversation about that, which it was a great
Oh,
conversation.
don't panic. Don't be fearful, there.
Right? Oh no. No. Yeah. I mean, those are two virtues that are definitely important.
Trust is a big thing.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
How do you say your name?
Just call me Heather. I made this up randomly one day. It's not my name. My name is Joseph.
Okay.
My name is Joseph. It's just Heather, and I just made it because the username looks better. Heather X rather than just Heather.
Did you hear us saying it's a Hethax?
Yeah, I just
Because we thought that
yeah.
we didn't know the X's were silent.
Yeah, just say Heather.
When you say trust, do you mean the act of trusting in someone and others, or do you mean being trustworthy?
Being able to trust yourself and others, I'd say. And being
Okay,
able
so the
to
act of
rely on
trusting.
people. Yes.
Or you mean both, because you just said that last sentence.
Yeah.
Do you mean the
I
act of
say that then.
trusting and trustworthiness? Being trustworthy?
Yeah, both, I'd say.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, awesome. Thank you. Thanks for joining us and for answering the question. If you have any other questions about the Earth, be sure to let us know, and welcome to the server. And there's always people in here 24/7 talking. So if you can come back whenever.
Thank you for stopping by.
I mean, you're more than welcome to stay.
Yes.
Obviously now, but we'll just if you don't have any other questions, we'll
Yeah, they're not politely saying get the hell out. They're saying, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Is Geppy get back yet? I don't know if he's around.
Can
I address Hetha real quick? Mike check.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hetha, when it comes to like knowing something about the Earth being a plane, everybody knows it's a plane. Even the ball believers know it's a plane because they use it that way. They see it that way. They don't feel any movement. It's obvious that we live on a stationary flat Earth. Now, the thing you have to remember is that there are people in this world that believe it's a ball, and they're ignorant. Sometimes they don't know that they don't know, but also there are those that are willfully ignorant. And so all we're trying to do is to show them the evidence that debunks or destroys their illusion, the ball illusion, I like to call it. So destroy the illusion by showing them the truth of reality. If they don't want to see it, there's nothing you can do. Just know that what you experience every day is the truth. Yeah. And you have to give them that. You have to kind of tear down the walls of their illusion. If they fight you, it's not your fault. It's pretty well embedded. So just kind of hang out and listen to. We call them arguments, but all we're doing is just tearing down the lie. The multiple, the huge amount of lies that have been erected to keep this thing going. Yeah. And just keep an eye on it and learn stuff. And there's a lot of good people in here to learn from. So hang out and just listen. That's the best way to learn.
A lot of people don't even question it either, do they? They just like, yeah, no, they just guess. They just don't even question if it is or if it isn't.
Not even to guess.
They just accept.
Just believe it by someone say so.
Yeah, they just believe if someone says something, or NASA or
someone
whatever,
who's not the ultimate authority of knowledge.
We all know about them. They just immediately believe them.
Right. Now, some people worship it. They really do, because it's what they've decided to make the significance of their life. Right. They're into Star Wars. They're into NASA. They've kind of created a god out of the heavens. Right. And you're going to have a hard time turning them the other direction because they've chosen that idolatry. But don't worry about that. You know, it's once again, it's not up to you to change their mind. It's just, if they want to see reality, then you might be able to help them do that. If they don't want to see reality, then move on with life, you know.
Yeah.
But that's all you can do.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
You said you're new to the server, Hetha? Today?
Yeah. Yeah. Today.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
How did you learn? How did you hear of it?
I have a friend on the server.
All right.
So yeah.
I have a
You're in
question.
England? Go ahead.
I'm in England. Yeah.
What is your favorite piece of flat Earth evidence you've come across? There's
Me?
no wrong answer here. Yep.
If you mean okay. I can't remember where it was, but there was a thing about measurements, and it was like this huge image, and it had so much like information in it. It was just basically saying like, there's no evidence or measurement about the Earth being round. Well, not round, but in terms of being like spherical, or a globe. But there was measurements and so much evidence and stuff done about it being flat. It was more of a evidence of loads of studies and evidence, really. But I just really liked it.
What's your favorite measurement that you've seen?
I can't remember what it was, but it was about this thing, and it was a study of something. I'll try and find it, but it was a study of shadows or something along those lines, and it just basically said, you know, that's the measurement and that's concrete evidence.
Okay.
But yeah, I really like that.
There are a lot of measurements. One of my favorite measurement is probably it was on my old account. It was the one with the mountains. I used to have it on like speed dial essentially.
Yeah,
where I could
it might have been that actually. The thing I was looking at, it was something to do with mountains or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember what the evidence I looked at was, but it was some sort of.
What did I say? Get it on speed dial.
Yeah, I had the mountain one.
Mm-hmm. With the tower in front of it.
I think so. It's like a long mountain. I'm gonna find it and post it real quick.
With all the labels across the top.
It's like with the lines on the top, exactly. I used to have it, but I lost it. Because I had a server where I just had all kinds of archived information just for myself, but I lost it. I lost it when on my yeah. I had so many screenshots and images and measurements. I'm going to find this. It was like 5 it was like 550. No, it's not, monkey. I can get it. I just need to find it. God bless the wiki.
God bless the wiki, he said.
It's the image for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 podcast.
I know, like, the website. Yeah. That one. The one Glatt just posted. That one. That's the mountain one. That's what I was looking for. And it's like 500 something kilometers. Like yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah, that one. That's the mountain one.
From Glatflow?
Yep, that one. I used to have it on like speed dial. I had it like pinned in my private Discord server, and I would like post
Might
it
as
all
well
the time
download it
and
now.
talk about it. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point. Oh yeah, Robert Simmons. That's a good one. It is photoshopped, but it
has to be.
I was actually in Disney, right?
Funny.
That
Recently.
was a really good imitation.
Yeah, that's good.
I've seen that within the first 5 minutes of the first ODD TV video I ever watched, the long documentary one in 2016. That's one of the very first things they showed was him saying it is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Your voice sounds similar to his, so it works much better than mine.
The Midwestern like nasally. Maybe I am him. No, I would be a multi-millionaire if I was. I wouldn't have student loans. Rimmer has it. He copied the source image from Shutterstock. That's great. I just spat on my monitor from laughing at that. Yeah. So basically, Heather, Heather. Is that how I say? How do I say the
Heather?
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, the X's are decorative. Gotcha. Must play a lot of GTA. So yeah, so this Robert Simmons dude you see in the Livestream voice text, this guy made the image for the Earth. He confessed to it. He even said, "I've never been to space." That was his words, direct quote. He's never been to space, and when he was confronted, because he's the one who made that image, Blue Marble 2.0, you can look it up. That's the name of it.
Really, that's really interesting.
It's extremely interesting. And direct quote, it is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Yeah.
Direct quote. And Gregory's laughing because of how good of an impression I do.
It sounds so much like him.
I love the ODD TV song that like samples it. I'm kind of annoyed though, because they give him the benefit of the doubt. They removed the stutter. It just says it is photoshopped, but it has to be. Like they removed the stutter.
Yeah.
Like why make him look good?
The stutter is what makes it funny, though.
Exactly.
And it's what indicates the fact that he and people in his profession and in this whole ideology claim to have knowledge they don't have.
Yeah.
So, riddle me this. Why would the guy who's never been to space create an image of the Earth that's used by a space agency officially?
Because you're dealing with NASA.
Well, of course. I want to hear Heather's answer.
I mean, did NASA make him? Did they tell him to make it? Or
it's because that's the best artist had. That's why.
Yeah.
NASA hires artists.
Can do anything and anyone believe it. If NASA came out tomorrow and said, you know, that oxygen isn't real, people would believe it. Because it's NASA,
right? All the while breathing it.
Yeah. We're breathing right now. And they could say that oxygen isn't real.
Oh, that's just your imagination.
But we observe, what we can observe is that we are breathing and we're alive.
But you can't see the air, so how do you know you're breathing?
Exactly. It's the same they could say that just because people won't even
see how ridiculous it starts to get.
A certain number of people will just be like, okay, right, fine, I believe that, just because it's NASA.
Most people in this world are followers. They look for a figurehead to trust so they don't have to do the work. And it's quite sad.
Yeah, don't be a sheep.
This server tries to promote individual, independent thinking. We're basically like an interactive library. That's the analogy I like to use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, hive mind alert. I'm joking.
I mean,
interactive library.
What's wrong with a hive mind, man? What's up with you guys?
We all have a common interest, right? But even then, we come from diverse locations, diverse backgrounds, and that's what's pretty cool about this place. We even have disagreements among ourselves, but we're peaceful about it. We have discussions. We just had a really interesting discussion about love and fear, and if fear is internal or external. And it was really fun and intriguing and interesting. I still love these guys, even though I disagree with them on some stuff. We have a common interest, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's
That's
like,
what unites you.
yeah, so it's just, this community is like no other community. That's for sure, and it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Speaking of Robert Simmons, I think I made like a SpongeBob meme. Let me find it. Found it. I made this a while ago. If you know, like that scene from SpongeBob with the wallet,
That's cool.
I remade it for this.
Isn't this funny? Yep. He's never been to space. Yep. He's supposed to shop the Earth. That makes sense to me. Then the Earth is flat. NASA makes Robert. Yeah. That's so good. I have to save that. Did you make that, or was?
Yeah, I made that meme. I even wrote Rob Simmons, and that's my poor handwriting. I could try to voice act it. Hold on.
Well, that is now my PC background.
I gotta try and voice act it.
Yeah, you have to.
Isn't this a NASA employee? Yup. He's never been to space. Yup. He photoshopped the Earth. That makes sense to me. Then the Earth is flat. NASA makes real photos. I'm not good at doing a Man Ray voice.
Good. Yeah.
It's not your fault. It's the script. It's the script. It's not your fault.
I wrote the script.
You made it all. Oh.
My Patrick voice is decent. I don't know. I like doing impressions because the best way to introduce someone, in my opinion, everyone has their own way, right? I think the best way to introduce this subject to someone like around my age, because I like just turned 21 recently, is just to have a good time, just laugh a little at the ridiculous arguments they make, and just have a good time. We don't have to rush into like the advanced numbers right away. And maybe if it's like a university level, like arrogant, like teacher who thinks just because he has a piece of paper that he's valuable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the piece of paper.
Well, he's valuable. It's just that he's not the ultimate authority of knowledge.
Oh yeah.
You think a piece of paper's just gonna say everything when it's actually concrete evidence, like evidence that you can show.
I meant his opinion is valuable, not him as an individual. Sorry, that. Oops.
No, just to make things clear, we don't disrespect the dignity of humans who happen to be academic professionals in academia. We don't do that.
Yeah, I misspoke. I'm sorry about that. I meant like the thing I was trying to say is like I'm stumbling because coffee. More or less like. Yeah, I had a lot of coffee. I really need to stop doing that. The sugary sweets is my weakness. I need to stop.
At least you're acknowledging the problem.
Yeah. Just because you have a piece of paper doesn't mean your thoughts are above other people's. Everyone theoretically has. I mean, in a democracy, everyone's thought should be equal. So a piece of paper doesn't elevate someone's thought above someone else's. Someone actually has to have logical comprehension. Oh my
comprehension.
Yeah. Let's go with that. Like, I don't know what I was going to say. Like cohesion. That's what I was going to say. Logical cohesion. Just because you have a piece of paper doesn't mean you have to. You know how to string an argument together or a logical step-by-step analysis. But
the paper actually means anything.
Right.
Like,
Because
I know this is a completely different subject, but piece of paper anyone can write a piece of paper, and then someone can hold it and they can state it, and then everyone will believe it.
anyone can write words,
Yeah,
but it
exactly.
doesn't mean those words have meaning.
Yeah, like I know this is a bit different, but in World War II, just I'm allowed to talk about that, right? It's not war, but I'm just I don't want to get the server banned or anything.
As long as you don't name people by name.
Okay, a person got a piece of paper from another person to say that there was no war going to happen, and he was disallowed to rule the place that he ruled because the paper meant nothing. The
I
paper
see.
was given to him by someone, and the person who gave it to him was a very, very dangerous man. And he took it thinking, oh yeah, I've got a piece of paper, when it meant nothing.
And so we all agree that having a certificate written down does not automatically make someone's argument sound, nor does it make their beliefs knowledge, nor does it make themselves the ultimate authority of knowledge.
Yes.
They're not above reproach and they're not above scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
It's about intellect and it's about wisdom. It's not about credentials or status.
Not to disregard credentials, but they're not the determining factor of someone telling the truth. Just because someone with quote unquote credentials is speaking, that does not automatically make their word inerrant, infallible, above reproach, above scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly.
And it's amazing how often the average person will try to discredit whatever folks like us are saying in opposition to the credentialed university graduate, professional, expert, specialist, etc., as though they are so well versed and have such an exhaustive knowledge as to the credentials that they're appealing to in order to discredit us, as though they know so much about the credential process and what it means and how they got it and what they know and what are their epistemologies, their methods of inquiry, so as to ascertain the knowledge that they claim to have. When you ask the average person who speaks like that, who counter argues you like that, you ask them, okay, what do you know about getting a degree? What do you know about the curricula that this professional went through? What do you know about the methods of inquiry that they supposedly use so that they can get the knowledge that they claim to have? Can't answer any of these things.
I will be one of the first to admit. So, I have a business degree. I have a 4-year degree.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I know jack shit, if I'm being honest. I really don't. I'm too scared to run a business. I've never had experience. So I know absolutely nothing. My piece of paper means nothing. All it means was that I was good at absorbing information and being loyal. That's all it means.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked decently hard. That's all it means. It doesn't mean I actually know what I'm talking about in that field.
Yeah.
Anything beyond that is good. If anything beyond that, if you really do know something, you really can put it into practice and be successful in putting it into practice, that's good. But it doesn't necessarily imply anything else in addition. It does necessarily imply, like you just said, that you were good at passing the courses, the obstacle courses in this curricula.
Heather, I have a question again.
Yeah.
What do you say is the most interesting thing you learned today within the last moments of us talking to you?
The last moments of us talking.
Just like this past half hour, or maybe longer, depending on how much you listen.
The most interesting thing I've learned, that this community is awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I'm being.
Well, thank you, doggone it.
Serious. Yeah, I think that this community is awesome. Everyone's super cool, and I think that there's so much evidence here that's just spread. I think that's awesome. That there's a place where you can come and absorb it all and talk about it and other things.
Also, I should say one thing. If, like, okay. If you're not, like, a flat earther or something, you're not gonna get kicked out of here. Like, we allow everybody here.
Mhm.
If you're genuinely on the fence and learning, that's cool too. We welcome everybody. And Precious Metals, which is the program from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so GMT -4. Really, really good place to come every Saturday. It's the best place, and it's the best time, in my opinion, to ask beginner level questions if you're just here for like a nice, friendly discussion. And want to get to know some of the people in the community that don't really speak too often.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk to the experts who are really good at debating, I would suggest
cool. I like that part as well.
I would suggest coming after or before Precious Metals and any other day of the week, because there are people who really know their stuff. We're not the most informed, but we have a lot of passion. And silvers are, I would arguably say, probably the pillar of our community. I even wrote a song about them like a year or two ago.
Really? That's cool.
Oh. Flatty wrote an
Hello, everyone.
Shall we read it? Because everybody is so nice. So we could read Fadi's answer.
Yeah.
I hope you're all doing fine.
Oh.
Welcome.
Hello. Who is that? I'm on the different screen. Welcome.
Clay Underseal.
Oh. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
He is valiant and flat earther.
Oh, okay, awesome. Okay, so Flatty's answer is, you're a bunch of virtue signalers with your love and trust answers. Is the metaverse a game or program? Why does it need to be all peaceful and nice? Remember what Agent Smith said. We made the first Matrix with no fear and you humans rejected it. Let's make this game gnarly and go for fear and hate and see how, well. So there you go. You got the whole different side. Well, of whatever.
About time somebody said the opposite.
Yeah.
Can I read?
I was starting to think it was like new news.
Flatty's answer. Sorry, Ricky.
Can we close PMT with a little folk tale I like?
Uh-oh.
If that's okay with you. This is like
Sure,
an
not?
idea I just got. Sorry. Is that okay with you, Redford?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, some of you may know this because this is like a popular folk tale. I'll say what it's from after, and you guys will probably be like, wow. Those who know it, don't reveal it, please. Please don't reveal it. Okay, so this is not mine. It's one I like. I'm gonna try and do an impression of the guy who reads it, so. My family tells of an ancient legend about two great dragon brothers, the dragon of the north wind and the dragon of the south wind. Together, they upheld balance and harmony in the heavens. But the two brothers argued over who could better rule their land. The quarrel turned to rage, and their violent struggle darkened the skies, till the dragon of the south wind struck down his brother and fell to the earth, shattering the land. The dragon of the south wind had triumphed, but as time passed and he realized his solitude, But as time passed and he realized his solitude. Okay, that was correct. The sweetness of victory turned to ash. For years, the bereft dragon's grief threw the world into discord, and he only knew bitterness and sorrow. One day, a stranger called up to the dragon and asked, "O dragon lord, why are you so distraught?" The dragon told him, "Seeking power, I killed my brother, but without him, I am lost." The stranger replied, "You have inflicted wounds upon yourself, but now you must heal. Walk the earth on 2 feet as I do. Find value in humility. Then you will find peace." The dragon knelt upon the ground. For the first time, he was able to clearly see the world around him, and he became human. The stranger revealed himself as his fallen brother. Reunited, the two set out to rebuild what they had once destroyed. I told you not to reveal it!
Nice voice, brother.
MJ!
Whoa.
Piece of shit. Anyway.
Yeah.
I kid. Yeah, it's actually from Overwatch. Really, a video game wrote that. It's oh man. Overwatch is so good besides the globe crap. I'm so hyped for Overwatch too. Anyway, any final comments, Redford?
Sunny to play us out. We forgot Sunny.
Oh, right. Well, he started late, so we get to end late too. Haha. Okay.
Yeah, Sunny, are you there? Do you want to play a song quick? Now he needs probably a minute to get prepared if he's even there.
Dude, I forgot.
I know. After I okayed your little spiel, you just went on some silly game.
Okay,
Just
give
like,
me a couple of give me a couple minutes here or less. Let's see. Let me.
The spiel, she said, the Yiddish. With your little Geschichte.
Now, keep in mind, this is all just
In your
from a real life emotion. So, let's see, what tools do I have? That noise you hear are the tools being moved.
Ding, 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 ding.
Be careful, this might be kind of loud. We'll see.
Just to make an entire new instrument that's ever been made before to finally play the song.
I feel so bad. I'm so
why?
sorry.
Why? It's fine. I was just kidding. I didn't make that comment to make you feel bad. It was a joke.
Oh.
It was a joke,
Like
bro.
it was a total joke. That's why I said like a spiel, like I'm making fun of you. It was a joke. Yeah, I apologize if it didn't come across that way. Don't feel bad.
You and your spiels and your Geschichte and your Mashugara Spuka.
You just know how I feel about video games, so it was a joke.
I feel bad because I took time away from Sunny.
No, what? It's
I wasn't
fine.
ready before
I don't
now.
hear Sunny complaining.
Yeah, everybody's okay.
You're all right, CI. You're all
No
right.
No need to say sorry. I tried to find, because don't you have like a meme of that? I don't know what the command is to do your CI stories.
One moment.
One. I'm sorry, I can't hear myself every time someone says that.
But that's like a second, though. What's a moment, really, Gregory?
The smallest unit of time.
Is it smaller than a second?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Depends on how much you want to arbitrarily subdivide, time.
Oh, it says a millisecond. There you go. So is that smaller
How about a
than moment?
picosecond?
Then, where does the moment fall in here?
No, any unit of time, no matter how small, would be a moment.
You could argue 5 minutes is a moment. But you could also argue that less than a second is a... It could be any measurement of...
I know.
As you said.
Yeah, you're catching along. You got my point.
Well, I know that's why, because he said a moment, and you're like, one. And I was like, but how long
Okay,
is
I have no idea how this is going to go.
Right?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sunny.
I like the electric reverb that you had.
Thanks, Sonny.
Yeah, that was good.
I like that. Oh, I think my favorite time you ever played guitar, because I still remember this, was definitely your Blackbird cover. That was really beautiful. Do you remember that, Sonny?
Yeah, I had to move the mic again. Sorry, I have
That's
a rearrangeable studio. Yeah, I do. Actually, I do. Yeah, I used to not be able to make it through for a while, that song, because it brings up a lot of emotions. Like we talked about emotions. Yeah, thanks for everybody for all your support here. I love it.
That's why I liked the cover, because there's something that I'm sorry, I'm monologuing. There's something only musicians really understand. It's like when a musician sees another musician, they can tell when someone's passionate or not. They can tell passion versus no passion. And I felt your passion in that cover, which is why I liked it, because I know how difficult it is to pull that off and be very genuine. And you were able to move through regardless. So thank you once again.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Redford, do you have any final comments before we wrap this up?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, just thanks to everybody for joining us. And yeah, it was, I mean, I thought it was a good conversation. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
PMT Classic was amazing. Definitely some good stuff. Very nostalgic. With that being said, thank you all so much for this PMT Classic. We hope you have a lovely day. PMT is now concluded. Moderators can unmute. Thank you guys so much.
Nobody called on me.
Sorry.
Any mods here?
Is there still time to give my letter of proof?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Oh, hey, Godric, we had a question. Did you want to answer the question?
Yeah, the best waterproof, right?
Oh no, it was actually if what was the question again? Something about the metaverse. Yeah. If you could construct a metaverse with only 2 virtues, what would they be? That was our question for today.
2 virtues, I suppose. Love and faith.
Awesome.
Does that work?
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Those are good answers. If you want to elaborate a little bit, you can. Lots of people did, but if you want to keep it short, that's fine too.
Just use your imagination. I don't know. I mean, it's just a really random question. What
Yeah,
what
it
what,
is.
what do you mean by the metaverse?
Just like society, right? Basically, it's just another word. CI, did you want to expand on metaverse?
Oh, so metaverse is basically like a marketing buzzword for like a virtual reality or like an alternative like video game that allows you to experience like a hangout or similar things to reality, or also advertise, but that's kind of like capitalistic and overly industrial. So basically, it's kind of like an alternate reality, essentially, like Roblox or Second Life or VR chat, stuff like that. But if you could create your own metaverse with like a virtual society, you can pick 2 virtues, 2 things important to you that dictate this society or that everyone would have to adhere to or admire.
Thank you for that. I just think the metaverse in general is a bad idea because we're hiding behind these icons and we're neglecting social contact and we're like literally like spending too much time, in simulations and not the real thing. That's why.
Well, yeah, it's a hypothetical question, and just because like just how the premise of PMT is, that's just why CI picked that word metaverse. But it's just more focused on, I guess, the virtues was the main focus of the conversation.
And I'm also a filthy Zoomer, so metaverse.
And
Well,
everyone's like,
thank you.
it's just,
Hey, can you guys hear me? Because
Yep.
is my mic working?
Yep.
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah.
What's that filthy? What's that
Is
filthy
anyone
Zoomer?
on here? Because I want to get a role. I've been here for a while.
you have 2 roles. Which one are you specifically looking for?
Oh, the flat Earth role, I think. The flat Earther role.
Okay,
What are
so
your
you would have to contact a moderator, and they would have to interview you
Yep.
for that
Right,
role.
because I'm wondering if there's a moderator here. Because I've talked to like the yellow rolled admins, but I haven't gone to them through a mod yet, which I've been trying to for a while.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now there's MJ in the chat. I don't know if he's around or Evo, but you can ping a moderator and then go hang out in the interview VC. That's usually where that's done. Oh,
Top
AI
3
is here as
reasons
well.
for
Alright.
flat Earth.
Hopefully, I can
Oh, I didn't
find the
know.
opportunity to catch this.
What are your 5 favorite proofs for flat Earth?
I think one of the greatest ones would be the physics of water. That one's the most common one.
Okay.
I think the other one would be realizing its perspective and not curvature. And also, I think a lot of the long distance proofs would like point to a flat Earth, as well as I think the other one is also long distance, high tech radio waves. They have to beam lasers at long distances, and that's kind of like breaking the missing curvature question already. Like with the military weapons and all that stuff, they have to beam lasers at long distances to ping other ships and all that, and that's already kind of breaking the curvature barrier question. The other one would be horizon rising to eye level, but this only works on clear days and if you go high enough. But obviously, some people like to mistake a horizon drop as an actual geometric horizon drop, when in reality it's the atmospheric conditions kind of playing optical illusions in your eyes, and sometimes you can see boats fly up in the sky, appear to fly up above the horizon. That happens. I think the other one, if I'm not mistaken, is the moon shining a local light on the clouds. That one is an interesting one, at least when it comes to like the space is fake stuff. It doesn't necessarily point to a flat Earth in that case, but it points to space is fake and all the luminaries are quite local and produce their own light. The moon doesn't get light from the sun, if that makes any sense. The other, I think, another few good ones as well is let me think. I think the other few good one is the idea that the lunar eclipse happens sometimes when the sun is still up in the sky fully. That one's a weird one. At least in terms of the space is fake stuff again.
The Silurian eclipse.
So you know the talking points. That's good. You're a good listener. You're good at observing. I would like for you to expand on the water, your first one, if that's okay.
Oh, because I get what you mean. Because sometimes you got a lot of like globers who are like, hey, look at this single drop of water curve on a surface, Lamau. No, we're talking about entire gallons and bodies of water. We're not talking about one drop of water. We're talking about physically large bodies of water, like, in a cup or in a tub or in a pool or stuff like that.
But
Now,
what
if you can't,
specifically helps water prove flatter or make the argument that would persuade you?
it always fills a container, and at the surface of it, it always remains level, aside from a few, like, I guess you could say waves and stuff like that. But that's what you would call level, and level is like what people would refer to flatness, or because waves follow a level, but that doesn't mean the waves themselves are flat. But like, you know, the way it is displayed is practically horizontal and therefore flat. I mean, people like to throw the typical non-arguments like, "Oh, look at the mountains. Look at the look at the mountains. Therefore, flat Earth debunked Lamau." No, we're referring to levelness,
So,
and
couple of things.
levelness points to flatness.
Couple of things. First of all, we're talking about water, not mountains. With all due respect.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like,
second-
I'm kind of like pointing out because like sometimes we'll be
Right.
like, "Hey,
Sec-
water curves, guys. Look at the waves, Lamau."
Second of
And
all,
it's
why did
kind of
you
the
laugh,
same thing.
if I may ask?
Dude,
What's
can
funny?
you tell the person that's tickling you to knock it off?
But yeah, that's kind of why I pointed that out, is because, sometimes the Globers like to throw in a few good trolls, and you can easily dissuade it if you know exactly what you're saying.
You are doing great, by the way. Those are great talking points and proofs. Examples.
My favorite one is the atmosphere and the vacuum problem and the second law of thermodynamics. Because the second law of thermodynamics completely destroys the concept of space in general, and the concept of space travel, and the ability to even function in space. that alone already destroys most space propaganda already. It destroys the concept that the sun is even in quote-unquote space, and a lot of the copes are, combustion, nuclear fusion, and all that kind of retarded shit. And I'm just like, but
gravity.
it's in a vacuum. There's
You
no
mean that
there's
retarded stuff like gravity, right?
Yeah,
shit.
and
Tell
then
us how you really
gravity.
feel.
Even if gravity was real, hypothetically, right? It's not strong against a vacuum.
But
It's really not.
just one question: what does the transition of atmosphere and space have to do with the surface of Earth? Because
That's the
that's an
thing.
issue
Is
for the globe and for flat Earth in general, because you have an atmosphere.
because that's the thing, though, is when it comes to flat Earth requires, because there's two ways to look at it. One way is you can think that there is no such thing as a vacuum and that there's infinite gas pressure. But the other way is, in order to even have gas pressure in the first place, it requires a container. And obviously, in the commonality of flat Earth, I think people believe in this container and the Earth being contained. You know, like water needs to be contained, and so does gas. And in many commonalities, I think we can all agree, most people, or at least all people here can agree that there is such thing as this container that we would call the firmament, in our case at least.
Well, I wouldn't, because I never sampled a firmament, but
I get that.
You never what a firmament?
The thing is, it is a heliocentric debunk. It's not a globe proof or a flat Earth proof. It's
It is not
debunk.
a flat Earth proof necessarily, at least in terms of like proving flat Earth, but it debunks the globe and it debunks space.
Yeah, and that is what I wanted to have clear, because it's very important to understand the distinction between flat Earth proofs and globe debunks, because they are
that's
not the
the
same
interesting
thing
thing,
necessarily.
though, is
Unclosed cosmos
because that's
refutations.
the thing is, from my observation, the globe is the one that has the burden of proof. Flat Earth is simply an observation. It's not a claim. But the claim in this case would be, oh, the Earth is spinning. Oh, there's a vacuum outside us. Oh, we're round and a globe, you know?
Well, no, everyone has a responsibility of the burden of proof when making claims to knowledge. It's just the difference between us and them is that they simply do not have the empirical data to substantiate. They can't handle the burden of
They
their claim to
can't.
knowledge, but we
No,
can.
they have never observed or demonstrated that any form of motion at all, or even that there's proof of each individual directional motion, and they've also never demonstrated at all any curvature. And whenever we point to a long distance object, they'll say refraction, and then we'll be like, so by claiming refraction, you cannot prove that there's even a geometric horizon, and therefore you've admitted that the horizon is therefore optical and not geometric.
Yeah, their counter appeal debunks their previous premises they're trying to substantiate.
I mean, that's the
Their
thing.
appeal
It's
to
the same
refraction.
thing with you have to go higher to see Earth's curvature, but then they'll claim that boats disappear over the curvature. And I think that's the thing, is a lot of beginner globe earthers will go to that point, but a lot of expert globers will try to avoid that point because they realize that.
It begs the question.
But yeah, it begs the question, and therefore it completely gets rid of any of it, because it completely disregards the expertise and the idea of perspective and atmospheric conditions. Like, obviously our sight is not going to be infinite, and neither is our zoom. We have sight limitations, and therefore by claiming refraction, you admit to sight limitation, and therefore we cannot prove a geometric horizon.
Right. They appeal to refraction.
I think it's more so that hey guys, when they say refraction, it's actually non sequitur entirely, because what does say the change in direction of light have to do with being able to see it?
The
Because it's not
argument
obstructed
basically
or
is to claim
Yeah.
that
hold
at
on.
missing curvature.
Hold on. When they're talking about refraction, it's not dealing with the problem of there being physical obstruction to not experience refraction, period. Because to talk about what light is doing means that you can see it, meaning
Right.
there's no obstruction. So it's not even that they're addressing whether or not there's obstruction at all. It's a complete non sequitur, because when they talk about refraction, what they're doing is not talking about how there isn't a geometric obstruction. Like they're not actually addressing it at all when they bring up refraction.
Right. They switched the focus of the
Okay.
dialogue to talking about the behavior of light rather than the object in question that is or is not obstructing our view of things beyond it.
All right, because that's the interesting thing, is they'll say, oh, refraction is magically pulling up this object at 20,000 feet of missing curvature. That's their argument. They think that, oh, they're basically comparing, right? Like, you looking down a fish tank and seeing an apparent image to the actual image's position. But in reality, you realize that if you're looking at it, you realize there's no obstruction.
Right. That it means two things. That's a reification of this natural phenomenon of refraction, and then it's also based on the false metaphysical premise of atomism, because the logical ends of atomism does not imply that such a thing is possible with such a phenomenon.
I do need a few good infographics on the refraction long distance debunks, if that could be appreciated, because unfortunately I can't find any good ones.
Oh,
Is this still
busted.
hold on, is this still what do you is this still I
No.
can't even remember the name of it.
The answer is no.
God, my Alzheimer's.
Well, I want to find a few good ones,
Okay.
because now you
I'll-
just, because that's the thing.
I'll give you a refraction debunk. Just ask them one question. How can there be refraction without dispersion? Just ask them that one question. So you know what dispersion is?
I don't explain
Elaborate,
it to me.
please.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll tell you. You've seen a prism? How a prism spreads the wavelengths out into a rainbow?
Yes.
Okay. When there's refraction, this happens every time. And the thicker the lens, the more this happens. Right? So you can Google this, right? It's chromatic aberration. So if they make a really thick lens and they don't design the lens right, you'll get these little rainbow halos around objects in your picture.
Oh. So if there
So
was refraction occurring, we would see this rainbow visual phenomenon in the photo.
yes, because refraction is wavelength dependent. So the refractive index is different per wavelength. So that means that,
But
like,
we don't see the rainbow.
if I have a red light and a blue light, and I shine, and they have the same source, and I shine them, they're going to take different paths to wherever they're going. They don't go the same. They don't follow the same path. But the thing is that path spreads out the longer the distance.
But we don't see the rainbow in the
So
photo.
I get the
that's what
argument you're
individuals
trying to
do.
make. So I
That's
think
just individual.
basically, if something is really, really refracted, right, you would see that in the photo there's
I was just
aberration,
gonna
but
sit
you
there.
don't really see it.
Well,
But
photos would
go
be
ahead. Go
what
ahead.
you would actually see is the photos would be one color, like a very long distance photo. You would see one color. You wouldn't see a bunch of colors.
They wouldn't see a bunch of colors or organize in an intelligible image. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It would be all blurry and shit. So, and I'm going to tell you. So they did. So the U.S. Air Force, the University of Dayton, and Boeing did a test on the Hawaiian Islands between two islands. And what they did was it's called the multi wavelength. What the hell is it called? Optical. So what they tried to do is they tested for turbulence. That's what they were doing. So they took 3 lasers and all with the same source, right? They're all different frequencies, and they shot them from one Hawaiian island to the other, right? And they picked them all up in the same telescope. The telescope is a 3.5 meter telescope. Once it goes into the telescope, they have a filter. Each frequency is separated and goes down its own fiber optic line where it's analyzed, right, for turbulence. So after they did this experiment test, some people analyzed this, right? So what they did was they took the so-called standard refraction model and plugged in the wavelengths and the frequencies and saw what the model predicted. The standard refraction model predicts that each one of those lasers should be separated by 4 meters. Okay, so that means the telescope can't pick up all these lasers at the same time. They would need 3 separate telescopes separated by 4 meters. They didn't do that. Okay, so science, when you have a model, all models get tested against reality, right? So this observation actually falsifies the entire standard refraction model.
On the globe cosmic model, right?
The standard refraction model, the idea that light is bending because of the
okay.
the temperature and pressure gradient, right? So what they say, there's a temperature and pressure gradient, and because light bends towards denser air, right, light is going to bend around the curve of the Earth. This is their claim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they did this experiment, this test. Their model also predicts that if you take these 3 different wavelengths of light and you shine them at the same time, when they travel 150 kilometers, they're separated, spatially separated.
Mm-hmm.
So one laser's 4 meters away from another laser, and that laser's 5 meters away from the third laser. But this is not what they observed. See, this is the beauty of this, is that they did the experiment, and then they did the model, and then the model said, your experiment should not have worked. But it did
It shouldn't
work.
be the results that it is.
Exactly. Because someone, I'm going to post the links. Right? So this person was writing they participated in the test, and they wrote their master's thesis. And right, when you write a master's thesis, it isn't the same as writing like a research paper. You're trying to demonstrate your knowledgeability of the whatever the field is, right? So this guy, part of this, he's trying to come up with a model to explain the data. So the first thing he did is he did the standard refraction model. Boom, doesn't work, doesn't match what it's observed. So then he used it's a part ray optic model and part wave optic model, and that did not work. And then he switched to what's called a turbulence model, right, where they make a bunch of a computer model. So what they make is like an infinite amount of like what they call phase screens. So the light gets distorted randomly along this 150 kilometer path. right? And this is a simulation. So this simulation, this third model, was the closest to what was actually observed. The point of it is that when he used the standard refraction model, it makes a prediction that because of refraction, is that these lights are separated. But that's, like I
But
said,
they're not
that's not what
separated.
that's not what they observed. So
Right.
the reason I found this, and I'm going to tell you why I found this, is because I was looking at surveying stuff, and there's a German lady who wrote her PhD thesis on making something called a dispersometer. So in surveying, they have to compensate for like all sorts of errors. So she was designing an apparatus that would measure this dispersion, right? So what you would do is you would take two lights, you'd go off like a mile away, turn them on, and you would and from a mile away, you would look at those lights through this dispersometer, and it would measure how, they'd be two different wavelengths, right? And you would measure how much they're separated when you observe them. So say they're separated by a millimeter. You can, from the model, you can say, oh, if light travels this far and it's separated by this amount, there's this amount of refraction. You can actually deduct refractive index from how far apart the light is separated. So she designed this device. And you know what? It don't work.
Doesn't hold water.
Because there's no refraction. Because their assumption doesn't hold. You can actually Google it. They've been trying to make the first patents like from the 60s. They don't work. And they don't work because the model's wrong.
Yep.
So I'm gonna post I'm gonna post the papers. But also the other thing they found out about when he modeled the standard refraction with these three different wavelengths, that there's so much refraction in the standard model, is that you would actually have to aim up to get it to go across. Yeah, you would have to aim the laser up at like a 45-degree angle to get it to actually hit the target on the outside. Because you got to remember, light bends down through the denser medium. That means it can't just like brush the horizon, because then how would it go back up, right? So these are between mountains. So if the light just like grazed the horizon, how would it get back up to 2,000 foot elevation? Because that is not the denser medium at 2,000 feet. So you actually have to go higher than what you're aiming at.
I think
so you have to aim up.
I don't like to get into all the complicated technical stuff. I know you've done a lot of research, but I just try to keep things simple myself. I think that the simple fact is the refraction is applied after the observation, not before. You know, you do the observation and then you put that on top of a picture of a globe and say, well, there must have been this much refraction. Well, really, you have to go out and then you have to say how much refraction there is before you do the observation. As,
Well, Chad, I agree 100%. But the point I'm really illustrating is that the so-called standard refraction model can't actually predict anything. So that's how you judge whether a model works. Yeah, exactly. All models are tested against reality. So what Feynman said, if your theory doesn't match experiment, it's wrong. And that, he said, is the essence of science. That's literally it. Have a theory, hypothesis, model, test it against the world, and if it doesn't match it, it's wrong. Because there's no, like, if you ask any glober, they say, oh, refraction lets you can see that far. If you just ask them for any peer-reviewed published paper, any data, any measurements that validate that model, they can't give you anything.
Yep. So
given
Globers think they have a rhetorical.
The burden of proof is on them to prove it exists. But they try to reverse the burden of proof. They try to just like hand wave the burden of proof. Oh, refraction exists. Look, a pencil in a glass of water. Yeah, we know it exists. That's not the point. Does it exist in this case? That's the point.
I don't think it's a question of whether it exists. I think it's whether it's what they say it is. You know, we know that nobody's denying that light bends through the air. The question is, which direction does it bend and how much?
Well, the thing about the turbulence model is that it's random. So, like, it'll go up and down. But if you make a long time series measurements, it's going to average to nothing. Right? So sometimes it'll be like, you know, a small fraction of a degree up. The next second will be a small fraction of a degree down. And it'll just oscillate back and forth like this. And this is what, I mean, this isn't the only, like, evidence that I have. There's also another, they did this terrestrial, they did another test that they used what's called 2-frequency LiDAR. So what they measured, though, was the actual angle of arrival that the light arrived at the theodolite. And what they found is that the maximum, what?
I remember you were going on about how different colored light bends to different degrees. Is that part of it?
Yeah.
If you have a red light, that's obviously going to bend a lot different to a blue light. We know. Well, we say we know that seems to be accepted when we put things through.
It's not that it'll bend. Listen. It's not that it'll bend a different amount.
That's how we can know whether the light's bent or not, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not that it bends a different amount. It's that the light. Okay, so refraction is the speed of light in the medium, right? So if you have a blue laser and a red laser, right, they're traveling different speeds, right? So when one starts curving, right, bending down, and then the other one starts bending down, it's not in the same place. It's not like it's like, well, put it this way. So I turn on the flashlight. The blue light went 1 foot. The red light only went half a foot, and then they both start turning, right? And then the other one goes 2 feet, another foot. So now it's at 2 feet, and then the other laser's at 1 foot, and they both turn by the same amount. So you can see that one is losing distance and turning at the same rate. So they can't possibly affect the same target.
The red light being longer wouldn't bend so much. Is that right? Or am I got it the wrong way around?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Listen, they're going to bend. Listen, the amount they refract is the same, but that is not just like the only consideration. It's because one is just taking a totally different path. It's not taking the same path through the medium. It's taking a completely different path, and it's going slower.
Yeah.
Now, given everything you've just said, Indio, how do I phrase this question? How is this knowledge used in real life regarding the behavior of light? You know, the reality as opposed to the standard model, which you just explained the refutation of. So given that the standard model is wrong, and which you explained,
don't use the standard model in real life. It's not used for anything.
Okay.
Just to butt in,
there's no practical application that uses it.
Just to butt in, we were trying to do a flat Earth interview for Flurfer, and then he started talking about refraction. And you went off.
Don't be sorry.
On the whole refraction stuff, which is great info, but it kind of.
All I heard was he wanted the info, so I was just like, you know me.
You know.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, if you can DM me good refraction info, I'd appreciate it, please.
Okay, so why is this so super relevant to the conversation? So rhetorically, Globers will often concede many points, but when they get to a point where they think the flat earthers have no answer, they say, oh, I could believe in your flat earth if I just could see the edge. Or I believe in your flat earth
if you just had an explanation for refraction. But you see, the problem is they have an explanation about refraction. They have an explanation about the edge of the Earth, which is the horizon. Okay, they're the ones who have explanatory claims. And by what that I mean, they just make explanations. They don't actually validate it. So they make a claim that refraction is curving light around the Earth so that they can see or observe or test things that normally to any rational person would just say, oh, obviously the Earth is flat. But they say, no, my friend, you forgot that the Earth is a globe and that light is curving around it. Now they make this claim, they present to you a model that could validate the claim in your mind, like, oh yeah, I see how that makes sense. But where's the validation in reality? So they will say this idea, yes, I think, being intellectually honest, that I could believe you, but you'd need to explain refraction first. Okay, where's the validation on the globe side that the refraction that they need to exist exists? It doesn't happen. There's no proof, there's no evidence, there's no nothing. In fact, the only evidence you're ever presented is just the claim that refraction exists. Maybe the claim of Snell's law, just saying Snell's law, it exists. Or going to like Walter Bislin's calculator, putting in the observation data, right? And then sliding a scale that says refraction, and they just slide it left and right until they get an amount that satisfies the curve rate, right? None of that has to do with actually testing it in reality. So lo and behold, as India was explaining, there is tests done in reality that show the opposite. So they have nothing but an explanation. We have positive evidence that their explanation is false.
Which is, like I was plainly stating earlier, one has held the burden of proof, the empirical data, and the globalists have not and cannot.
Exactly. Now, why this is so palpable is because most of these arguments from the globe side is rhetorical. Like, they don't really care. They're just trying to get you into a thing that you can't explain. And then they'll say, well, you don't have sufficient explanations, right? And they'll
Thinking
even
that if
come
they
in.
baffle you, then they've proved their position when that does not follow.
Yeah. They'll even come in and pretend to be conceding points or even pretend to be flat earthers up until the point where they get us in this gotcha where we don't have an explanation.
Well,
I do want to stress as well, but
before we go on, some people think that an explanation is required before they can change their opinion about facts. For example, we had one in the other day. He said, oh, I don't want to give up the globe model because it just has so many answers and so many explanations. And until you have as many answers and explanations, then it's not satisfying. All right, go ahead.
All false criterion for knowledge.
That's the thing is, I'm like, why would I need a flat Earth model to explain or prove flat Earth? Why would I need all the answers? Like, isn't the point of finding the truth is to explore, not to be like, oh, I know everything, and I'm just gonna make assumptions.
You don't need exhaustive knowledge about creation in order to know that the Earth is flat. That's a stupid criterion. Unless you're omniscient about all nature, then you can't prove that the Earth is flat. That's ridiculous.
The thing is, with them, they make assumptions, and we can debunk the assumptions and then find out the proofs later. And the thing is like we don't really have an explanation for everything.
Of course not. Neither do they.
People are like, oh, why don't you guys have a flat Earth model? You guys should have a real map of Earth and all this. I'm just like, no.
Like, in order for our particular answer to the question, is the Earth flat or curved, we need to be omniscient about nature. You're not omniscient about nature, so you feel your own criterion for knowledge. No.
Well, the paradigm goes with the observations. So they're saying, do you have observations to go with your paradigm? Because supposedly on the globe side, they feel like we have this paradigm, this just so story we're telling ourselves, and it appears to account for these observations. Do you guys have a similar thing or not? And that's a fair question. But a lot of the stuff that's quote unquote globular can easily be explained just as easily.
It's not fair because the observations aren't congruent with their believed reality.
And the globe doesn't explain the lack of curvature that we're not saying. What was that, Fluffer?
to learn is to unlearn. Like you
Well,
can't assume that the sun is 93 million miles away and is a giant gas ball and all that kind of stuff.
It
You
doesn't
gotta
justify
unlearn
it.
listen,
that.
listen. I want to explain something to them. Having a model is actually a weakness. Okay, they say, "Oh, why don't you have a model?"
Yeah,
They have a model because they have no measurements. So they
by
have to have
having a
a
model, they
theoretical
have
model
to
with
have
a where.
level of
Listen,
proof.
they don't have a model about the Earth. They have a model about the celestial bodies and the sun and the sky and all that shit and physics, right? So they got physics models. They have models of what stars, celestial bodies do because they have no measurements of the Earth. You understand? They have a model. The model is like this. There's gravity. Gravity forms balls, right? So I have this gravitational model of gravity, which is a description, not an explanation, right? And this gravity thing forms for Earth's a ball, right? So they have a model because they have to have one because they haven't measured a ball. You understand? Them having a model and no measurements is a weakness. It is not a strength.
But even more so than that, we're talking about this cosmos. We're talking about this cosmos, and so they try to have this entire exhaustive or near exhaustive model of the cosmos. But that's a red herring from the question. They're expanding the scope of the question out to the entire cosmos as opposed to just focusing on the Earth. The question is the Earth flat or curving? So, and when
Well,
they
they're trying to
respond
have a
saying, if you don't have a model of the entire cosmos, then you don't have knowledge and answer to this question. No, that does not follow. You're erroneously expanding the scope of the question to the entire cosmos as opposed to just the Earth itself. So focus on the question first. I've been saying that from the beginning of this controversy. Why do you keep talking about all these other cosmic items instead of just the Earth? The question is about the Earth.
well, the
Stop
thing is,
stop taking the attention to other things.
they're appealing to some sort of cosmological principle to make everything this woo gravity force that pulls everything into a ball. They're basically asking, well, what's the woo force that makes everything quote unquote flat from that framework of thinking? They're saying, I have this woo force of gravity that makes everything a ball. Do you have a similar woo force or not? Or do I need to think about this in a totally different way?
Yeah, do you have this knowledge of this ultimate or omnipresent physical first principle that makes everything in the cosmos, including the Earth, what it is or not? No, it's not the question.
Well,
Yeah.
models are simulations. Now let's think about it like this. Okay. You say, oh, there's a table. Someone's like, yeah, I own a table. And they show you the table. And someone's like, well, I got a model of a table. Right? Well, who has the stronger evidence? The guy with the model of the table or the dude with the table?
The table. The one with the table.
Obviously, right? So
Unless somebody can show you the schematic of how the table was made at the factory. And I guess they're trying to appeal to some sort of schematic that makes everything, this
Not
cosmological principle.
not
yeah, exactly.
unless not unless not unless because again that it goes beyond the parameters of the question or the whole reason that we're having this back and forth right now. It's
Well, I
like
would say that
either someone is claiming to have a table. One shows you their table, and another person gives you a model of a table. Like, and when I say shows you a table, I don't mean a picture of it. They're just like, here's my table, and then someone else is like, here's a model of a table.
yeah,
So when
gotcha.
you ask who has the better argument, it's not in unless. Like, there's no follow up that's gonna be
Yeah, the
justified
person
with
can't
unless.
make an appeal to even a credible authority of designing a table and answer to the question, do you have a table?
Well, people appeal to the design principle because that gives the promise of a deeper understanding, assuming somebody has this underlying principle, the schematic that was used, if any, to make the table or to make the earth this shape or that. That has deeper appeal than just the table itself, if it's, a proper schematic or whatever.
Yeah, that would be an attempt to give a justification for the thing that you have that you call a table. So if you have a thing that supposedly is a table, and then you have a credible authority, if not even the ultimate authority of knowledge, including about tables, who is giving the explanation of a table and it corresponds to the thing that you have that supposedly is a table, then you have a rock solid sound defense of your position.
Well, thank you for that piece of information, gentlemen. I shall be using this, what you have just said, in my arguments in the future with the table, the model of the table, and the actual table, who actually has the table. It's very, very good indeed. Thank you very much, guys. Excellent.
Well, the first principles is supposedly what science is trying to find. The first principles of how everything works are as close to the first principles as possible. And so this is why people say science says it's a ball, because we have this underlying principle of everything forming globular ball shapes by gravity. That's the ground principle that makes everything. Therefore, we have the proper understanding, and this other side doesn't. But we need to see if that first principle is correct or if there's something else going on here.
Yeah, science, which is really natural philosophy, a subgroup of metaphysics, and you can't have physics without metaphysics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
everyone
certainly
has a
true.
metaphysical premise. It's just a matter of what is that premise or premises.
The first principles by which other principles are derived or work, supposedly.
Right, the necessary preconditions for the reality to be the case and make it intelligible. So when they appeal, for instance, when they appeal to gravity, that's more than a physical doctrine. That's a metaphysical doctrine, especially given the way that they describe it after you Socratically scrutinize them. They end up describing a metaphysical first principle, this element in reality that you would think has XYZ implications, XYZ consequences, but the way they describe it, it behaves as though it is a person selecting the things that it chooses to act upon. But yet it's still impersonal. So it's an impersonal force that is behaving personally, making intelligent selections discriminately. Hence the discrepancy.
It's an emergent property of gravity. It just kind of happens.
Right, and
Like
then they
they
just
got it
appeal
over.
to gravity as though it's a brute fact, and they have no justification, they have no account for this gravity, especially when the beginning of their cosmogony is nothing.
Dude, they can't even tell you if it's the cause or the effect. You want to see them chase their tail? Ask them if it's the cause or the effect. Is gravity the cause of the effect of falling? Just ask them that question. Watch them just spin and spin and spin.
And they won't get dizzy.
No, they won't.
I guess
I get amused when they come in here and they're like, "Yeah, science for 2,000 years has proved the Earth's a globe," but their metaphysics says you can't know anything. That one always blows me away.
And they get irritated when you bring up this point, but their rhetoric, the way they speak, science says, science says, science says, that's equivalent and synonymous to any other theist, but appealing to the ultimate authority of knowledge, their God. So science has become their God, hence scientism and scientists of scientism. And who particularly is quote unquote science? Who is the God? Who is science? Who is knowledge? It's the giants of the shoulders of the giants they supposedly stand upon, and the current epistemological dictators of academia.
Well, you ask them who the giants are, and they don't even know that. It's some
And they
nebulous.
don't see the giants.
Even that is a concept. Even that's a concept. Like there's nothing even solid there. When you start asking them, oh, science, that's like which science? Who's a scientist? What experiment did they do? When did they do it? They don't even know that. So it's like their worldview
They have no
is just
understanding of the history of
nebulous
science.
fluff.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing. Zero, zilch.
It's amazing also when they appeal to science, because they're more times than not, they are atheists, which are really anti-theists, which are really misotheists of some kind. When they talk about science, they have no idea. They are totally oblivious to the fact that all the while, throughout the entire modern era, throughout even the Renaissance and the Enlightenment era and the so-called modern era, the 20th, 21st century, while they're this humanistic pretended autonomous, irrationalist nonsense is going on. They are disputing the very fundamental principle, the one and only fundamental principle which makes science possible, the inductive principle, the uniformity of nature. So while they're going on and on and on and on and on, including about the cosmos, at the same time, they doubt the very fundamental principle that makes any and all science, which they truly call or falsely call possible, the inductive principle, especially after the work of Bertrand Russell, and even also before him, the work of David Hume.
Well, it's because
Now,
they
I'm the
think
kind
the
of
law of
person that likes to get to the heart
non-contradiction
of the
is an
matter.
optional. Well, they think the law of non-contradiction is just optional, that they can use it or not use it.
Yeah, especially
They
now
literally
with
think this. It's like,
quantum theory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a wave. It's a particle. It's a wave. No. Because if you have the right to suspend logic, then you don't. But I said I do. No, you don't. Gregory, do you have crud in your ears? I said I don't accept logic, but you do. Because if you reject logic, then you have no justification to demand consistency from me or anyone else. So if you do, if you don't. I reject logic. You accept logic. And you must be consistent and not contradict yourself.
yeah, well, you're just in the rabbit hole once you go there. And just like, it's just, there's the Cheshire Cat. Where's,
Yeah. I mean, when we're talking about science, we're talking about, again, we're saying this anglicized version of the Latin word scientia, knowledge. We're talking about knowledge. When you talk about knowledge, you talk about epistemology. And epistemology presupposes metaphysics, and metaphysics presupposes axiology, value theory. They presuppose one another. So you can't help but get to metaphysical matters and axiological or ethical matters when talking about science because it's epistemology. But if their epistemology is internally incoherent, they can't justify claims to knowledge.
well, I mean, we're talking about a worldview of people. Well, we're talking about people whose worldview is shaped by photographs and video. Their entire worldview is
Bluntly,
shaped by little flashing lights on the idiot box.
To put it kindly.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
a little
think about that. Like they plug a box with flashing lights into the wall, right, and stared at it, and now that shapes your entire worldview. Like that is beyond insane, man.
And then they also love to stick to the idiocy of empiricism when empiricism cannot be empirically verified. The only thing we only know things by our sense experience or by our observation. Did you gain that knowledge via observation or any other sense experience? No. You immediately fail your own criterion of knowledge.
Well, they get offended when we suggest they go do an observation. They go like, "How dare you?"
Right. They simultaneously subscribe and unsubscribe to empiricism. Again, the violation of non-contradiction.
For Danny, if you want to post in text chat in the live stream, it is customary to also be in voice in the live stream. So it's nice that you have input, but can you back it up in voice?
So, are you finished with Flurfer?
Yeah, I gave Flurfer the Flat Earth role because I also heard he had a interview earlier, and that went kind of like the same way as now. And Twad explained the situation to me, so I gave him the role. And Yes,
Yes, you don't seem like a fake.
A flat earther.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
thanks,
I
man.
agree.
I
Yeah,
have to go
he
now
also
because
runs a
got to do a
sorry.
work, so gotta head out, man. Sorry about that.
No problems.
Yeah, Flurfer also runs a Telegram flat Earth group. So there's benefit there for both of him and the server here. We can share, links, and he can direct traffic our way and we can direct traffic his way, kind of thing. So he's shared plenty of content with me and other members in the server, which we've personally posted on the server, and some of them are his own demonstrations, like of perspective and other things. So I've got no problem with him.
You got a link with Messenger or Telegram or anything?
I can grab that. Yeah, I can grab that.
Yo, Danny, we don't bite. Come on in. You can type all you want, but at some point, the typing in the live stream text chat will get you cocked if you don't get into the live stream. Simple as that.
It's also way more efficient if you're gonna sit there and debate and dispute stuff. Then it's way more efficient to just be in voice. It's not like you're gonna post evidence for any of your claims anyway. Let's not kid ourselves.
Hey, Danny, welcome. Thank you for dropping in the live stream. Can you explain what you posted and why it's relevant?
A little bit ago, India was talking about refraction in the atmosphere, and he asked the question, when was this ever tested? When was it ever measured? And I just gave two links to tables that were done just that way. Bessel did one in 1836. There were some others done in Pulkova Observatory starting in 1870. Went through several editions. 1898, I linked the one from Greenwich Observatory as well.
That's astronomical refraction. That's astronomical refraction.
That's dealing with refraction at large zenith distances, that is near the horizon, which is exactly what was being talked about, is refraction of objects at low elevation. These sort of things have indeed been measured.
Okay. Now, if I look in there and there's no data from actual measurements, what instrument did they measure it with?
These were done with telescopes. The actual methodology is quite complicated, and you are correct that it is astronomical refraction, but the last bit of that is what's normally called terrestrial refraction as well. Those sort of things have been measured. It's buried in the literature many times because the information was collected and analyzed a very long time ago. Bessel was doing this work almost 2 centuries ago. That not a lot has been done in more recent years measuring these because the data do exist. They're not easy to find because they are buried in the literature. The one paper that people like to quote from an astronomer, I think at San Diego State University, his name is slipping, Young, I believe,
Andrew Thomas Young.
Young. He was taking a different approach than what others people did. Smart in his text on spherical astronomy in 1931, almost 100 years ago, had a very good treatment of it. Very different from Young's treatment, by the way, in the sense that it doesn't assume a radius of the Earth. But this is the sort of thing that's been studied extensively for some time. Now, doing terrestrial refraction is
yeah. I know it's been studied for a long time, and there's no predictive model. So, I mean, what are you talking about? So I'm going to read like 10 citations in a row for you, right? Peer-reviewed citations. Did you read any of the documentation that I posted? Did you read any of that?
I have not looked at it yet, but what I was objecting to initially was your claim that dispersion is occurring with terrestrial refraction. And I was originally asking you to quantify that to see if dispersion is indeed an important factor. Until you do that, you're just simply making an assertion about dispersion.
No, I posted it. I posted peer-reviewed papers.
The amount of dispersion.
The amount of dispersion, yeah. So on a 150-kilometer path, using standard refraction model, using the US 1976 standard atmosphere, and that's lapse rate, showed that the 3 lasers that they used in this combat experiment, right, would have been separated by 4 meters each. And they picked a 3.5 meter telescope, right? So obviously that is beyond the fraction limit of that telescope. It's basically separated, by 10 meters in total, and the telescope is 3.5 meters wide.
I think you're misunderstanding what that means. Now, I have not read.
Yeah, sure I am. Listen, don't try gimmicks, dude. The tried and true trope. Flat earthers don't understand what it means. Ain't gonna fly here. Not gonna fly. So address what I just said, and don't just address what I said.
Are you honestly telling me that you read those papers and you understood them?
Yeah, dude, I have a science degree, fuckwit. Okay.
What kind of science degree?
I have a degree in computer science from Boston University. I took physics 1 and physics 2.
Okay.
So why wouldn't I understand them? Why wouldn't I understand them? Tell me why you think I wouldn't understand them.
Because
what do you think? I just randomly type refraction in the Google Scholar and just pull them out my ass?
These papers are generally rather involved and technical and not easy for the average person to understand. In fact, impossible for the average person to understand. I honestly have not read these papers. I will take the time to look at them, but it's going to take me quite a while to digest them. My point is
they're not really difficult to understand. Maybe you're underestimating other people's ability.
My point is dispersion occurs when you have a large amount of refraction occurring, and the amount of terrestrial refraction is extremely small. We're talking about fractions of a degree of refraction. It's not much, and in that situation,
but over a long optical path, it amounts to much. We're talking 150 kilometer thick lens. Okay.
All right. Look, I'll tell you what. I don't want to get into protracted debate. I will look at those papers.
I have a question, Danny, real quick, if I could.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is Danny Faulkner?
Yeah.
Oh,
Danny.
Wow. So why don't you explain to me why you use the fallacy in your little thing on the Black Swan? So you said this is a cherry picking fallacy, and then you said that means what they said was false. That's the fallacy. And then you kept typing until that they're lying.
I don't live near a large body of water, but when I have been to a large body of water and I've attempted these types of experiments myself, I don't get the same sort of results.
Hey, have you visited the horizon to totally make sure that your claim about what's happening at the horizon is actually happening at the horizon? Can you visit it, or is it just optical?
Well, it's just really weird that you say that, because the very first time I ever went to test something, I went down to Boston Harbor. I watched a boat sail from 6 miles away out to 30 miles, was tracked with marinetraffic.com, so I know the coordinates. The coordinates are tracked by a radar station in Gloucester. I watched that boat go all the way out to 30 miles. I could see it with my naked eye the whole time. I went back 2 months later, made the exact same observation again. So I don't know how you're not getting these results. I actually question your honesty after the shit you posted, implying that we're liars. I don't appreciate that shit. You call people liars, man, unless you have evidence they're lying.
And he's not even trying to be a jerk about it, Danny. He's serious. This is,
and I'm talking about a specific thing. In that Black Swan article, you started off, you said they cherry-pick data. Actually, you cherry-pick data, because if you look at the date when you posted your thing, Danny, and then you look at the Black Swan, he had made 2 more observations that comport with the initial observation, right? If you look at if you use your head and think for a second, right? He did that first observation in 2016. Now look at all his videos. He'd only made 2 or 3 observations. It's a rare observation. After that, he has many, many, many more videos. And those videos comport with the observation that he initially thought was rare. So you have 3 videos that show the horizon behind the oil rig. You have 1 showing it below the horizon. So, like, who's cherry picking here? But that's not really my problem. My problem is that you said it's cherry picking, but you said their conclusion is false. That using a logical fallacy doesn't mean that your answer is false. It just means that you can't prove the proposition using that formal structure.
I have watched
using that formal argumentation.
I have watched the 2016 video you're talking about several times.
Yeah.
And in the video, he admits that most times when he does the experiment, he gets he got results that were consistent with a spherical Earth. He said though on a
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
That's what he posted.
He didn't say no. He didn't say consistent with a spherical Earth. You just inserted that.
He didn't use that word consistent, but the meaning he had.
He didn't say spherical Earth. He didn't say spherical Earth at all. He didn't use spherical Earth.
All Earth. He referred to a curved Earth.
Okay. Anyway, but you heard how I explained that, right? That those observations, if you look at the dates in the video, he made that observation in 2016. I think there's only 2 videos he had ever even made before that. He has a lot more videos. You wrote that piece in February of 2020. I went and checked. He had 2 more videos when you wrote that paper. So if you went through his whole channel, your body of evidence from his channel would have been 3 videos that are consistent with the Black Swan and 1 that's inconsistent with the Black Swan, right? So who's cherry picking?
I went to the 2016 video because that is the video from which
that's the image. I understand that.
The quote unquote Black Swan photo came from. And in that video, he stated that usually he gets results that are consistent with the Earth being a globe. I'm looking for the screenshot I took of that. I'm having difficulty finding it.
Look, I've seen the video. It's fine. Listen, I've seen the video. You don't have to show it to me again. I've seen it. I understand that. But what is cherry picking, right? You took one video, and you used that. But listen, you can have your own opinion about all that. I don't care. My problem is when you go to calling us liars. I don't like that shit. Okay?
Did I call you all liars?
No. You started off with they use a cherry picking fallacy, therefore it's false. And then it goes on to say, yeah, flat earthers, they don't peer review, they don't check their stuff, then they end up spreading false information, and then somehow you got into lying. How did that become lying? Flat earthers are lying. There's a difference between being wrong and lying. Okay? And there's a difference between using a logical fallacy and being wrong. But anyway,
the difference between
you just do me a favor. Don't throw that word around like that. How about that?
Which word is that?
Please.
Lying.
Calling people liars. In my experience, globe earthers are the liars. In my experience.
I can't recall if I used that word. Perhaps I did. I don't remember. But I actually use that word?
Typing, when you were typing.
I'm pretty sure. Listen, I'm positive. I actually read it in this stream. I'm so irritated by it because in my experience, globe earthers are liars, dude. I can't even. It's unimaginable the amount of times that I've been lied to here. It's literally unimaginable. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. I suggest you read those papers. They're not highly technical. Okay,
I'll try to do that. That's fine. That's fine.
So I'll tell you what happened. See, they went and they did the test, right? They took their gimbal, shined 3 lasers between the Hawaiian Islands. This dude, David Bricker, he wrote his master's thesis, and his master's thesis was an analysis of the experiment, right? So he was going to try and model it. So the first thing he tried was the standard refraction model, and he discovers they shouldn't even been able to see the 3 lasers in the telescope because they're spatially separated. Not only that, is that because of refraction, they would have had to angle the lasers upward in order for it to actually strike the target. So he abandoned that model, and he went to combined wave optic wave model. That model didn't, when he uses that in simulation, that also didn't lead to accurate predictions of the predictions that match the data, a model that matched the data. So then he went to a turbulent space screen model, and that, even though there were problems with it, that more closely matched the data. Okay, so I'm just giving you the background of how this was developed. He didn't model it, and then they did the experiment. They did the experiment, and then when they went to analyze it using a standard model of refraction, they found that they should not even be able to perform the experiment in the first place if the model was correct. Which must have been quite a shock.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. I got to run, but I enjoyed talking to you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Oh, Danny, if I can just have 30 seconds of your time, I can link you to a recent video that was released 2 months ago.
Or maybe not. I don't know. I can't see the chat. Fucking highly technical. Bullshit.
He's still in the panel. He hasn't disappeared yet.
Drop the link, Jen.
I just don't. I don't know. I don't think this shit's highly technical. I think it's pretty fucking simple.
Well, not even that, but if you're reviewing a video and be critical about it, then would you not at least repeat what is done in the video to actually experience the thing that you're, reviewing? That would be a peer review, and then understand exactly what is going on because you have the experience and not going off just some YouTube video and the limited information that you have on that.
I doubt he did any tests, quite honestly. I don't know who point blank asked him. Someone in the chat point blank asked him.
That would be like being rigorous in your investigation and, being intellectual honest to actually have reviewed it as given.
Well, I mean, there can always be one-off observations. I mean, that's not a mystery. You can always have like an anomalous data point, right? But the oil rig being hidden is actually the anomalous data point. He's trying to go with what that guy said. Yeah, that's what that guy said in 2016, but it's 2022, okay? It's 6 years later. He's taken a lot more video. But Danny wrote his paper in February of 2021. So, I don't know. called spinning a narrative.
Oh,
You
so the
think like you would
observation.
evaluate all available information and not cherry pick, and then accuse the other guy of cherry picking. That's the crazy part.
Right, yeah, and the observation is consistent with the globe expectations, the globe which he hasn't proven.
Well,
Does
I
that
was,
fit?
I didn't, yeah, what he was saying about those tables, they're really old. He's actually not correct. They've done tests of terrestrial refraction. I have them. I have papers. I have plenty of them.
Yeah, but is terrestrial refraction not begging the question because they use a radius value in there? That is the point of this whole discussion.
Yeah, I mean, technically, yes, they're using a radius value. They're assuming a curved atmosphere. That's why I asked them, like, how did they measure it? Bessel freaking lived like 200 years ago. The precision of the instrument he used probably wasn't even within like a half a degree. I would doubt it. And I doubt they're using astronomical tables by fucking Bessel, in 1850 or 1820 or whatever. But to say that the reason we don't know about them is because these tables were done so long ago, and us flat earthers, we're just not hip. See, when they start saying these things, Professor Dave does this little trick too. Oh, we figured this out a long time ago. You guys are just incredulous. You just can't believe it. No, guess what, dude? Yeah, they wrote that stuff down a long time ago. But you know what? You can go on Google Scholar, and they're still doing measurements of refraction now. Why? Why would they still be doing it now if it was figured out 200 years ago? What are they reinventing the wheel every 2 years?
I think they really doubt their peers. If they have to do it over and over again.
No, but it's not that they doubt their peers. It's because their model's wrong. Just think about it, right? Someone comes out with a table and the table makes all these predictions. Why are still people trying to model it? Why are they still publishing papers for like 100 years after this guy published his to try and quantify this? Because that model's wrong. Otherwise, why would they be doing it?
In Dutch, we have a word called bezigheidstherapie. It's basically keeping people occupied with bullshit and making sure those people don't think about actual stuff and be occupied with nonsense. And that's why they reproduce and retry things that they themselves think is correct.
Well, the rhetorical gimmick, man, is just, yeah, why reproduce things, right? Just rely on other people. But apparently there's a group of people that aren't relying on those other people.
Yeah, and you can, if you openly doubt other people, then you can bash their heads in with whatever book you have. But, if you're in the club, then yeah, sure, you can repeat it. Here's your funds. Do it over again. Because if you repeat this way, you will get these results. And if you don't, then, we're going to bury one or the other. But that depends on your results.
prior to the black swan argument, was it ever claimed by Globers that that refraction would give that effect or give that result of the black swan? Was that ever claimed?
I've heard Globers say if they had a big enough telescope, they could see their own ass. That the light would go all the way around the Earth and they'd be able to see their own ass. Yes, they've said
ridiculous.
things
Just
like
wow.
Well, actually, I use that in my toilet just to make sure I'm clean.
Thank God for refraction.
Thank God for refraction. It helps, my hygiene.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
No more skid marks.
He was alluding to that flat earthers don't have any intellect. We can't understand anything. That's what he said, beyond the ordinary person.
I know the gimmick, dude. It's a gimmick. It's a trope. It's just, look, it's called a poisoning the well fallacy. That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was trying to poison the well.
Yeah.
Oh, these tables. So I'm going to read some stuff. We'll see, just to demonstrate that this dude full of manure. So oldest one of these. So all these are contemporary. The oldest one I think was written in 2004. These are all citations from papers on refraction. And let them say whether they think they figured it out. Refraction is a detrimental problem in terrestrial optical measurements and can be regarded as a major source of systemic errors in the precise determination of distance and direction.
Hey.
Yeah, sounds like they figured that out. Yeah. If the vertical temperature profile is unknown, then the refraction coefficient cannot be reliably determined. Some surveyors may customarily use an average value, perhaps being unaware of the risks involved with such a simplistic assumption. Variations in refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of a wide range of sizes, and they include both variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence that cannot be accounted for by any deterministic model. A deterministic model is just like a typical mathematical model where you can plug, like if you know the variables, you can plug them in and then they spit something out. An indeterministic model is something like quantum mechanics, where it's just a probability of making an observation. Now, these guys are explicitly saying that no deterministic model can be made. I mean, I got more. I got way more than this. Atmospheric refraction is both an astronomical irritant and an intellectual puzzle. A major problem for observational astronomers since Ptolemy, it still baffled Newton, who consumed nearly a year of his life finding a correct understanding of the problem in order to aid the astronomer John Flamsteed. Despite its complexity, it has been a delightful puzzle for students of optics and mathematics and for the armchair astronomer.
They're lying here. They're lying here. They're overcomplicating it with the words they use and the language they use, because it's not that complicated. And what we see is what we see. They're deliberately trying to say you can't take what you see for face value. I mean, when there's no geometric horizon and you're seeing beyond that, well, there's your problem, mate. The specifications of the globe doesn't fit what I'm able to see. Yeah? But
the complication is that if they use their assumption, right? Ball Earth assumption, their models don't work. And they have to keep looking.
Of course they do.
They can't admit that they're wrong. You think they're going to go, oh, my refraction. We've used these 5 refraction models and none of them work. Maybe the Earth's not a ball. They can't do that.
No, that's right. And that's where they start to lie.
And that's how you keep the bright minds busy with bullshit.
Exactly. And then they bring out the old, dust off all the old names, Newtons and the like, Einsteins, and flow the dust and bring them out onto the table, and you have to confuse yourself with their shit as well. Huh? Name dropping.
So they're basically saying in that the data doesn't give a pattern which is any sort of pattern that they can use to predict with. Is that right?
Exactly.
Basically, what they are saying is that you are always, from the surface of Earth, are dependent on the weather system that you are enveloped in. And that weather system is,
under flux.
dynamic, and thus you cannot model it for the moment that you are in it.
You can't. Because it's constantly changing in front of your eyes by the second, by the minute, by the half hour, by the hour. It's just continuously changing. You can't. How can you model that? How could you calculate that? How?
Yeah, and they get people busy trying to figure that one out, even though it is near impossible to predict the weather and all the minute subtleties. So then they make you dependent on the authorities that have the power to go into outer space and give you more clear images of those things in space. So you have to believe the other guys that are beyond that problem. So, the earthly ground-based astronomer will always pull on, but, the Hubble telescope or whatever they have now
The James
is
Webb
being more correct than their own.
No, it's the James Webb. Soon to be another one coming up in a couple of years' time. Maybe in 2 years, there'll be another one joining the James Webb. I've forgotten the woman's name. Famous American woman. It's going to be named after her.
Curie?
What's her name?
Curie?
Could be. I don't know. Not her. But it's an old lady anyway. And I think she's since passed. She's going to get a telescope named after her. I think it's going to be launched in 2026. Was the launch date, but that might be revised and moved back a year or two, but that's what they said. James Webb was 10 billion, so I think this is going to be like 2 billion or something. Not as expensive, not as big, but it's going to be going out there. And then the Hubble, which by now it should have crash landed by now, because the last time that was serviced was 2009, and it was lifted 10 miles up from its position to give it more depth in that orbital decay. But they said even with that, it should have decayed by 2022. So we're in the year. So surely within the next few months, we're supposed to be seeing this streak of molten metal. Okay, that'll be the Hubble telescope dying. But who knows? I mean, I do know it's not up there. What am I talking about? I do know it's not up there. And it's going to be another giant copper ball streaking across the night sky. Dropped from an aeroplane. Copper ball with a bunch of fireworks in it.
You're right. It always
I
looks
just
like
quote
fireworks.
Andrew Thomas Young in Livestream voice text. Read that.
Yeah.
And think about what Danny just said. He's full of shit.
What? Danny was here.
Yeah, Danny Boy was here.
Quantified at the horizon, and Andrew Thomas Young says it can't be, no formula or table will give you the answer within 5 degrees of the horizon. And that's 10 solar diameters.
Yeah.
That's weird.
For a second, I thought he was coming to apologize for castigating the flat Earth community as retarded liars.
He should apologize.
It's best not to burn flat bridges.
Oh, did he try to answer the refraction thing? Maybe he heard that we were talking about earlier.
No, yeah, and he posted a few
Kind of.
links
Started talking,
in the text
started
chat.
talking about astronomical tables. What he's tried to say, oh, you guys don't know about this. We figured this out a long time ago. We have tables written by, Bezel, 200 years ago. We can definitely do this. Yeah, the literature seems to disagree with him. But if anybody wants to see the article I'm talking about where he called us liars, I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text. So you can see for yourself.
Well, I've clicked that one. I've copied that one anyway. You just posted because I've always been of that opinion that it's not possible to give you these values, and now I've got the literature for that, so I can actually slap them with the face with that as well. I mean, I'm protesting under pure logic when I actually say this. I don't give them any kind of citation, but because I know it's obvious, it's not possible. But here's it in writing.
Well, let's be clear, Jen. Okay, it is possible within a model system to give you projections and data from the model.
Right. Yeah,
okay,
but that's not reality.
The only problem is when you try to match it to reality. That's the difference.
Right, exactly. You see, and I always fall into that trap, and I'm just like going off like a supernova in their servers when they're arguing
That's
the point.
when they'll ad hoc and cherry pick, right?
Yeah. But it's nice to have one or two bits.
As long as at some point their model matches something in reality, then they can justify it.
Yeah, but
in their mind.
Yeah, so challenge to Danny Faulkner. Okay, Danny. Now, some of us more seasoned veterans in the Flat Earth community, be sure to parse the idea of lying versus misinformation. People who are misinformed themselves repeat misinformation, believing that it's true, therefore it's not a lie. Okay, we parse that out, and we don't accuse those that do that of being liars. And then we rebuke people who make that accusation by showing them the sound logic that it's not the case. So, Mr. Danny Faulkner, with your multiple degrees, professional career, whatever you want to call it, where you rest on your laurels thinking that you're intelligent and that people should listen to what you have to say, can you please, okay, go and learn the difference between lying and misinforming, and then apply it back to your editorials and submit a formal correction. Okay, that would be a start.
Yes, that'll be a start to inflating your integrity balloon, which is just like totally kaput at the moment.
Well, this is the problem. See, this is what happens with people like that and with other people. Okay, here's the thing. Flat earthers are flat earthers because they're either A, stupid, or B, a liar. In their view, it's not possible that someone genuinely believes it based on their interpretation or body of evidence that they looked at and what they believe about it and what they think is the explanation, et cetera, right? It's perfectly okay to believe something false that you've come to by what appears to you to be good reasoning, right? And a good body of evidence. You say, okay, this is the conclusion I've come to, therefore I'm going to say this is what I think it is. That's not lying. And it's also not being stupid.
That's rational reasoning, that is.
Yeah, so the people want to come in here and say, you guys are a bunch of liars or crazy idiots. Because it's not possible. In fact, many people say, they come in here, the first thing they say is, oh, I just wanted to come here to see if people actually believe this, because I don't believe that anyone believes it. I believe you're all full of crap. I believe you're all lying. I believe you're all faking.
There they say it, they call us retards. You know?
So here's something funny that I've realized is that if they actually thought we were stupid, why would you abuse a stupid person? And if I actually thought we were mentally ill or retarded, why would you abuse a mentally ill or handicapped person? Why would you do that? So they don't actually believe these things about us. They're just gimmicks. They're just like rhetorical tricks. And the other purpose is to try and shame us back into their cult.
Exactly. Shame us back into it. Yeah. Ridicule and shame, but they don't seem to realize that when you put them under pressure now and start to bring up citations, bring up some evidence, they get very flustered and annoyed. I've noticed.
Dude, I have so many PDFs on. I probably have close to 40, 45, probably in there somewhere. Going back like as far as I can go back.
Mm-hmm.
I even got some I can't even freaking read. I can only read the tables because they're in German.
Now, what's happened to Quantum Razor these days? I haven't heard or seen him around. What's happened?
He was in here 2 nights ago.
Oh, okay. All right. That's cool then.
Yeah, he's been coming in kind of later at night, like 9-ish, 10-ish.
Still firing on, is he still firing on all 12 cylinders? Is he still firing on all 32 cylinders?
Yeah, all 32 cylinders on a 6-cylinder car. Yeah, he's revving it. He's actually been pretty chill lately. Well, pretty much the Glovers have been pretty chill.
I don't like him when he's chill. No, I like him when he's raw, molten fire, metal, hot. That's what I like about queuing. When that's when he delivers it good and proper. I do like that. I don't like the rational side of it.
He reflects what he gets, but he reflects it back 10 times stronger.
Yeah.
So if they give him that little attitude, the attitude comes back 10 times stronger.
Yeah. And I like that. That's the military side firing up now. It's just pow. I think, give it to him, man.
Yeah, for example, a drill sergeant mentality might focus in on the fact that you are either ignorant or intentional when you don't seem to understand the difference between somebody saying something they believe is true that's false versus lying. And so a good drill sergeant would tear your ass up and show you how stupid you are and make sure you understand that you are the liar, that you are the stupid one. Because there's 2 choices. You either don't know that, which means you're ignorant of it, or you know it and you're intentionally misrepresenting it by calling other people liars. Right? So that means you're the liar.
You see, that's what I get into when I know someone's intelligent enough to understand both the heliocentric model and what we call the flat earth truth here, and they can give you all these other models and in-depth talk about sextants, and then when you explain to them, well, where's your evidence for this stuff? That's when I shoot them down verbally, because by this time I'm tired, because I know they're not that ignorant. They're just willfully pretending or deliberately trying to spread falsehood. They're deliberately doing it. And when you meet people like that, they're lucky they're not physically in the same room because you give them a slap. I mean, it's just a joke when they try to tarnish your character.
Metaphorically.
Yeah, metaphorically.
Okay, no threat slinging around here.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Metaphorically, they can drive you to that metaphorically because they're really striking at the very core of your integrity. And you're a person who was once a heliocentrist, and you find out the truth. That is hurtful, both psychologically and or physically, mentally. It's a slap, isn't it? It's a shock to the system to find out that the Earth isn't a globe, right? And then these individuals now are now hitting you where it hurts. That's why you end up like wanting to give them a slap. Metaphorically speaking, folks.
I just really can't stand the dumb flat earther thing. I'll tell you, some of the smartest people I've ever met in my life are in this server. No lie, dude.
No lie. I
every
second that.
single employee
Oh,
PhD, and I'm talking
I
about
definitely
every single
second that.
employee.
Yeah, I'll endorse that one. I'll endorse that for sure. You know? Huh? You know, humble people from the janitor to, you know, someone working in computers and that, they're all in here, wherever they are. And they are very, very intellectual, not knowing in what's the model and, you know, physics, science, astronomy, astrophysics, everything they know.
Just
They can
have a
argue your
conversation
point.
with one of the so-called degreed people, dude. You'll find out real quick. They went through the motions and got a degree, but there's nothing going on upstairs.
That's right. No common sense. No common.
Yep. A university degree is just an effort in gatekeeping. That's all it is.
To be honest,
Yeah.
I think this server, like from the conversations I had so far, as the people who are on here, literally I had the deepest and best conversations I ever had. Like I never had these kind of conversations ever in other areas of life.
Exactly. And if you think you were at school in your educational institutions, you would have had these kind of conversations. But we didn't, did it? They kept that a secret from us. They kept it a secret. They just parade all the famous names, the so-called scholars, yeah, all the time, and you have to look to them. You look up to them.
Right.
You know?
All
Yeah.
pre-digested. Imagine school would be about actually exploring reality with a bunch of people, and then sitting together and talking about what you have found out today, and then analyzing it. Dude, no one would be bored of school. Like people would actually want to be longer there because it's just this wonderful experience of sharing reality and what you just observed today. Like how often is it in school that when you're young, for example, they said, yeah, let's go in biology, for example, or something like that. Let's go into the woods and let's just look at certain plants and so forth. How often does this happen? For me, it never happened. Like literally just looking at reality instead of some stupid pictures in a book. What's the problem?
That's right. No, we never go out. We never go out and check. No, we don't. We either leave the classroom and you go to the observatory or you go to the planetarium. That's all you do. And the science museums. But that's it. But you don't really go into nature firsthand and let's get a firsthand. No, we don't do that. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, but we got we got a practical example of that in the server where we have a teacher, right, who teaches a subject, who's been here for years, right?
Yeah.
Is a professional, obviously, is a teacher, believes in the earth as a globe, makes videos about us and our server and flat earth in general. And then when pressed by members here, hey, when are you going to go out and test the model against reality? The answer given is, well, I don't need to do that. I'm happy and confident that my model is good. I don't need to test it against reality. Like, okay, what are you hanging around in our server for then?
Just crazy.
It is. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, at least you put out a video showing your proofs. Even if you want to ridicule us with your proofs out in the real world. Show us. That's all you got to do. Yeah. If not, be a professional. Be a professional. So you think we are ignorant of the truth? Then show us. Show us. Don't give me your words. Show me in actual reality, physically, where this is going on.
Right.
Disclose. Yeah.
And the worst thing is, especially even in kindergarten, when you're just a very small child, they keep you in this fenced area, where you have maybe a bunch of plants and some sandbox and some toys to play with, instead of literally just going into wood. Why not making kindergartens in the midst of a forest or something like that? What's the problem? Just let the kids run around. Like literally, what should happen? This world is so upside down, really, and trust me, if people would have been raised in a way where they could freely explore reality, being in a forest, being not like encapsulated, if that's the the right English term, like you are also in school afterwards or in a university. I think this would be a whole another world with a whole another mentality of people, you know.
Yes, more in tune with nature, because the people outside your front door and you go out into the sleeping masses, they are completely divorced from nature.
Yes,
That's reality. They are
exactly.
completely. Yeah.
You know, and then also this people wonder, oh, why am I getting sick? You know, why do I have this sickness and that? And it's because you're just doing the opposite of what you have been, you know, created for.
Well,
So
yeah,
no wonder.
yeah. You're in that world where you're following what the so-called experts tell you to do, and there you are, you're trapped. That's why, you see. Yeah.
Globe is just.
Let me give you a story, a short, very, very short story. Take the Van Allen radiation belts, okay, which were discovered, I think, in 1958 by James Van Allen, okay? Now, let's go back to when we were at school. When we're at school, we're learning about the planets and the stars, right? And we're learning about Earth. Don't you think they should have mentioned the Van Allen radiation belts? They should have. Yeah. I'm talking when I was at elementary school, this would be 1963, 1966, 67, 68, they're 69 have gone to the moon. So prior to going to the moon, Jim was at school, right, learning about space and everything else. The Earth is a globe, and I was spinning it. I asked my teacher after months later, because your critical thinking at my age, anyway, I wasn't that intelligent, but after playing with the ball for several months, that question came to me. Okay, it came to me. A process of eliminating people, because you keep playing. If you're thinking astutely, you will get to that point. So I asked my teacher, how comes the Australians don't fall off? She said gravity, and I learned a new word, gravity. But that's another story. The thing is, when I discovered the Van Allen radiation belts, it was in 2002 or the beginning of 2003. My son had just my second son was about to be born, okay? And I decided to look into the moon landings after shockingly discovering that the 9/11 was an inside job. That was a shock to me. Okay, now if they lied about that, let me check. Moon landings, I checked. Okay, and I'm learning that the moon landings were a hoax. My friend back in 1995, who was trying to tell me was right, so I had to make a phone call, chase him up. It took about 30 minutes to find him to say, sorry, back then in 1995, you and your mum were right, but you didn't give me enough information. That's why I lost my temper and called you all the superlatives and everything. Sorry about that. Okay, I apologize now. You were right. It was a hoax. I'm now looking into it now. Sorry about that. Goodbye. Put the phone down. So I apologize to him, yeah. And I carried on researching, and then I learned Van Allen radiation belts. And then I felt, wow, it was like a hole in my education, a big gap. Right. If they told me about the Van Allen radiation belts, I might have discovered perhaps earlier they couldn't have gone to the moon. Or I would have asked questions. How did they get through the belts? You see? So, yeah.
Right.
When they teach you, the way they teach us, they leave out everything, only what they need to keep us programmed and brought into the system, which is what you were saying, And I understand that fully, that you are right.
I have a question. You don't need to answer the question because it's rather personal, I guess. But do your children know that the Earth is flat?
Oh, they knew. As soon as I knew, 7 hours later, they knew.
Oh,
Guys, a future astronaut is a Glober. I think he wants to ask something.
Oh, please go ahead and ask any of us a question, whatever you like.
And good evening, by the way.
Good evening. What do I call you, sir? What's your name? Your username?
Well, I'm not future astronaut, but I'm Slalom.
Okay, so future astronaut or Solemn. Okay, good.
Right.
Well, so what?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, what are your questions? Do you have any questions?
I don't know. It's future astronaut. He was the one talking on the chat, on the text chat. I'm flat.
Oh, right. I see. Sorry, I'm getting you. Solomon. All right. So Solomon then.
Yeah, slalom.
Slalom. So Slalom, what are you? What are your questions today?
It's gonna be future astronaut, not me. I'm sorry.
Oh, right. I'm still getting mixed up. Okay.
Yes, you are, but no deal, no big deal.
Right. So future astronauts,
Oh,
what
my
are your
goodness.
questions to us, please?
Well, he
No
says
question.
in the text chat. He says in the text chat, how do we verify we didn't go to the moon?
Oh, okay. Okay. How do we verify we didn't go to the moon?
But is he?
Wait, hold on. Let's point out that's the wrong question to ask. The question is, how do you prove that you did go to the moon?
Okay.
I mean, it would be like asking, how do I prove Bigfoot doesn't exist? It's a stupid question.
Well,
the question is, how do you prove Bigfoot does exist? If you can't prove that he exists, then he doesn't exist until you can prove that he exists. We didn't go to the moon until you can prove that we went to the moon.
But it's here. Okay. But he's here also on the Shout Voice. So.
Wo hast du meinen Teller mit dem Salat gelassen? Hä, wie dein Teller? Ich hab gar keinen Teller mit dem Salat. Wir können einen Teller mit dem Salat stehen.
Okay, so can you give us an answer then?
So yeah, let's just point out to him. I mean, he asks us, how do we know we didn't go to the moon? Well, it's very simple. The place they say they're going to is a violation. The existence of it would violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. It states that high pressure moves to low pressure every single time. So having a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum that is of the size and scope that they say it is, next to gas pressure here on Earth, that violates the second law of thermodynamics. All of the gas down here would find its equilibrium up there. There would be very little gas down here, very little gas up there. None of us would be able to breathe or exist. We would all be dead very quickly. So it's a good thing that it doesn't exist, because then we wouldn't exist. So you cannot go to a place that is fictional. And they say that the moon is in the vacuum of space of that torr value, falling around the Earth. And so, we just know it's fictional because you can't have gas pressure without a container or a vacuum without a container. And having one that they describe next to gas pressure that they describe without a solid barrier between the two violates the second law of thermodynamics. So what I'm saying is the laws of physics are just fine. There's just simply no such thing as the vacuum of space.
Good. So let's see if he understands that. Do you understand that? Future astronaut. Does he understand that? I'm not hearing anything. Not hearing anything from the man.
No, he doesn't want to talk. He just want to type in.
Okay, type your response, Mr. Astronaut.
So he's...
But, my friend, if you want to be an astronaut for real, all you really got to do
I'm looking in
is go find a place where a car crashed into like a river and it's submerged, and then put on a diving suit and go in the car and pretend you're in space. That's pretty much the closest you're ever going to get.
Yeah, I say that to myself all the time when I go to the pool and swim for exercise. Like, I think to myself, this is the closest I'm ever going to get to zero gravity. Other than, like, maybe falling off an airplane, I guess.
Okay, so there's the obvious second law of thermodynamics violation. You have the radiation belts. There are three of them, 3 radiation belts, and then the cosmic ray particles that travel at almost the speed of 670 million 616,629 per hour. That's bloody fast.
You're roboting, Jin.
You have 4 of these your spacecraft in a monsoon. Radiation and cosmic ray particles are things that this moon mission would have to overcome. How did they overcome those obstacles? Cosmic ray particles and radiation. On the moon, it was said to have been up to 960 rems of debilitating radiation. Traveling through the Van Allen radiation belts, which there are 2 of, they contain 2,500 rems apiece. Then, back in 1962, there was a 3rd belt created by the Operation Starfish Prime. And according to Sir Bernard Lovell, he said that the radiation left behind is 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. 250,000 rems, to be precise. How did they overcome those obstacles? I wonder. And then we have Stanley Kubrick, the best film director of all time. His movie 2001 A Space Odyssey, which I think was released in 1968, is voted the best science fiction of all time. When you compare that to the 1969 moon landing Apollo missions, there are a lot of similarities that you will notice. And he actually left us clues in a movie called The Shining. And if you want to understand the scenes from said film, The Shining, a book by Stephen King, you need to watch the documentary called The Shining Code 2, which breaks down and unpacks for you each scene, explaining the relevance and the connection to the Apollo missions. Amazing. This is how we know that they could never have gone to the moon. They did it in a studio, Elstree Studio, Borehamwood Studios, Pinewood Studios, Shepperton Studios probably as well, and Studio 51 near Area 51.
I'm still trying to get over some freaking douche telling me I don't understand something that he never read. That's crazy. Does he also do book reviews of books he's never read? I think I'll do a movie review about a movie I've never seen.
What about all those ghost writers, you know?
It's just amazing, dude. Imagine somebody telling you don't understand something when they never read it themselves. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy in my mind.
No integrity.
Like Jen, you were talking about The Shining, and you never saw it, or I've never seen it, but I don't think you understand it, even though I've never seen it.
Yeah,
that's really what he did. It's that crazy.
Yeah, it is that crazy. I mean, I first saw The Shining in 2006. That's when I first saw. No. That's the Code 2 documentary. I saw The Shining when I was 19, and I summoned it up. It was a load of beep 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 movie. I'm never ever going to see.
I almost saw The Shining. I almost saw it. This is at a drive-in. I was probably like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years old. I almost saw it because I hid and I wouldn't watch it because it's a scary movie.
Yeah, but it's not. That was the thing.
When you're 5 or 6, it's terrifying. What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course. But if you were going to be terrified, there were maybe a couple of scenes, just a few scenes that might have startled you, but 95% of that movie was not scary. Little did I know, though, that it was a confession vehicle from Stanley Kubrick. Okay, so I think the film The Shining was released in 1981, I think. Let me check that. I know I was 18, 19 when I went to see it. And I just thought it was a load of rubbish. Crap movie. We went to McDonald's next door to the Hampstead Cinema. Hampstead is an affluent part of London next to Highgate, okay? And the Odeon, the Hampstead Odeon was next 2 doors down from the McDonald's. So when we came out, we went straight into McDonald's and complained about the movie. And I remember thinking, I'm never going to believe the hype again. I felt completely ripped off. It was my first rip-off feeling and disappointment after such a hype. Right? That was my first rip-off. I really felt ripped off. And I was 19, going to Paddington Technical College to become a welder.
You make it sound like Avatar.
Yeah. I was totally ripped. And I was absolutely disappointed. Right? That's why I never forgot it. And we fast forward to 2006 now. I'm learning that I was obviously doing the research into the moon landings. Suddenly this thing come up. The Shining Code 2. I said, The Shining Code 2. I remember The Shining. That was a absolutely poxy movie. Let me watch this. Let me see this. Is it the same thing? And then suddenly it's explaining everything. It was telling me about Stanley Kubrick and what, really? Well, let me bookmark that. Hang on, let me write that down. Up to this point, I hadn't seen 2001. So let me get that down. I went straight to the video shop, got the video out quickly, came back. Okay, let me carry on watching this. And man, it explained all the scenes. I got on the phone immediately to my mate and I asked them, I said, do you remember The Shining? Do you remember? Back in so-so, yeah, we went to watch it. Remember? Crap movie. Do you remember it? None of them remembered it. It was like I was talking to dead people. They weren't even interested. They weren't even interested. You know?
Hold on a second. Future, I just posted 2 videos for you. If you want to tell me how can you manage to cross over those issues, I will be glad to. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I was just saying that my friends weren't interested at all in my findings, that they never went to the moon, blah, 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 blah. They were not interested. Bearing in mind, I discovered that they hadn't gone to the moon back in 2002, 2003. So a number of years, I'm still doing the research. So I hadn't told my friends yet. But after The Shining, that was it. That was my motivation. And I was compelled to tell them because we went to see the film together. Not one of them was interested. It was like I was talking to deaf people. No response. Nothing. They didn't even remember. Do you understand? Can you imagine the shock that I felt? That they don't remember things that we did in the past. So there we are. My friends are definitely caught up in the system, okay? They're just going forward and not looking back. Whereas I've always looked back at my life. Always. Because I miss them. I miss those days. They were good days, you know? And I always look back and look at the album photos and things like that. It keeps you in tune with your past, okay? And then the music as well keeps you in tune with your past. So I felt that my friends were lost in this system and they're taken away. They've been taken away. That's how I felt. That's how I felt. Can you imagine the energy that I've got and I've discovered something and now I'm thinking my friends are going to be just as receptive because I'm a revolutionary. Literally, I have that revolutionary spirit in me, okay? Probably because I was in the army. And when you've been in the army and you realize that you're a pawn, it wakes you up. Slavery, it woke me up. So I'm a live wire. I'm expecting the same kind of energy from my friends because they always complain that the governments don't treat us good. They're not working for us. They're against us. Okay, they lied about the moon landings. Crickets. Fucking crickets. Do you understand?
I've never. It's Jen. That's something that's bothered me. I've never understood this my whole life. How there's some people that I don't know how they. I don't know how they do it. Like they go through life. They don't ask any questions. They're totally incurious. It's like They're NPCs, man. They're like non-player characters. They have no personality. They get up in the morning. They go to work. They just go through the motions like a robot.
Yeah.
It's like they have no personality. I don't. It really blows me away. Like, does your brain not work? Like, my brain is an over fucking drive. I think about everything all the time. Like, these people are so uncurious about the world. I don't understand it. I really don't.
That's
It's
right.
like, were you eating paint, dude? Like, do you have brain damage? Something wrong with you?
Right. Now, as this movie was a confession vehicle for Stanley Kubrick, released in 1980, during the making of the movie, there were several accidents resulting in fire in the studio as well. Very unusual, okay? Because Stanley Kubrick was obviously going to reveal things about the moon landings. Perhaps some people knew, and they were trying to warn him, don't do it, kind of thing. You understand?
Or maybe they kept kicking over the candles on accident when they were, doing those ceremonies with the pentagram on the ground.
That would be in the Eyes Wide Shut movie, yeah. But yeah, even that had problems as well. So, I was just like, I couldn't believe the reaction of my friends. They were just like dead. I learned a lot then. I learned a lot that was another awakening in itself. The realization that my friends are not taking in anything of their past, or they don't seem to see the connections, the importance of these connections, the magnitude of the light. I'm not a flat earther yet. Can you imagine after I told them that the earth is flat now? They think I've lost my mind. Do you know that? Jin's a flat earther. That's what I get. Who would have thought? This is what they said. Who would have thought it? Jin's a flat earther. Who would have thought it, man?
They don't realize that the joke's on them.
That's right.
Teach me how to duck it. Teach me how to duck it. Teach me how to duck it. All the bitches love me. All the bitches love me. All the bitches love me. Make it rain, bitch. Make it rain. Yeah, throw shit.
Nice.
But you see, for me, yeah, man. I'm the one
Couldn't
that's
get to the mute button fast enough.
Why they're actually always proving themselves to be, fools?
Yeah. They haven't
Is
got a
that
clue.
somehow like the outcome of continuous cognitive dissonance?
I know.
Yeah.
Is that what the globe proof has resulted in now? Is just random, just blathering idiocy.
Yeah.
Public displays of
Idiotic
idiocy.
outbursts.
Yeah.
Idiotic outbursts.
Imagine being a person who's not capable of learning new information.
Well, that's what they're like, isn't it? They sound like they've just come out of an asylum,
Yeah.
a mental institution.
Oh, you
Yeah.
guys want to hear something funny? That I just
Go on.
found really funny. So, the shooter and the galaxies. One of them's called Campanella Galaxy. Hold on, we'll screenshot it. I swear. They named it after Jaren.
They've named it after Jaren, have they?
What? We only heard part of what you said. Well, I did.
Yeah, you said something was named after Jaren.
I just was checking out this shooter game, and one of the galaxies you can travel to is the Campanella Galaxy, like Jaren.
Campanella Galaxy. Just take a screenshot, put it on Twitter. So, Jen, do you know why and Sonny too, do you know why they act like, first of all, those guys were bad musicians. They shouldn't quit their day job. But it said turning apathy into a virtue. So, right, like, it's like a race to the bottom. Like, who can care the least? Who can be the most apathetic? Who can be the most bland, tasteless thing there possibly is? No personality, nothing, It used to be like you paint your hair blue, and that was like your way of standing out. But you don't stand out when everybody's got blue hair.
Right. That's right. You don't. Yeah. Yeah. So, that was 2006 was a little bit of a shock because I was so excited that I'd actually discovered something, Yeah, look at this. And that was the reason why the film wasn't good, I just had to get everybody on the, I bring them up all. And the reaction was all the same. Not one of them remembered the time we went. They don't even remember that we went to see this film. I'm like, what? How could you forget that? We went to McDonald's. We sat down. We said that film was so fucking shit and blah, blah, blah. Especially me. I said, I'm never going to believe the hype again.
Maybe you should include the detail when they got sick from the McDonald's, and they would have remembered.
Yeah. 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 I mean, they said it was shit before I said it was shit. I goes, yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was crap. Absolute rubbish. But I don't know, it was 1980 when the film came out. So I would have been 18, going to be 19 that year. You see? So I probably saw it when I was 18. But now I'm 19 in November. So it wasn't winter, it was summertime. I was on my motorbike. All the others went by car and by bus. Brilliant day.
That's why it was scary to me, man, because I was the age Danny was in the movie.
Oh,
so, you kind of like identify the kid.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. I just thought it was a poxy movie, man. It was crap. I could not understand anything I was watching. I was like, where's the scary part of this film? I'm thinking, I don't understand. What do all these scenes mean? They didn't seem to be leading to any kind of horror experience. It was like hodgepodge. If it was there was so, all the way through the movie, I referenced this to Apollo 11, but I didn't pick that up at all. Hence the expression, eyes wide shut. Because I saw that film with my eyes open, but they were shut. Literally. I couldn't see any of that stuff. That's why I was so excited. That I found the key to the truth of the moon landings. I'm like a helium balloon by this time. And then I phoned up and I came down like a ton of bricks. Man, that was emotional roller coaster ride I went on there that day. I learned a lot that day about people's ability to recall what they hold dear and important, how dismissive they are without checking. Boy, there was a lot I had to learn there. I had to come to terms with. And I'm not a flat earther yet. That was 2006.
Allowed to talk here. Can I just say, I want to know what you guys think, because I just was in another channel and I used my I was said I talk to flat earthers, and I think they're not idiots. They're fucking really decent people. Yeah, I don't agree with the same ideas, but they're not idiots. You do, because people think that about you guys.
Yeah,
it's not true, is it?
No,
I'm spreading the word.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Absolutely.
In my case, anyway.
Yeah.
I can repair your electrics,
generalize.
I can do your plumbing, I can fucking do your car mechanically.
Anyone that generalizes is an idiot. Let's put it that way. You shouldn't generalize any group of people and make broad statements about,
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
That's just lazy thinking.
Yeah.
I gave 12 and a half years of my time as a volunteer worker, youth worker in central London, for those who are disadvantaged kids. 12 and a half years. I've raised money for said youth club via the London to Brighton cycle rides. I'm in London to Brighton cycle ride charity rides, raising money for the cancer research, which I'm never going to do again because they don't use the money for research. But
to be fair,
I wasn't aware of that.
You did more than most, didn't you? So that's good.
I've done a lot. Yeah, I've done a lot.
Yeah. You can have that attitude. If you've done a load of work for something and you go, right, fuck them, they didn't treat me well, bollocks.
Yeah.
At least you've done more than me and most people here, to be honest.
I've done a lot.
So, you know,
I'm
all
here
good,
here
isn't
in
it?
Japan where I teach English.
Still hold
right?
your head high.
How you
That's what
doing? Here in Japan, I mean, if a child has got a cold or the adult student has to work overtime, they give me a ring and I refund them every single yen. I make no money from sick children or people who have to do overtime. 100% refund. And no other school does that in Japan, they say. I said, that's fine. It's an appreciation of the fact that you've called me and you're not able to come. Fine, because you're working. No problem. Or your child is not well. I don't want to make money like that, I said. So I can refund that to you, no problem. I wouldn't want to pay money if my child was sick and unable to go to the lesson. Why would I expect to pay for that? You see what I mean? You know, that's what I said to them. And they said they don't do that in Japan. I said, well, I do that here. You know, don't worry.
Do you want to know what the main difference between a flat earther and a globe earther is? There is one key difference.
No, I'm interested in, you said, what's
we've,
the difference?
We've actually tested the model. That's the difference. We've actually tested the model. That's the difference.
Yeah.
No, but what am I called to you, flat earthers? What is my name? What am I? I
would call you a heliocentrist.
Globe earther, globe earther.
It
depends on how you act. There's variations of globe earthers. You could be a globe
I'm
earther.
genuinely interested and totally.
Yeah. So if I were to call you I use the word the heliocentrist. That means you believe in the heliocentric model.
Heliocentrist. Okay, yeah, I've heard that before. That makes sense. I've heard that.
Yeah, that's what I call you. You know, that's because you believe in the heliocentric model. Now, I used to believe in that.
So far, I mean, I'm not set up. I mean, part of me really, for this channel, wants to do an amazing thing, and I'll just make it. But I'll spend a load of money, a load of my Bitcoin, buying a fucking balloon with a camera on it and send it up. Would you? If I did that, would you? I imagine you'd watch that. Yeah, of course you would.
But it doesn't prove anything. Doesn't really prove anything.
You might be blown off into this fucking sea or something. Who knows?
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube. His name is Dwayne Kellum, and he's launched 27 something balloons or
all right, I'm
lots
not
of
doing
balloons.
it then.
Yeah.
It sounds like a bullshit idea. Obviously, the weather gets involved.
So even according to the globe model, there should be no curvature visible from the altitude of a high altitude balloon. 128,000
no,
feet
hang on.
is not high enough.
Hang on. I don't mean to be rude because I never.
No, I'm just saying that that type of test
weather
is not
that's going on. If it was a flat Earth, then I should be able to send a balloon up. It should be fine. It should.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
It should be blown anywhere.
What I'm saying is 128,000 feet is not a high enough altitude to visualize the curvature of the Earth.
Fine. Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Is that type of test?
That would be 24 miles up. About 24 miles up, and you're not going to be able to see curvature yet.
Well, but if he can send a balloon up there, he can see his own test. So it's going to be a good start for him.
Yeah. There was a man by the name of August.
It's a lot cheaper,
Picard. August Picard. In 1931, he went up in a gondola, a spherical shaped gondola.
Like
yes, but that's what they call those. Okay, you understand? It's shaped it's spherical in shape, half painted black, half painted white, so you could bounce up the heat of the sun from the white or attract the heat with the black. Okay, because he was in there. Anyway, he got up as far as 9.5 miles approximately, and he said that it all looked flat, like a flat table with a turned up egg.
What was his eyesight like? I mean, do we have any records whether he had? I don't want an argument. I don't want to argue about.
No, I'm not arguing.
I want to talk to you on a different level.
Augustus Picard is actually pretty famous for his era. He was actually a famous scientist.
Yeah. Augustus Picard's son went down the deepest part of the sea. His son in one of those kind of like submarine things.
Yeah, it's a
all the way
bathysphere.
down
That's
to the
what they
bottom.
call it.
Yeah, a bathysphere. That's it. He went down in one of those. The
And
deepest
the other,
ever anything been found.
The other Picard invented the aqualung.
Okay, and that was the son of Auguste Picard. You see, so quite famous. So yeah, if you were to do the balloon thing, I mean, I'd watch it just to see the integrity of it all and how you're preparing it and what your aim and objectives are. I'd watch it, of course, because it's always interesting to see.
I don't know, Matt. I don't have objectives. Do you have objectives? Yes.
So here's an idea for a balloon that we talked about a long time ago. You send up a balloon with 2 cameras, right?
Yeah. Imagine that. I mean, I've got
No, listen. Let me finish, man. So you get a bar and you stick the cameras at both ends and you film at the same time and you create a 3D image, right?
Even if it's
on like VR goggles or 3D glasses. So each camera's gonna be like your left eye, right eye.
It'd be like a tube that you could go up in VR, wouldn't it? With all that data, that'd be cool.
Yeah. But it would be like
see different stuff at different levels. It'd be like a weird elevator into space.
What it would be like is if say the cameras are 20 feet apart, it would be like you're a giant whose eyes are 20 feet apart. That would be your viewpoint.
Right, that's even better. Right, let's do that. Yeah, exactly. But the cheaper one with the smaller cycle.
It's about $700. $700 to put up a high altitude balloon.
Catch data when it's going
You
past
could look.
slower.
You could look above the clouds. You could look for that chromatic aberration that never exists in reality.
Yeah, all of it. Let's have a look. I want to know. I want to have a right look. Don't you?
What is your username on this server? I'm interested. What's your username?
Who, me?
Yes, yeah.
I'm Monkeytron.
Okay, Monkeytron. Okay, good. Now, whereabouts are you in England? I was born in London, East London, of course. Popular,
I was born in
Bicester.
Bicester.
Okay, you were born in Bicester.
You know where that is?
You did say Oxford, I think you said, yeah?
Yeah, but that basically is Oxford. It's in the outskirts of Oxford.
Right, yeah. Well, I've been to Oxford several times on the...
Plowley doesn't exist. I was born in a town called Plowley that doesn't exist anymore. But so you'll never find that.
Okay, well, I used to go to...
Which I think is kind of cool. I like being born...
I used to make regular trips to High Wycombe, which is on the way to Oxford. I used to go to High Wycombe a lot. Okay.
My friend went to... He was following his girlfriend once. He'd lost his mind and just was following her even though it was all over. And he went and worked down in High Wycombe. But then he learned how to be... He learned how to be the IT stuff. He learned how to be like a version of me a little bit. But then he became immediately a manager when he went into jobs and it worked out really well for him. So kind of worked. But he definitely went down to Wigan just to basically watch his girlfriend go out with another man in High Wycombe.
Wow.
Yeah.
My reason for going to High Wycombe was because there was a film processing unit over there, and the studios, like I mentioned earlier on, the Pinewood, the Elstree.
Is Pinewood in High Wycombe?
He didn't claim that the other man was a sex robot, did he?
He was not a sex robot.
No, I mean he wasn't claiming that the man was not a
lad from London, and
we have someone that was claiming that.
My friend, I disagree with her decision, and she's my friend as well. I disagree with her decision. She's funny. Who cares?
So what you have is Pinewood. Pinewood Studios would be in Pinewood, Middlesex. Shepperton Studios, Shepperton, Middlesex. Okay, Shepperton, and then we have Elstree, which is in North Hants. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I used to go to High Wycombe delivering the film processes and negatives to be developed, okay? And then my other reason for being in High Wycombe, I was doing a course on business and finance, and then we had to do a weekend stay as an exam. Presentation was resulted in us having to stay in a hotel in High Wycombe for 3 days.
Probably a good
doing a
hotel as
presentation.
well, I imagine.
Hey! Did they tell you that this chat is on YouTube live streamed?
Yeah.
Who?
No, not you, Jen. The other guy, monkey guy.
Yeah,
The monkey, me. I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you. Did they tell
I
you? Did
don't
they
have
tell you that this is
I have a
live streamed
channel.
on
I don't
YouTube?
really do anything with it, so don't worry
Well,
about that.
listen. This is
I'm more of
live
a
streamed on
commentator.
YouTube. I'm just telling you because you're like talking over people a lot, and it's hard to listen to
Oh,
on the live
sorry.
stream if people are listening. That's what I'm
Sorry.
saying. Just try and take turns, just for the audience, because
My
actually a
bad.
lot of people actually watch
I'll
it.
skin up. It's fine. That's a good.
No, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, monkey.
No,
No, I'm not telling you to shut up. I'm just telling you that it's like it's
You
be
talk.
mindful of
Talk. Ignore me.
talking in turns.
So,
It's just
Monkey Trump,
because
I've got a question
yeah.
for you. I've got a question for you. Are you really interested in finding the truth? Because I'll tell you why. You sound very
If they ask
carefree,
me
very
questions, I have
Hang
to
on.
answer.
Let me tell you why I ask you the question. Because of the listeners are listening. The reason I'm asking you this question is I get the impression that you are carefree and blasé and very jokeful about the topic matter. That's why I'm
About
asking
everything.
you. Are you really interested in finding out the truth?
Yes, I really want to know what the truth is, and that's why I'm prepared to go in different areas than other people would go.
Okay,
I'm not
good
just
stuff.
on the left. I'm not just on the right. I'm not on the right at all. I used to be when I was a kid, but I'm not. I've come over to the left. But I am massively interested in what is the truth. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, how did you get to this server?
I don't know. Someone will have invited me. I don't know who it was, but it would have been someone who noticed that I was obviously genuine. That's why.
Yeah, you did. You don't remember. You don't remember how you got to the server then. That's not.
I would have been invited by someone who definitely who saw me, and I probably asked about flat earthers. I remember asking about flat earthers because I thought,
Balloon
I don't
monkey.
believe that they're
Balloon
really
monkey.
real. And
Balloon
someone said, yeah,
monkey.
they are, and invited me, and maybe that's what's happened, possibly. And
Monkey.
I've not
Balloon monkey.
insulted
You
you at
sound
all.
absurd.
Yeah, I don't know.
You sound
When
absurd, balloon monkey.
Let me just say something.
I don't agree, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not
Oh,
calling you a bunch
it doesn't matter if you agree. Play it back later. You sound absurd.
Oh, okay.
All right. I don't wish to be on that line of conversation, but all I'm saying is that I personally take a little bit of a dim view on people who can't remember what happened to them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's like
you're caught up in something. Okay, I'm being honest.
Do you not drink? Do you not drink?
I
Well, get stoned.
I drink a
I
bottle
get
of
stoned.
wine
So I forget.
I have a bottle of. Hang on, I have a bottle of wine once a month at the moment. That's it.
Okay.
Once a month, I have a bottle of wine. It's not really that important, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not. Mostly, you wouldn't be on here, but like in that respect. Well, you know what that feels like, and I do that every day, and I don't know why. I can't stomach boredom, dude. So that's
okay. Well, that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad you do come on here all the time. Perhaps you might not want to be half cut. Then you might take the topic matter that little bit more serious, and you might expel more energy into finding out the truth, because the truth is definitely knowable. Do you know the specifications of the globe? Do you know the size of the globe? Do you know the size of the globe? What's the size?
I've said it before. I really, really fucking care about the truth. I want to know.
Okay, well, I'm asking you now.
Loads of people that I know, right, would say talking to flat earthers is mental and worthless and pointless.
Right.
I disagree. I disagree with all
Well,
of
I'm
them.
glad to hear you say that. I'm
There
glad
you
to hear you
go.
say that. So now I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you 3 questions.
Go on.
And these questions are not to belittle you, diminish you in any way. I can tell you straight out, I didn't know the answers to them straight off the bat when I was asked, okay? So I didn't know the answers to these questions at all when I was asked. So my first question is, what's the dimensions of the Earth, okay? And that curvature, how was it measured? Do you know how it was measured in ancient times or in...
Right, all I know is that the Earth is supposed to be, as far as most people think, it's egg-shaped. But something that was worked out based in, when you just earlier, when they were working it out, they put sticks in the ground. They looked for and used lines and worked out that, okay, this is the curvature. So they assumed it was a circle, which it isn't. It is an egg-shaped planet, apparently, and I don't know that. I've not seen it with my own eyes, and I've done no experiments to check it either, dude. So that's why.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for your honesty. I'll take that as you're talking about Aristophanes, yes, and he did indeed assume the Earth to be a circle, and the end result of that observation is that if you bring the sun closer to the Earth, you'd get the same reaction with the sticks and that. Okay, you get the same.
So that makes it sound like it's good. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So that's great. What about now? Well, let's talk about the spin. Do you know how fast the Earth is supposed to be? Oh, let me just answer the question.
I don't know.
Hang on a second. Sorry to interrupt you there. The circumference of the Earth is supposed to be 24,901 miles.
We're talking
with
equator.
a radius of 3959. That's
We're talking
3,959
equator because
miles.
you just agreed that it might be egg-shaped. So from north to south, if you did the equator the other way around, like a vertical equator,
there's no proof. There's no proof that it's egg-shaped or spherical.
Well,
no.
Someone go and check.
No proof of
there's
curvature.
no proof of it. There
or
is no evidence of it.
Period.
And I was going to say that.
Easily provable by just doing it.
Okay, no. I'm glad you said no.
Provable
I'm going to
by
hold you to that one.
measuring. You have to measure it. It's not a scientific question. It's a geometric question. There's no geometry ever. Earth has never been measured any time in history to show that it has curvature ever. Never been measured by anyone.
Yeah, I know, but maybe if we do measure it, we could find out.
We've measured over thousands and thousands of times. By this time, all over Earth, we've measured over and over and over again. We've never seen this curvature where it's supposed to be. Could you tell us where it's supposed to be?
No,
because I want to go there and check it for myself, Monkeytron.
No, it's all right. I can't. Also, I'm not fighting.
Thank you.
Asking questions and just interested.
Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to ask him some questions, Sonny. Hang on a second.
I'm genuine.
Yeah.
Right. If the world,
hang on a second.
world could easily turn out to be flat.
Right.
It would
Now,
blow
Monkey
my
Trump.
bloody mind. But I go, well, there was no reason
Monkey
it couldn't
Trump.
be.
Monkey Trump.
Turned out to be flat. It's been used as flat since ancient times, bro. What are you talking about? All the government agencies flying linear aircraft models are flying over flat, stationary Earth. Why would they do that if Earth was curved and spinning? Why would anyone?
What happens to the planes that just travels east?
Yeah, whatever. We're not talking about that.
I can answer all that.
I know about planes. Planes are in level flight. Level flight means
Like
horizontal to the
That's what I'm
surface, doesn't it? Does horizontal flight mean level to the surface, Monkeytron?
No, it doesn't. And I don't have it.
That's wrong.
Well,
That's wrong.
you're living in a dream world, my brother.
I don't care either way.
Everyone flying aircraft is flying in level flight.
Can I
flying,
take over, please, Sonny, for a second? Sonny,
yeah, go ahead,
can I
Matt.
get back into where I was?
Go ahead,
please?
Matt.
Right, I was trying to take this through an amicable, non-shouting. But Monkey Trump, you just let slip that you don't care. Because you said, I don't care just now. Okay? Now, that's not good.
Hang on, that was different. That was because we were getting into an argument. That was because we were going to get into an argument. I don't care about getting into an argument. So it was more to do with that.
It wasn't an argument. I was only asking a simple
Discussion is
question.
fine. No, you were saying
I was
this.
asking simple questions.
Hello.
I was like, I'm not sure about this then. Okay.
It's a train wreck. It's becoming a train wreck, this conversation. I want to have a conversation. I want it to go in a certain direction. Okay? I'm trying to hold you to the fire of integrity. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay,
good. Well, I'm trying my best.
Hang on. Can I not? Hang on. I ask you for one thing. When I say I yield, it means it's time for you to talk. When you hear my voice, don't interrupt. Please. I'm trying to keep it amicable here. Remember what I said to you earlier. The listeners. There are people listening in the YouTube.
No, but now it seems like we're enemies, and we're not. And
we're not enemies. Look, I'm not your enemy. I just told you that earlier. I'm trying to hold you to the fire of integrity, right?
Yeah,
you said that. Hang on. You said earlier that you want to learn. You want to learn the truth. Now you're saying you don't care. I'm trying to bring you.
No, I was saying I don't believe
You're
it.
interrupting again. You're interrupting again. Right. I'm trying to bring you to a place of wholeness so that you understand your situation properly. Because like I said, I said you're acting like you are blasé and you don't care. Now you said you cared, you want to learn the truth. And a moment ago when you were talking with Sonny, you said you don't care. So
but I said I don't care.
hang on, I'm going to be finished now. I'm going to be finished
Jim,
now.
he
I'm
retracted
gonna
it.
finish.
Jim, he retracted it. He retracted what he said.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
good.
didn't want
I'm
an
glad to
argument
hear you
to
say
occur by mistake.
Okay,
That was the reason.
okay.
I don't want to have an argument when we don't need
No,
to have
neither do I.
history.
Neither do I. Neither do I. That's the last thing I want. I will ask you to bear in mind. I will ask you to bear in mind that I did say earlier that I take a dim view to people who don't remember things that I feel they should be able to remember. I'll keep
Well, I'm
that,
sorry
keep
about
that
that.
in
I
mind.
will be
Okay,
drunk and
but
stoned
anyway,
sometimes.
here we
So
go.
I will
Here we go now.
forget.
Here we go now.
But if you
Here we
remind
go
me, done. If you remind me, I will go, yeah, okay, I did say that. You're correct. And I did, actually.
Okay. Okay, now here we go now. So we're back to where we got the dimensions of the ball, and you said it was egg-shaped. Sonny was telling us that hasn't been... Sonny was telling us it wasn't proven, and then you said, yes, you can do it yourself, sort of thing. So I'm going to ask you, and I know you said you've never done it, but do you have any idea or can you offer us any way we can measure the curvature? Can you do that?
Well, you
Please.
know the answer to whether I've done it or not, because I said it.
Yeah, I know that.
I'm honest,
Yeah, I know
then
that.
I've not done that. But yeah,
I
you
know
could
that.
probably, I don't know. Yes, there's probably maths that can be done. Triangles are very important, aren't they? In terms of working out and shit. I hate maths. Well, I don't. I kind of like it now I'm older. But I don't know. But I'm not going to say that you're completely wrong, because I'm not
glad to hear you say that.
And I like that a lot. I'm not seeing it.
Once again, thanks for your honesty there. So
good.
You can't offer up any idea or any method that we could employ to measure this curvature of the Earth, so that you could know for
No, you
sure.
could. There's loads, isn't there?
That's what I'm asking you.
Well, let's stick to one concept. Let's stick to the best one. There's the best one, and there's multiple ways to do this.
There's probably
constructing. How well ask me. Well, let me just ask you if this is a good way, Monkeytron. Constructing a straight line over multiple miles, say 10 miles or so, or further, with solid material or laser. Which one constructing? But point is,
you hold
having
the string, and okay. Let's be honest here.
Well, the string would have to be tight. I think a string would be a little flawed.
At any point, if any point that string touches the ground, it's a circle. Yes.
Hold on. No. Hold on, Monkeytron. You're not understanding me. I wasn't talking about string.
I just thought of it on the fly. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah. I know, but I know of a strategy involving water and a tight string, and that's a good one too. But I'm just talking about something a little bit bigger, a little bit more solid, a little more observable, more tangible, something you can touch with your hand. Anyway, the point is constructing a straight line and showing where the Earth is deviating down the line. Wouldn't you say that's the best way to figure out if the Earth is a sphere or flat? Sure.
Only way I could think of. To be honest, man, that was just it. That was the first thing I thought of, something to do with it. I just thought, well, a string, and then later on I found out that was how it was kind of discovered. Back in Egyptian times, some Egyptian guy, can't remember, did it.
But they measured the Earth to find curvature with a string?
He put a thing in one place. No, it's more to do with... Hang on, who was it? It was some guy. It was more to do with shadows of the sun and stuff, and trying to do time.
That wasn't Aristophanes talking about.
Eratosthenes or whatever the name is. Yeah. So Monkeytron, let me just point out something. Let me just point out to you quickly how this doesn't work, Monkeytron. You see, this doesn't work as evidence or proof of any kind, because you can get the same readings with these shadows and sticks. You can get the same readings on a flat surface with just a sun that's not 93 million miles away, or infinite distance away. He presumed it's infinite, but either one.
Oh wow, that's really cool. The sun, right? Yeah, because if you're flat Earth, then the sun could be How far is the sun away? Is it
well, it would be an
What is the
unverified
sun,
distance.
guys?
So some Monkeytron, someone might make a claim as far as what the sun is and how far away it is, but making a claim and then validating that claim are two separate things. So while you may have been told a claim and taught a claim,
No,
you were
not
never
really.
demonstrated how that claim was ever backed up.
I don't know what.
So
I don't
I'm
know
just
what
saying.
flat earthers think the sun is.
But I'm just telling you right now. None of us know, but neither do any globe
That's
believers
allowed.
either. Yeah.
That's allowed
Yeah.
too. I don't mind that. Yeah, it's okay to not know. That's one of the most important things that you could ever be. You know, that's called humility, where you go, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's dangerous to ever take advice from a doctor that's afraid to say that, you know. But that's a whole subject. I don't mean to go into that.
Okay, so can I carry on where I left off, boys and girls?
Yeah, he needs to finish the 3 points.
Yeah, go on.
I'm trying
Sorry
to.
about that.
I'm taking him on a journey. I'm taking you. So, if you can hear me, Monkey Trump,
I can.
I am trying to take you on a journey where you have at least some realizations. Because, like I said earlier, I get the impression you're a little bit blasé and you're not really looking for the truth. And I'm trying to take you along this journey together, and together you will see where the flat earthers come from, our standpoint, and your position.
No,
Just for today.
okay.
Can we do that? All right,
yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
Right. So you mentioned Aristophanes, and as I said earlier, Aristophanes' results the results can be made on the flat Earth. If we bring the sun closer to the Earth, we have the same shadows happening with those two sticks.
Yeah, I thought that was cool. Actually, I've never heard.
Right.
That
Now I want to move on to the axle rotation of the Earth. Okay. Do you know how fast the Earth is supposed to be spinning at the equator, and how this spin was detected? Yeah, go on. How fast
I
is
imagine
it?
it would be. Oh, hang on. Wait, the Earth is kind of on an edge, so I'm not sure the equator would. Right, there are faster bits probably on the equator. I'm trying to think of a tennis ball just flying through space, slowed down in slow motion, because that's what the Earth is, really, isn't it? That's what I think.
Well, I mean, I don't know that. I've never seen it, but that's what it's supposed to be.
Well,
Yeah.
same.
No, it isn't actually. It isn't.
No.
Okay.
It isn't the globe. Yeah.
Oh, of course not. All right.
In your mind, that's what it might be.
You know what I mean.
Bearing in mind, guys, I'm trying to get him through the 3 questions. If I have to say,
yeah, but I have to be able to answer them.
So please back off just for a second and let me take him through. Can you do that? Right. Sorry, Monkey.
All right, I'm listening. Go on.
Okay, yeah, I was asking you. You don't know the speed. Okay, the speed is.
I don't know.
20. Was it? Hang on a second. 138 miles per hour.
Yeah. Wow.
Equator. That's at the equator. And as you move from the equator towards the North Pole or the South Pole,
yeah, it would be different, I'd imagine.
Respectively, yes, it slows down.
That suggests a globe, but okay, go on. Why doesn't
that's
it?
what we're given. Hang on. You see, when we look at the pictures that we're given from NASA, we don't get this oblate spheroid, this oval oblong shaped thing. We don't get that. We get perfect circles. Perfect spheres.
Yeah, but that's just what the best scientists can do. They go roughly here within
that's
an area of
NASA. Hang on, they get $67 million a day, and they tell us they can't give us a real picture of Earth from space. They can't give us a real time.
Yeah, but I still think they were spot on, right? If they showed me a line, right, on a graph, and I went 5% out, 5% lower in the band, I'd call it. I'd do trading, right? So sometimes I'll put a band on an area, and you know what I mean. I'll go, that's fucking close enough. They totally.
Yeah, but you see, when it comes to the Earth now, we can't afford those 5 degrees discrepancies, because if they said they went to the moon and we've got a 5% discrepancy, for example, it would mean the difference between life and death and the fuels they would need to carry to get them there and back if they had gone to the moon. Do you see what I mean?
You don't think? You don't think they went? Oh, of course you don't think they went to the moon. Sorry, fucking hell.
Yeah,
I'm slow.
So accuracy is of the paramount importance. Do you understand? So degrees, life and death. So I say again that, have you ever noticed this spin of the Earth spinning at these speeds?
No, but you wouldn't. Though. According to their in quotes, their scenario,
yeah,
I wouldn't, would I? So I don't.
Okay, hang on a second. What about you and your senses that you were given to you by the Creator?
I'd have to pop something out of the spin somehow, wouldn't I, to watch it go fuck, and it would disappear. Incredible.
Wait, hold on. Can I interject for a second, guys? Can I interject? So the question mainly would be, yeah. So the question is not of, I mean, you're talking about the base axiom, our senses, and that's important. That's important to start with. But the question beyond that is, do you know of any time in the past when anyone has ever measured the axial rotation?
I was going to get to that. I was actually going to get to that. This is what I'm saying. You know, I have to go with what I've got here. So
Sorry, I'm too questioning. I just won't go with. Look.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
To be correct, so I will question you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But you're not being correct though when you question me, and I've given you an answer. You're not being correct. You're carrying a belief, and I'm
no. It doesn't mean I'm right just because I question you.
Good.
It doesn't mean that.
Good. Okay,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. Now the question was asked of you. Do you know how this spin was detected in anywhere whatsoever? That question was coming along by the way, gentlemen. I actually did ask it. Oh, you don't have any idea of that. Okay. Right. Now, what about in modern times?
Describe it again.
Do you know in any way how they measured the spin of this Earth to be 1,038 miles per hour at the equator? What methods did they employ?
Right. Now, what I do is you'd need something that stayed completely still, wouldn't you? And then you'd need to watch that. And then if we went around, then you'd be able to do it. That you can't, because that can't exist. But what if it was something that was so far away in space and time?
How did they get it? How did they get to it?
I don't know. Light there coming from it. It exploded millions of years ago. It's going to be on for like all of our lives. We'll use that. It's not going to move because it's fucking there, and it went off a long time ago. It's going to be there.
Yeah, but how would we?
That's
how
a
would
good
we be?
Reference point.
How could we know that? How would we know that reference point you mentioned? That's the Big Bang theory. About how did
it is, isn't it? Yeah.
What technology do we have that we can actually say there was a Big Bang? And how?
Light. It's all about light and stuff.
Where do you get the idea that light is infinite and travels forever? Where do you get that?
I think Einstein said it at some point.
Well, actually, Einstein said this: no optical experiment can be conducted to detect Earth's motion. Words to that effect.
Oh,
Einstein.
That's cool. That's a cool one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good. That's a good point. Well made. I wonder what he meant by that.
Well, he meant that he couldn't detect the spin.
I think I know why.
I'll go ahead then. If you know why.
Because light is something you can use for something like a very far away.
But it's optical.
You can actually use it accurately about something a long way away, but you cannot use it about something really close.
But that maybe he meant optical. That. It's still optical, and he's
that's what I mean. Light, real fast.
Light is optical.
Right, shit! Get out of my eyes, you bastards! Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Light's there everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah,
right. If someone farts, you could you can't see it.
That would be audio. That would be audio, and aroma.
Smell is a whole different
smell.
For the day.
Smell-o-vision. What I'm trying to say to you is that light would be optical. Again, where would you get the idea that light travels infinitely, forever? I mean, where in your experience?
I'm asking. Wait, guys, can I interject something for quickly?
Yeah,
can I quickly say something?
Yes,
I think it's a little strange to be looking at light, at least in the way you're talking, for sure, to find the rotation of the Earth. Like we're talking about objects in motion, not light, bouncing about here or there. So my suggestion would be and what do you think of this idea? Is if you had a drone or an aircraft or something of the sort leave the Earth and go up in the air a few thousand feet or so, and this would be called leaving the inertial reference frame. So this would be a non-inertial reference frame. Whatever camera that you have on this drone, whatever camera you'd have in this aircraft. And so what I'm saying is if you go a certain distance up, a few thousand feet or so, and observe the Earth moving beneath it and the moon moving as well, then that would be an observation of the Earth moving and the moon moving. But anytime I've ever known of anyone to do this, to find evidence of this way, they only see the moon moving and they do not observe the Earth moving underneath the drone or aircraft, which would indicate that the Earth is stationary and the moon is moving.
Yeah.
Did you get that? Do you get that now? Now that's an observation.
I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm too.
I'm going to get it. I'll give it to you again.
Get that. That was really. That was too much.
Okay. Well, here we go again.
Why not?
Basically, it's saying that from your position, you have a drone in your hands. You set it off, and now you fly it up 1,000 feet. Okay. Have you got that? So, right.
Yeah.
Now that drone's going to have a camera on it. Okay.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, well, it will do next time.
Drone should move away from
my drone doesn't have a camera on it. That's why it's a silly question to make no sense.
Okay.
But it's funny.
Right now, if the Earth
I have
was
to control it from a distance, going, "Come on." Much easier. Got eyes.
Go on, Monkey Tom. Concentrate. I'm trying to get you to pay attention here. Look. Now, if your drone is okay, what should happen is that over a period of time, an hour, let's say, your position and your drone should have changed within that hour, 15 degrees. There should have been some. Do you understand?
Well, it depends on how it's cutting through the air, or
it's not. Wait, so let's explain this a little bit further. So much like how a sphere. So listen carefully. Much like how a sphere has a circumference and a circle has a circumference. So just think about the pathway of the surface of the Earth as it would be allegedly rotating. As the drone goes up, it's going not the pathway from the ground, but a different pathway, a larger circle. And so since it's going on a pathway that's a larger circle, then it would have to be increasing in speed in order to keep the ground beneath it, directly beneath it. So either one of two things is happening. Either the drone is hanging around above your head at 1,000 feet for an hour, either the drone is magically somehow accelerating faster with nothing making it do so, or the Earth is not spinning underneath it. I think it's the more simplistic explanation.
Right. What do you think of that, Monkey Trump? Now,
I don't think it's the last bit. I don't think that's the most simplest.
Can you explain what that last bit is?
Well, it's a dichotomy. It's one of the two. It has to be one or the other. There is no third answer. It's either the drone is magically moving faster, or it's not magically moving faster, and the Earth is stationary.
You gave three options.
There's no third answer.
It was either this, or this. You gave three options, which I liked because at least you gave three. So that wasn't like a full stop.
No, I gave two. I said there's only two.
I'm sure there was a middle one, man. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Okay, so going back to the two options that you were given, either the Earth is moving under the drone, or the drone is moving not at all. Okay, and it's the actual sky that's moving and not us.
Yeah,
which is
that
it?
kind of concept. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to decide on that because really, when you have your drone above your head, it stays there unless you control it to move left or right.
I don't know. Either way, right? It doesn't matter. Right. Either way, it does matter. That's different. Yeah. Sorry, that's why I tried to cut myself off there. Yeah. It doesn't matter in terms of what's going to happen next. It's going to be the same either way, isn't it?
It does matter because it's proving.
No, it does matter.
Because
but it doesn't matter in terms of what's going to happen next. If the world is round, if the world is flat, what's going to happen tomorrow is going to be the same, or is it going to be different?
We can address.
Then I'm interested.
Okay. It will be different, and we can address that. And how many people are becoming flat earthers this year? And I can talk to you about that later.
But some of them will be liars and stuff. Some of them will be.
That's an assumption.
That's out of you guys. They will.
That's an assumption on your part. Well, I can give you statistics in a minute, but wait a second. Here we go.
Check them out.
Right, here we go. What we're saying to you is this: you're on the globe now. Your drone is up above your head. Okay, but it's not moving anywhere. That's what we experience.
You're so making me want to turn my drone on.
It remains above my head. It's
going to blow all my Rizzlers everywhere. Fuck.
Okay, yes. We'll put your Rizzlers in a safe place, back in the pouch. But you understand?
Yeah.
understand that.
What the hell's a rizzer?
It's a paper that you make. You put roll tobacco in. I like to smoke.
They come in 3 color codes: green, blue,
Green.
and red.
So you roll Rizzos into fags?
Yeah. Exactly what you just said. And if you think that sounds gay, you're right, doesn't it? It does sound a bit like that. That's all right. Doesn't matter. I don't care.
Yeah. But anyway.
Sorry. Yes.
Right. So let's see now. So far, you agree that the globe really, what's been offered up.
Hang on, I haven't agreed anything, have I?
No.
I don't think so. We've been talking about possibilities.
Yeah,
mainly.
yes, look, we agreed that the globe being measured, the results are the same as you get on the flat Earth. So Aristophanes was completely wrong.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, no, I said possibly. I'd like to. I'd like to see how you do that. It'd be interesting.
When you assume
a big long table like Vladimir Putin's table and a string.
Yeah, we've got.
You know what I mean?
A better word than wrong is something else, Jen. A better word is irrelevant. It's not that he was wrong. It's just that what he was saying was irrelevant.
Yeah, irrelevant. Okay, irrelevant. But I'm trying to say that basically we can't offer that up as proof of globe. That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't prove globe at all. Secondly, the spin. Yeah, do you agree that the spin itself hasn't been detected, and you haven't detected it yourself? Have you?
I don't know. I mean, no, I haven't. I've definitely not detected it. But something that just made me think was, imagine if there was just imagine in your head that there was a circle that was spinning. Imagine if it suddenly stopped. What that would feel like. I reckon we'd shoot through walls and stuff, wouldn't we?
Exactly.
It'd be insane. It'd be horrible. I was thinking at first it'd be feel a bit queasy. I don't think so. Yeah. Fucking hell, you're shooting up into space, motherfuckers. Or just, you collapse internally, wouldn't you, or something?
That's why the creator wouldn't have created such a dangerous place for us to live on.
It's pretty dangerous. Yeah, but they don't stop very often.
Right.
The spinning shit in a... I think the universe is like an explosion, to be honest. It's like a slow motion explosion we're living in. That's what I think. Everything's spinning around and on fire.
Well, everything is
weird, like tiny little fucks on.
That's the imagination. That's your imagination.
We're definitely all going to die.
Can we keep it in the realms of reality? That's where we're heading. Remember what I said? I'm trying to drag you, actually escort you through your fantasy world and the reality that I live in, and trying to make comparisons here and draw you closer to the reality. And at least that you are firmly in a fantasy.
I'm not going to change my mind necessarily. You have to be very convincing. You're aware.
Oh, well, that's just what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get you to realize. That's why I asked, are you really serious about learning the truth? You see?
Well,
it is.
I think you know.
Yeah. You've said that. I demonstrate that. Now, basically, you've said that you don't recognize that the Earth is spinning in any way, shape, or form. You haven't noticed it. I don't want to use my imagination here. It has to be reality. And I've noticed it in all my 60 years. Never noticed the Earth spinning at all. So, how's
60?
that?
Oh, fucking hell. I'm about to be 50 soon. I'm scared. Don't worry about it. Different topic for a different time.
Yeah, don't worry about it. 60 is a number, mate. I'm still as a fiddle.
It's a number. I'm still alive. Fuck you.
Yep, I haven't been sick in 40 years, so I'm not worried. Absolutely. But anyway, look, as I was saying, right, that you yourself have admitted to yourself you haven't noticed a spin. Now, doesn't that mean something? That you haven't noticed a spin in all your 40 years?
No, it means that that there needs to be a big pile of arguments to suggest that I am travelling at whatever speed it is in a circle at the same time as travelling forward. I mean, I'd like to see, actually, fucking right. I'm getting stoned after this, and I am going to calculate how fast I am moving through space based on the Earth. I reckon I could find the data for how quickly we turn, if that's the case. and how quickly we were going around the sun, if that's the case,
Well, we're going around.
I'll have those numbers.
We can give you.
Do you think a calculation is? Do you think a calculation is evidence
really
of it? Monkey. You said calculate, but we're not talking about calculating things. We're talking about measuring.
No, not here. At this point, sorry, I just went off on one. I just floated off for a second. Sorry, I just suddenly thought really cool thing to do later after this conversation would be to try and.
No, I know, but I'm trying to make the point. Monkey, chill. I'm just trying to make the point to you that you wouldn't be doing yourself any favor by doing that. It'd just be going and fantasizing about unicorns. It'd be the same thing, because we're not talking about just ideas on paper, just math on paper. We're talking about measuring things in reality.
I just, for some magical reason, just want to know what the fucking number is. I won't remember what the number is. It will be the finding out what the number is that I enjoy the most.
6,600 miles per hour around the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun.
Okay. Yeah, but it's also spinning apparently. According to what they say, so that would change shit, wouldn't it?
That's 1,038. Okay.
That's what I was interested in. I wanted to calculate that. I wanted to get into JavaScript and just make a fucking thing appear.
Right. And then the whole solar system is moving at like 600,000.
Right. I thought about that as I was talking.
That's the whole solar system. And then
the
whole solar system.
What?
At the greater
is there a supermassive, giant, absolute bastard black hole in the middle of everything? Is that God's anus? I mean, what the fuck? It's a crazy place we live in.
It's more like his mouth. It eats stuff, right? Or so they say.
It's cool. I'm glad I'm alive, but it's fucking mental, this thing.
Right. Again, it's just words. For me, it's just words. That's all it is. It doesn't exist. But anyway, getting back to this, working out whether you are on a globe or not. So far, you have to admit to yourself that you've had no evidence so far at all. So far.
No, I don't.
None at all.
Well, we haven't got to the third point yet. Here,
not yet.
Monkeytron. Let's ask you this last question.
I will.
Do you know of any time in the past?
I will. Hang on. You're interrupting.
Oh, you do it.
No, let him. Come on. Let him take me down an alleyway.
Right.
And hit me with the truth. I want that to happen.
Right.
I'll be honest.
So so let's get this clarified. So far, you agreed that you've got no evidence of a globe so far. Yes?
No.
Right.
There is
you're carrying
evidence.
No, that's what you believe.
There's suspicious evidence, crap evidence, not good evidence, but there is superficial evidence.
Empirical, irrefutable evidence. You don't have that.
No, we don't. Correct? No, I don't. Well, okay. But yeah, I do not own that currently.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, Earth, as the ball that they say it is in the vacuum of space. That vacuum of space, that vacuum is minus 10 to the 17th, minus 17, minus 10 to the 17th torr. Okay, that is the actual power of that vacuum. Now, how is it that this board can be in that environment?
That's why
we still have air pressure. Air pressure. Are you listening? We have air pressure on Earth, okay, but you're in the vacuum of space. Now, usually, what happens if you don't have a container, the air would be sucked into the vacuum. Would it not? Would it not?
Yeah, it doesn't happen in the universe. Good point.
Right.
Yeah,
so
it already. You don't have to go any. That's interesting.
Hang on.
I'll look that up though. There must be some.
Okay.
What do people say against that argument?
Well, basically, we're saying that you can't have.
You be the devil's advocate.
They talk about air pressure gradient is what they offer up as, because the air gets thinner as it goes up. But what they seem to forget to realize is that you still need to have air pressure, and that has to be pressing against some kind of container.
You don't really get molecules, right? Like imagine
gas. Air is gas.
In a vacuum. In a science experiment. Imagine a room.
Absolutely
yeah, I'm with you here.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Look, I told you, I'll be honest. Always will be.
Good. That's right.
It's like, imagine it's a vacuum in a big cage and you just put a blob in there. That blob will just be spread out because of entropy. Entropy destroys everything. Maybe entropy is the answer. actually, to
Good.
why.
Good.
Maybe. I don't know.
Right. So now you understand that
I get your point.
Earth can't be this ball or this oblate spheroid that we've never measured, never seen.
Unless there's something we don't know about the
There is
universe.
nothing. Listen.
Well, that's not true. Loads.
Hang on
We know nothing, my friend.
With these three situations, there's nothing we don't know about it. Now, look, it can't be that it can be in the space spinning without a container on it. That would be impossible, wouldn't you say? Yeah.
No, that's that might be a lack of imagination, or the argument would be.
No, we don't use imagination. No, we don't use.
People say, I don't like that.
We are sticking.
I'm like, you're stupid.
Monkey
never
trump.
say that.
Monkey
You're
trump.
not.
It's a lack of evidence.
That's correct. It's a lack. We haven't got any.
Yeah, it's an argument from. Yeah, but that's not an argument. A lack of something isn't an argument for something. That's logic.
Well, logically speaking, you said it yourself that entropy would ensue if we didn't have a container.
Exactly. That's why I was agreeing with your point. I thought it was a really good
point. Hold on. Wait, stop right there. So a lack of evidence isn't evidence that something doesn't exist. So that might apply to Bigfoot. We haven't proven that Bigfoot exists, but we haven't proven that Bigfoot doesn't exist. But what I'm trying to say is that
that's not what we said.
it's a separate thing, though. Like what I'm trying.
A negative, double negative, so no one knows what you mean.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to say it boils down to evidence, and what I'm trying to say is if there's no evidence for the globe, there's no reason to believe it exists. If there's no evidence for Bigfoot, there's no reason to believe it exists. If there's no evidence for Santa Claus, there's no reason to believe it exists. So what I'm trying to say is, hold on. Listen carefully. Hold on. Chill, buddy. Chill. So what I'm trying to say is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Otherwise, they can be dismissed. Is what I'm saying.
Yes. And the world being massively round compared to flat as it looks is an extraordinary. And
exactly.
That's why I agree. You got a point, you guys. That's why.
Thank you. Right. I'm glad you said that.
That is clearly what you would expect.
It's not massively round, and that's not what you would expect. It's claimed to be a specific amount round, which would have a geometric horizon at a specific distance where it doesn't occur.
Right. Okay. But that's what you would expect if you believe in that. But it's not what we actually see. We don't see that.
It's not what you would think if you're just wandering around. You wouldn't think that, would you? And why be somehow just because we've seen a program, or you're always capable of being propagandized by someone.
No, not really, because you can always check. But if you're thinking for yourself, you will check it and verify. Okay.
If you're thinking critically.
Yeah, but what if you aren't? The only way you can check your thinking critically is if you open your mind up to everything everyone says, and then you can decide, can't you?
That's exactly
what you don't have to open up your mind to everything. Why would you need to open up your mind to unicorns? There's no reason to think that they exist. So you don't have to open up your mind to everything.
I'm going to open my mind
to somebody else. Why rely on somebody else?
Which film had the best unicorns in it? I say that one with Tom Cruise, and it was called Legend or something, wasn't it? It's pretty cool.
So you skipped past what we experience and what we observe part, and what we can measure, what we can verify.
No, that's true.
You skipped past that and went straight to, well, if you listen to everybody else,
or use your imagination. Yeah. Which is what I'm trying to say to you.
I was trying to allow all of this imagination, opinions, and other opinions, all of them.
Okay, now Monkey Trump, let me just stop you there. In the quest of the truth, you have to throw away certain baggage.
Yes.
Such as imagination. That's not going to help you find the truth. That's not necessary, yeah? Now, what other
it could help you
say? No, I'm sorry, no, not imagination, no.
Hang on, it could a little bit.
Can help you write stories.
Liking something you wouldn't normally have, and then there was some truth in that you went, oh, fucking just for some random reason, because randomness.
No.
It's possible.
But I'll say again.
All right, whatever. It doesn't matter.
You've got to get rid of the imagination and that kind of baggage. Also, what other people say to you, okay, my mind is open, I'm listening, but I'm still good to go and check to verify into my reality. It has to.
True.
They say,
I did that as well.
Exactly.
Come on, man. I come in here, I open, I try out really hard, open my brain, ask questions, and then when you come back, I give you the actual answers.
And I've commended you on your honesty, have I not? Have I not?
Yeah, I know, but also I'm definitely coming from the point of view of someone who believes that the world is round. You know
Yeah, that's
that.
correct. I'm
So
trying
as
to
long
say
as
to
you
you
all
that
know
carrying
that,
hang on.
oh,
I'm
cool.
trying to say
Because
to
I
you that
feel like
carrying
I'm
a
tricking you sometimes, and I don't want to be.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
That's the
Listen.
thing.
But listen. I'm saying to you that you know that you're carrying a belief, and there is no need for you to carry that belief because you can actually learn and find out that.
I don't believe it. Then the world isn't round. I shall. Right. How about that?
Yes.
That's good.
Right.
Right. I'm not going to believe that the world is round, right?
Yes,
Until
you
I
shouldn't.
see it. And if I see it, I
Correct.
might go to New York and be on a plane that goes really high and see it. And if I do, I'll go, right. And I'll be
Well,
telling you
be
that.
sure to document
But
it. Be
until
sure to
such time, right, I'm on your side. The world is flat.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a little
How about
start
that?
already there. That's good.
Thinking. I'll just imagine that it is. It won't make too much
Well,
difference.
no,
So,
no.
like I
You
said
mustn't
earlier,
imagine.
it
You
doesn't really
mustn't
matter whether
imagine.
we're
Hello.
it's flat world or we're spinning round massively because tomorrow is going to be the same.
Monkey Trump, you don't need to carry an imagination that the earth is flat when you can
I just
actually go
like
out
it
there.
though.
No, that's not living real then. That's a contradiction to what you said earlier that you wanted to know the
Oh
truth.
no, I just meant just like a story, just like a thought, not as something you believe is the case. You know.
Yeah, but in the case of the flat earth, you can know it's flat. You don't need to carry a belief. With the globe now, with
Oh
evidence,
yeah, I agreed.
you have to
It's
carry a
flat, as
right.
far as I'm concerned. Definitely.
Guys,
I'm
can I
Okay.
just
looking out the
can I
door
just
right
get in for a
now.
sec?
This is
Yes,
flat
you
as
may.
far as
Go
I
ahead.
can see.
Thanks.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. I'll only be a moment. I just wanted to let you know we've had a chat with future astronaut down in FE Beginners. He's promised he's going to behave. So just be on alert. We also
Okay.
have Fees Ant in the chat, in the voice chat. He's not verified. If he would like to join in the conversation, could he please head up the VC check-in one and ping a mod or a gold plus to come in, or silver to come and verify him?
Whee! Yeah, it's getting
Thank
it's getting exciting now. Yeah, good. Well, anyway, Monkey Trump, you've done quite well today. You know, I managed to bring you through to some kind of resolution, and that is, it's wrong to carry a belief when you can actually find out the truth. Do you agree with that? Hello, are you there?
No, he's muted.
He's muted himself. Okay. Well, we tried anyway, didn't we, guys? We tried. We
Well, he
tried.
got muted because I'm sick of listening to his voice talking through everybody.
Yeah, sorry about that. You know, I was very patient with him because I was trying to achieve him accepting the fact that carrying a belief is wrong, because you can actually know the truth and you should endeavor to do that. Then you won't be in really, because that's what's happening when you're blasé and it doesn't really matter. Well, then you're not really living, and time is so short. Before you know it, you're 60. Okay, another 20 years and you might be gone. Wow. So let's put our best foot forward when we have that opportunity and that chance, and extract the most knowledge and enjoy this flat earth to the max. Don't be believing you're on a ball that you've never seen, measured, experienced, and then you don't care. You know? What is that all about? Okay. That's all I got to say on the matter. Flat earth truth today, flat earth truth yesterday, flat earth truth tomorrow, flat earth truth until you die.
Right on.
Future, you are back. So, got any questions? Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, do you have any questions?
Yeah,
What do
I
we
do.
call you? What do we call you, sir?
Call me Future. It's whatever.
Okay, future astronauts. What are your questions, future astronauts?
Do you guys hate Freemasons?
Can you speak up, please, and slowly?
You guys hate Freemasons.
That has nothing to do with the topic.
Okay, well, then I'll ask you another question then.
Okay.
How can you verify that we live on a so-called flat vicinity
It's measurable.
Yeah, it measures flat.
Well, how do you know if your math is correct? Like,
it's
your
math.
It measures flat. We use your math, and then we debunk it when we measure the Earth because it doesn't line up at all. In fact, it's flat no matter how high we go and no matter how far we measure.
Well, you could go on a jet, and you see.
No. Listen, partner. I'm just letting you know that's the case. So, what's your question?
The globe doesn't even claim that you can see curvature from a jet altitude.
Okay, then where?
They don't even claim we can see it from 128,000 feet, or even the altitude of the space station where that's claimed to be. So why would you see it at 33,000 feet?
Wait, can we take this back to the very beginning of the conversation where we didn't address something problematic he just said? So he just asked us, how do you know your math is correct? We don't have any math. It's your math that we are testing, and we test it, and it tests.
And that's quite a burden reversal. We should ask him, how do you know that your globe math is correct? We're the ones who have tested it and determined it's not correct. Why are you going around acting like it must be?
Okay, so thanks. A lot of scientists over decades and decades have agreed.
Okay, yeah, this is a cope. Who cares? Science isn't an argument. Just the word science, scientists, isn't an argument. It's not a scientific question. It's a geometric one, and your geometric claim is falsified.
So again, you just said to us, how do you know your math is correct? What math are you talking about?
Well, whatever you're saying that you're claiming that, it measures flat and not
okay,
curvature.
so radius 0, that's what we're saying, radius 0. Okay, so what math? The point is that you guys have the math on your side, all right? You have a radius that we were taught in school. You know what that is, right? The radius value of the globe Earth, right? 3,959 miles, right? You know that, right? Well, anyway, the point is you were taught that. I was taught that. So that's math. So the math would be, measuring the curvature of that and finding it. And then it would be, the point is it's a sphere, all right? So there's the math on that side with an actual number. And so we're testing that radius value. It's not even, well, the point is there's math to find, to get the circumference from the radius and such. So it's not math within itself with just one number. What I'm trying to say is there's a number on your side. We haven't claimed a number. So my point is, when you're saying, are you sure the math works on your side? Like, what math are you talking about? The point.
Any map.
Well, okay, the point is we haven't made any claims. So it starts out with this. Let's start with the base axiom. We observe the Earth is flat. This is not evidence that I'm presenting, not ultimate evidence. Don't get confused here, all right? We observe the Earth is flat. We observe the Earth is stationary. We feel it is stationary. And we do not observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container, okay? And we do not observe a vacuum existing anywhere without a container. We certainly don't observe a gas pressure next to a high-powered vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr without a solid barrier. In fact, we don't observe that kind of a vacuum existing naturally or artificially, period, because only the closest we've gotten to that artificially is 10 to the negative 6 torr, far below that. But that's a whole side thing. Anyway, so that's our base axiom. It's flat and stationary. We don't observe gas pressure existing without a container. Now, what evidence we can find to the contrary would be great, to back up whatever claim anyone makes to the contrary. So when it comes to curvature, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever directly measured the curvature that you speak of this Earth, like an arc segment, and found this radius value? Do you know of anyone measuring the Earth directly and finding this radius value that you believe in?
What do you believe?
Well, you believe the Earth is a planet, right? Spinning in the vacuum of space?
No, I just know. It is, but not believe is the wrong term to use.
Great. Okay. So you know it. So let's figure out how you know it. Okay. Let's figure out how you know it. So I'll ask the question again. Listen very carefully. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to come up with this radius value we were taught in school? Let's just let the silence speak for itself.
Well, hold on a second. Can I type it in the chat? Because I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, I'll type in the chat.
Type whatever you want.
Aristotle. Your lifeline?
Can I type? I can't pronounce it. It's a big term. It starts with an E.
Eratosthenes. Yeah, that works on a flat surface. So, I mean, how can you call your belief system about the Earth knowledge when what you're about to give us as proof for it doesn't even work as proof for it? And you can't even pronounce it. Or, I mean, are you just finding out about Eratosthenes now, the basis of your belief system that you think is knowledge?
No, I learned this in my astronomy class.
Okay, well, what you didn't learn is that method works on a flat surface.
Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't actually prove anything. It begs the question. It assumes a spherical Earth to begin with. It assumes a specific size and distance of the sun. If you make other assumptions, you get the same results for a flat Earth and the same kind of proof for that. So it's not sufficient for proving anything either way.
I'm listening. Anything else?
Yeah. So that's out. What else you got for a radius measurement? Okay, more silence.
Hello? Hello?
They say that in the vacuum of space you can't hear it when you realize the Earth is flat.
The Earth is round.
Okay, you keep asserting that, but where did you get that from?
NASA. NASA has hundreds and hundreds of pictures.
Okay, if I show you a picture of a unicorn, if I show you a picture of a unicorn, are you going to accept that as proof that unicorns are real?
No.
Okay, so why would you do that when somebody shows you a picture of a globe Earth that you cannot verify for yourself because it's literally the same type of thing?
Because I'm not an astronaut?
Yeah, I know. Exactly the point. You can't verify those images for yourself. You just have to take someone's word for it. So if NASA presented to you an image of Godzilla on Mars, would you go, well, that's proof of Godzilla on Mars?
No, because that's fiction.
Well, that's what you're doing when they show you unfalsifiable images of the blue marble Earth from so-called space, a hypothetical vacuum adjacent to a pressurized system that violates the laws of entropy.
I just use that word science fiction. The point I want to make to you is that the vacuum of space itself is science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good to know. And that's your opinion. I respect your opinion.
Well, here's another thing, though. It's not an opinion, though. This is hard empirical fact. If the Earth were the thing that NASA is showing to you in their blue marble planet pics from space, so-called, then there would be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet everywhere in all directions, no matter where you are in the Earth. But it's easy enough to falsify that idea. It's not at that specific location that it would have to be in order for the Earth's surface to be curving at the rate that it would have to curve at in order for the Earth to be that blue marble thing that they show you in their cartoons that they admit are composites.
Someone's playing music in the background. You guys should mute them.
So what do you think?
What I think?
Yeah, because geometrically the idea or the claim that the Earth is that blue marble thing with the radius of 3959 is falsified.
Well, I would have to give some food to dot to that.
Okay. Well, somebody could probably link the black swan.
What the hell? You mean the bird? Like actually
No.
black swan in the lake?
It's a black swan argument.
Oh, what the fuck?
A logical syllogism that goes, if P then Q, if not Q, then not P. So the idea is essentially, if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, there is a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then not a ball with the radius of 3959.
Listen, if that was my first time hearing that, I would not have caught a single bit. Can we start slower, please? I feel like a little bit slower for this guy. No offense at all, by the way.
Yeah, I was thinking it.
No.
I was thinking it too. I was like, that's kind of a mouthful for a guy hearing this.
It's a lot of stuff, and it's all correct, but
yeah,
anyway.
no, it's too much. So, well, let's put it simply. Yeah. So, did somebody link the Black Swan yet?
Let me see real quick. Yeah, and pick back up after this. It's a quick question. Future astronaut, do you know who visited the center of the Earth to measure from the center to the outside of it to get the radius? Because that's what it is. The radius is from the center of a circle out to the edge of it. Okay.
Was it like a philosopher?
No. I'm saying who went to the location of the center of, because to get a direct measurement of something, my friend, you have to go from A to B, right? You have to be physically at A and then go to physically B to get a direct measurement. So who dug down to the center of the Earth and came back with the direct measurement? Who did that?
Wait, hold on.
That's my
hold
answer
on a second.
too. So
Hold on.
anyway, thank you for being honest. Go ahead, guys.
Glad. I don't think you should ask that question. I mean, an arc segment measurement would be sufficient for me, which is a lot easier than what you're describing.
I'll just
I wouldn't even ask him for that. Just ask him for an
you need
arc
direct measurement, or you don't have a measurement. Come on, man.
Why don't we try to give them the
direct measurements, Glatt? They're just different kinds of direct measurement.
Why don't we try to just give them the
whatever, guys. You got it.
Let's try to give them the Black Swan argument in simpler terms than I put it in. Do you see the picture of the oil rigs in the Livestream voice text?
The horizon's way too far away for it to match the globe math down.
Exactly. Yeah, what Glatt just said.
Do I need to scroll up, or are you guys gonna post it?
It was posted. It says bye-bye ball. It was posted at 36 after the hour.
Okay.
Yeah, do you see that picture?
Okay.
Yeah. So, if the Earth is that blue marble thing that NASA shows you in their pics from so-called space, then the horizon in that picture would have to be at 1.2 miles. You can see the oil rigs. They're there as distance markers. The furthest one is 9.4 miles, and you can see that the horizon is beyond that, so it's somewhere at least around 10 miles out when it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. So that is 10 times further at least than it should be, or around that amount. And that's just geometrically impossible on the blue marble Earth that they claim.
So we see too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't there like distortion? Like refraction?
There's always listen, there's going to be stuff in the way no matter where you're looking. The point is, you can't prove what's happening at the horizon because you can't visit it. The horizon only happens in your head. It's optical. It changes all the time because of your perspective. So you can't go and test the air and between there and where you are to see how much refraction would be happening if said distance, and you'd have to demonstrate it. You wouldn't have to just say, well, I got it. It's tough. The horizon always moves, man, and that's the problem. You can't go to it. And it shouldn't be that way. If it were a set size, right, horizon would go bye-bye at some point.
Wait.
Hey, my friend, hold on. He said he disagrees that the horizon is always in a different place. So explain yourself.
Refraction.
No.
Okay, bro. Hold on. Nobody talk.
Okay.
You just said that you disagree that the horizon is always in a different place, and then you said refraction, which is the reason why in your own model the horizon's always in a different place. So what's the matter? Are you confused?
No, I'm just pointing out the refraction's there.
And then the point that you were given is that the horizon is always in a different place. You never see it in the same place twice. Yes or no? Is that true or is that false?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, there you go. All right, everyone continue.
Yeah, it's not in a physical, hard geometric location, and specifically not the one it would have to be in for the globe Earth geometry to be true.
All right,
And
cool.
why is this important?
Cool for it.
Because they say ships go over the horizon. And things disappear bottom up, going over the horizon, around the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but by your own admission, we don't actually see that hard physical horizon, so now what? How can boats go over something that we don't even see that's refracted to invisibility?
I'm thinking. I'm looking at the shit.
Reading your deeds, I'm sending you.
You cut out. Hello?
Go on.
No, someone cut out.
It wasn't me.
Okay, well, I don't know. It wasn't me neither.
Yeah, so I don't know. No geometric horizon, no globe.
Yeah, I got a question. Maybe it'll help. So did you see that meme? Sometimes memes really get it done, you know? I know it's juvenile, but, you know, sometimes it really helps people to get thinking. I forgot who I'm talking to. Future Astronaut, yeah. Can you see what I posted at 41 after the hour?
Wait.
In the live stream voice text?
Is Norton Rebellion mentally ill?
So did you see what I posted at 41 after the hour?
Yeah.
You saw what I posted at 41 after the hour. Okay, so Glober says, because you'll say this, right? The Earth is too big to see the curve. It's too big, right? Do you agree with that?
The Earth is too big to see the curve.
Do you agree? Is that because that's why the horizon's always horizontal? It's just because it's so big, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you see a ship go over the curve locally, like real close to you? How are you seeing that? If it's too big to see the curve, if it's right over there, which one is it?
You want me to point in the picture? Okay, which picture? Where am I supposed to
Do
look
you
at?
see Kermit the Frog drinking tea?
Yes.
How about we just think about this from your personal experience?
I've said it. The
You've been to
audience gets it.
before? You've been to the beach before? The ocean?
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah. Now, for a 6-foot man, the horizon's supposed to be 3.24 miles away. And I'm sure when you went to the beach, you saw a horizon well past 3.24 miles away.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So, the thing is, the gold model makes a prediction. And we're testing those predictions. And the prediction in reality doesn't match the prediction. That's the problem. You know, photos from space are nice, but ultimately we can't test those with any scientific test. Just like we can't test pictures of unicorns or yetis or whatever. Can't test their images. And that's why we were saying the globe is a belief, because based upon our knowledge and personal experience, the Earth appears flat. And to think that it's a ball comes from somebody else who you can only believe. Because our tests, and if you test it yourself, which is we're not trying to convince you of anything, you should go test it yourself. That's the only thing that's ever going to convince you, is to test it yourself.
What about the other people? Like the scientists?
You don't need to be a scientist. I mean, carpenters measure things all the time. Are they scientists?
No.
No, because measuring things is pretty much a pretty simple human endeavor as long as you can read a tape measure.
Okay.
They've convinced you that this is like a super hard problem to figure out. It's actually like a 9th grade geometry problem.
Okay.
You can go
how
on,
do you guys explain
I'm just saying,
gravity?
you can go on, right?
Okay.
Someone else can deal with that. I mean, I can tell you, but gravity's just. So you probably think that gravity forms things into balls, right? That's
No,
the
I
idea.
think it brings items down, like stuff down.
Okay, so
like if I drop a pencil, boom, that's gravity right there.
Okay, so gravity is the effect. Okay, what's the cause of that falling?
It tracks objects, and then
Mass
they come
attracts
down.
mass. That idea, mass attracts mass to each other, right?
Yep.
So that's cool, but there's no experiment ever done that actually demonstrates that. So to determine, like, if you have a cause, let me explain how you do a cause and effect experiment. You have an independent variable. The independent variable is your cause. The dependent variable is your effect. Now, what you do, you manipulate the independent variable, your cause, right? Like, say I want to prove that water boils 100 degrees. So I manipulate heat, right? And then I'd observe the water. And then when it boils, I know how much heat was applied. That's the cause of the water boiling, right? So if we want to do an experiment to determine the cause of gravity, we have to manipulate the independent variable. Now, you just said mass attracting mass. Well, if we actually do that experiment, right, if we take like a 10 kilogram ball and a 1,000 kilogram ball and manipulate those, right, we drop them at the same time, they fall at the same rate. So we don't even observe a change. We don't observe a difference from manipulating the supposed cause. So this is why no one understands gravity, because it has no viable independent variable to determine what the cause of falling objects is. Nobody knows the cause. Nobody. There's people that have stories, but nobody actually knows the cause from experiment.
Can I chime in?
Oh yeah.
Hi, Jim. Hold on a second. So future, you already have some answers, and I posted some stuff for you. Some of us already posted something for you as well. So check it out, study, then come back. I think it would be the best idea.
I still think it's a glow.
Well, that's okay with me, but I will recommend you this.
We're not going to undo, 2 decades of pre-programming in a couple minutes. It's going to happen.
All right, before we go on,
We got a
before we
question.
go on,
Last question.
hold
Is
on.
Norton
Hold
Rebellion mentally ill?
Yes, you are mentally ill.
You're calling us mentally ill? So if you actually believe that, would you be picking on mentally ill people? What's wrong with you?
No, you guys are all mentally ill.
So are you some kind of sadist? You like go like into like the handicap place in school and you start picking on the handicap kids there?
No, I do charities for them, but you guys are more mentally ill than them.
Oh, really? So you pick on mentally ill people?
No, Norton Rebellion is mentally ill.
Hey, check it out real quick. Here, this is gonna fuck you up. Tonight, hey, hold on. When you're tonight, when you're sleeping, when you're gonna lay down in your bed and you're gonna look up at the ceiling, you're gonna think of us. Hold on. You're gonna think of us, and you're gonna think of me saying, "God, what if they're right? Fuck." And then you're gonna think about it, and it's gonna be, what do we call it? A thorn in your mind, and you're not gonna be able to do anything else but find out for yourself whether or not the Earth measures flat. Thanks.
When you lay down in your crib in your dinosaur jammies and look up at your solar system mobile?
Bro, I'm 15.
Exactly.
I'm just a child.
That's true. Whatever fucking age you are, you're a child right now.
Guys, do you know what I observe also a lot of times? I've talked to a lot of people about Flat Earth on other Discords, and the funny thing is, every time when you come to the point where they actually run out of any questions or idea about their false realization of reality, The only thing that happens at the end is that they either just say, I need to go really quick, or they just start,
No, I could stay
saying
here,
that you're stupid or whatever.
but I'm
Yeah,
probably gonna get muted for saying that shit.
The thing that you're right now experiencing is called cognitive dissonance. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna send me there, aren't you? Because this is what they all do.
Yeah, slander's the tool of a loser.
No, you're just
Okay. You guys are all
experiencing-
mentally ill.
Yeah, slander's the tool of a loser.
Mentally ill. Fucking retarded. Fucking retarded.
Yeah, you're spiraling and you
All
lost.
right.
me.
Hey, smoke some more of that opium.
Hi Hitler.
Yeah,
Nigger.
oh, now he's like,
he's spiraling.
Dude,
That'll make the Earth a globe. That'll make you win.
What a child, God.
He finds out that Earth is
Nigger.
flat. He goes mental.
Nigger.
Dude.
Fucking flat earthers are niggers.
Guys, he's just defending his fear. It's just pure fear. He's doing this out of fear.
Oh. Right.
was-
We can talk about his personal motives, which is fine. Okay.
Yeah.
But
So,
in the proposition that he made, right? He believes the Earth's a globe. Okay. Other proposition, the Earth's flat. Right. So he wanted to know, how do you explain gravity? So what he actually meant to say was, if the Earth is flat, how do you explain this force that's pulling inward to a big floating space ball? It's not a coherent question. So my friend, Mr. Future Astronaut, you need to recognize that the idea of gravity has nothing to do with the current state of affairs of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. It has to do with the creation story. Heliocentric cosmogony. Okay, it's actually a non sequitur. It's really irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. You can have all different forms of gravity and the Earth still be flat. It's pretty much pointless, because really what you said when you were asked, what's up? You said, oh, well, things fall down. Okay, cool, things fall down. I would agree. Any one of the people on the panel right now, when they drop something, it'll fall down or it'll float up, one or the other. But what we here, and you yourself, never, ever, under any circumstances, have ever experienced or witnessed, is anything falling inwards to a floating space ball. So you, my friend, came in here saying, I know it's a globe. But we know things fall down. But we know they fall down no matter where we go. So you, my friend, have a belief that things are falling inward to a floating space ball. And that's just the facts.
Man, he's got the Mr. Smith syndrome. Like, Mr. Smith came in and he just, started just defending his matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
still
kind of
believe
funny
it's a
that
globe. I still believe it's a globe.
you're hurting my feelings. The funny thing is, you said, I know it's a ball, with as much confidence as you said you know things
Nigger.
That's a great globe argument. You're repping the globe really well.
What's a what?
Oh my God, I'm not a flat earther anymore. He's screaming nigger in the chat.
He must be
Dude,
a
you're a
real
transgender
scientist.
moderator. That's retarded.
Everyone listening,
Mentally ill, guys. Get
everyone
help.
listening
Get
to this is
fucking
now
help.
convinced that the Earth is a
Get
globe.
fucking help.
Good job.
You know we
No,
record this
they're
on
convinced
YouTube,
the
and
Earth
that's
is
why
a
we're not
nigger.
kicking
That's
you
what
off,
they think.
because
The Earth
this
is a
spiral
nigger
is
now.
epic.
Oh,
You're
what?
gonna we record this on YouTube. You're being live streamed right now. It's going to be a podcast. It's awesome. You're going to go down as like the biggest retard in Goldberg history.
Yep.
I think he's a real scientist, isn't he?
Now, Future Astronaut, I'm going to unmute you again.
Yeah,
Give you a
right.
chance.
He's
Hold
a
on.
future
Puts the ass
astronaut.
in astronaut.
Play. Chill. All right, Mr. Astronaut, I'm going to unmute you again so you can say something precise, profound, and prolific about the globe. All right, here you
Rock our
go.
world.
Go ahead.
Maybe you can
Chicken and
recover your
balls.
reputation.
Chicken and balls. Chicken and balls. Oh.
Oh man, you're so stupid.
What a great argument. Earth is definitely a globe after all. I was wrong all these
Chicken and
years.
balls.
Dude,
Mentally ill
This
retards.
is so funny. It's like he's
irony.
self-reflecting, self-projection is it, right? When people
The irony.
when people got a mirror in front of their face,
The irony of you being protected evidence inspiring like you do and calling other people mentally ill. That's amazing.
You guys are all retards. Retards. You're all
Is
bull.
that why your best argument is retard? I think you're projecting.
Yep. Big projection.
I'll sue you if you put me on YouTube, motherfuckers.
Yeah, we'll sue you for defamation of character.
Is this
Scumbag.
much it's just actually easier than just admitting, hey, they fooled me, and I have the dignity to admit they fooled me. And hey, I admit they fooled me at the age of 24. They fooled me for most of my life up to this point in time. So it's like I can admit it, but is doing what you're doing like is that actually easier than just admitting that you were fooled?
Yeah, Mr.
Mentally ill, guys. Mentally
Play
ill.
the recording. It's like listening to the recording while he's talking. But anyway, Mr. Intelligentsia, the concept of a live stream is by the time you've already said it, it's already been broadcast. Not to mention that this is a live stream because it says live stream at the top. So this concept where you didn't implicit through contract by estoppel, which is your behavior, give us permission to broadcast you on YouTube is ignorance. So why don't you waste your $80 so the judge can tell you, get. All right, I'm going to unmute you now to give you a chance to rebut that with a precise, profound, and prolific statement in favor of the globe argument. Go ahead.
Here we go.
Yeah, rock my world, man. Rock my world.
There is a globe because of NASA.
Classic. Well, that's pretty stupid.
Oh man.
And you guys are mentally ill.
Earth globe because you're mentally ill. Okay. Nice projection. Earth globe because M word. Okay. Good argument.
Amen.
It sounds kind of like the Joker, doesn't he?
Yeah, could someone report his account for bullying mentally ill people?
Oh, this is gay. See you guys.
Yeah, see ya.
Not smart enough to be Joker.
Technically,
Yeah,
I'm mentally ill. I'll file a
Don't let
claim.
the gravity wall hit you on the back on your way out.
Yeah.
He is a Joker, but not the Joker.
Well, there we have it. A lot of globe answers.
Yeah, this is the best they come up with.
I think,
That is
guys,
profound.
I'll be honest with
Hold on,
you. I think, I think I need to go back, like, he really got a point there,
Yeah, sure convinced me.
Well, listen, someone just said that's some good globe evidence, and it actually is. Because that kind of mentality is evidence of why the globe is so effective.
Yeah. And you try to drag them through their own fantasy to reality. You can kicking and screaming to use my imagination. Imagine this, imagine that. It's amazing.
Actually sad, we gave him like so many chances. First time he just came into Discord to troll, then he was unmuted, then we used a lot of time, or other people used a lot of time to explain him so much, and then he just starts to spiral like his weird religious beliefs.
He just came in here to clown around anyway. It's like kids doing prank phone calls, same sort of thing. Like he had no sincere intent to learn anything.
No, that's true.
Not now. Now's not his time.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Two different types of heliocentrists came in. One that was very blasé, but yet said he wants to learn the truth. Another one bent on just cracking jokes. There you go. Psychological makeup of the heliocentrists. There are hundreds of types. The one thing they've all got in common, they're carrying the belief that the Earth is a globe. It's the one thing they got.
Some of them are funny.
Yes. Some of them are funny, and some of them are really funny.
So, as a globe skeptic, do you think he represented the globe well?
Typically, he presented the typical arguments. That is all, and the typical lack of knowledge for his globe. That was the other thing that they demonstrate. Another thing they have in common. They say it's a globe, but they don't know anything about the globe.
I mean,
except for the shape. That's it.
Self-projection was very scary for some reason. It's almost like he changed his complete persona.
Well, yeah, Jekyll and Hyde.
It's so weird, It's almost can't even.
Are we talking about the 15-year-old that was just in the chat?
Yeah.
I find it interesting how a 15-year-old can come into a chat and tell adults, probably 25 to 70 years old,
Yeah.
that we're retards. It's interesting that a 15-year-old can actually either one do that or 35 or 40 other adults allow that to happen, because I would never ever discuss anything of any substance with a 15-year-old unless they were my son or daughter.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, still, you give them a chance, don't you? You give them a chance. No, we appealed to the sanity side of the young man, but there you go. He displayed insanity, didn't he? So there you are. We were very, very civil and polite to the young man.
You were all very, very, very polite, and I congratulate you. And it's just, my daughters are 30 and 27, and I remember back when they were 15, and I vaguely remember back when I was 15. It was just like, a 15-year-old and a 35-year-old think much differently about just about everything.
Well, I think if you were 15, you were taught to respect your elders, like I was.
Yeah, this kid had no respect.
I always think back to the movie Coach Carter. In the U.S., it's a really, really good basketball film, and Samuel L. Jackson came in the first time, when he met his new team, and he said, "We're going to call each other sir and ma'am." And I think if we just called each other sir and ma'am and left it to go at that, I think we'd really get rid of a lot of ills that we have.
Brilliant. Yeah. So yeah, I was taught to respect my elders. That's how you're going to learn.
When I go into a grocery store or a restaurant somewhere, I don't care if the checkout person is a man or a woman or 15. They're not 15, but if they're 18 or 50, somebody who's a server in a restaurant, I don't care if they're female or what their age is. It's always sir and ma'am. I don't care. And that's just respect to people you don't know, because we all live in the same world together, and we just get along together.
Right. That's me as well. Same thing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah. No, you can get a lot. You can go a long way with your manners. Go a long way. Obviously. Mind you, I remember playing jokes on people as well at that age. I mean, I've done it. So there you go. It was fun. Mind you, when I was 15, I was 2 years into Army Cadets by then. Brother just joined. I had things going on. I had places to go, things to do. Boots to polish, trousers to iron, shirts to iron up, box pleats round the back, everything. Clean all your brass buckles and your buttons. Press your beret and your Glengarry. Yeah, had all that to be doing with. And then camps to go to, assault courses to overcome, exams, shooting, skill at arms, everything, map reading, the lot. That was all good stuff. And youth, and then I still had time to go to the youth club. So I had things to occupy myself. And boxing. Yeah. Very busy when I was 15. 14, 15, 13, 14, 15. Busy times.
Okay, I see the future dude already is gone and everyone is quiet. Nice.
Yeah, it's a quiet moment.
Yeah, good.
Think about that spiraling young man.
Yeah. Was kind of funny because I was talking to him in private with T Wood, I think is his nickname, and Miguel as well, and so it was kind of funny because he was hilarious. He was worried about transgender people and stuff like that. So I shared a video of a bush lady supposedly. Because he claims to be a son of a Freemason guy, so he was scared that people would, kick him because his father was a Freemason or whatever.
Is that a big deal?
For him,
His first
was.
question. That was his first question. He said, "Do you guys hate Freemasons?"
My dad was a Freemason. My dad was a
Yeah,
Freemason and special ops.
no, but for that dude, it was an issue. But I said I don't know why, but anyway, I'll be back. I need to do something for Miguel, so I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Elijah, you there?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Sorry, I saw so many people and I thought I'd give it a check. Surely someone must be talking about something. And it's
Yeah, good shot. Threw a lure in there.
So we have a quiet moment here. I was just going to ask, if you don't mind, what do people think about Dave, who calls himself Professor Dave, who even admits he's not a professor, but he even admits he calls himself a professor because it gets him more attention, like 900,000 subscribers. So what do people think about Professor Dave?
I don't like talking about people, but he bought his subscribers.
Oh.
Those aren't real. Those are bots.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. And they just kind of appeared overnight, and even his own community knows he did it. He's completely artificial. I mean, he doesn't have good equipment. He, for the amount of subscribers he has, he doesn't get the right amount of views and thumbs up either. And he has to go across all platforms to try and pull in organic viewers. He's a poser. He doesn't know anything.
He's a
just a
desperate
poser.
man. He's a desperate man.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably all it needs to be said about him. He's just a poser.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's a sad poser.
Yeah. Thanks for your input. I appreciate it.
Aurelius, you heard a number of his subscribers affirm those things?
Say what?
I said you heard a number of his subscribers affirm those things?
Say, like, you should be getting, at the very least, 20% viewership of your subscribers. He doesn't get that. And that would be organic. And that would be an organic low count. And he's below that. So, no. The guy's it's not real. It's like if you see somebody on Instagram with 100,000 subscribers and they'll get 50 thumbs up, you know they're bots. You know they paid for subs.
Yeah.
Do you think he's a zealot? Do you think he's just an autonomous zealot, or do you think he has a
he's just
superior
autonomous. I think he would have, if he were somebody paid, he'd have better equipment because he doesn't have a good camera. He doesn't have a good mic. He doesn't have an editor. It's all in-house. He's trying to get
He really is a
noticed.
sad man, then.
Yeah, he's basically doing it for free in the hopes that someone will notice him and pick him up as like a science communicator of some sort. They all want to be the next Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, the next Bill Nye. Bill Nye.
Yeah, the next Bill Nye, because at least Neil deGrasse Tyson, at the very least, has a legitimate doctorate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically a doctorate in Star Trek, but it is a doctorate. And Bill Nye doesn't have anything. He's a high school teacher.
Here's a very naive question. Here's a very naive question. How do people monetize their YouTube account with subscribers?
First of all, you need to have no copyright strikes on your account. You can have what do you call that when you have to take the video down? But you must have no copyright strike to enter the partnership program. That's what it's called on YouTube.
Dennis said earlier.
You said copyright strikes.
Yes, if you have even one copyright strike, you cannot monetize that channel. Ever.
Right. You can have copyright claims all over your videos.
Yeah, the claims,
but not strikes. Not strikes though.
Exactly. The claims do not count.
Yeah, the claims just mean the money from that video is going to go to somebody else.
So do you think any income that he's making, as far as his life, to keep his lifestyle or whatever, outside of what he's doing on YouTube, or is he making money on YouTube?
I think it's outside.
Okay.
Or maybe he's on disability, maybe something like that. A lot of these guys are. Like what's his name? The guy who's shaped like a barrel and he's got little spaghetti arms. Fight the flat Earth. Fight the tight shirt. Is it? That's what he is. He's on disability or something.
Yeah, mental disability.
Is that one of your children laughing at your jokes?
No, that's my autistic 4-year-old. Mad that she can't crawl on my back.
Oh, yeah, you got to let her crawl in your back, man. Come on. Yeah, she wants to play.
I can't tell. Are you joking that she's autistic, or are you serious?
No, I'm dead serious. She's nonverbal.
Okay.
Oh, right. I thought she was crying because you're not playing with her.
Well, anyway, who is that Dr. Dave or whatever you just mentioned? Because there are many Daves out there.
How does he make the time to find time to talk on here with that busy household and those children?
Who's that?
I was just wondering how you find the time to talk on here with the busy household of yours.
Oh, I don't. It's that I don't watch any. Like, I don't keep up with any of the stuff that's going on in the community at all. And so this is like literally all I can do. All I do have time for is to get on every once in a while on Voice. Like, I don't watch any live streams or videos or anything like that. Like, I don't think I've watched an FE video in, like I said, 3 years.
Oh, wow.
So,
Are you comfortable? Are you well? Are you stable right now?
always.
Good, good. Praise God. I can't help but ask that question to people as I get older, get other burdens, and become aware of various issues and start appreciating the struggles of other persons. And then, trying to understand the struggles of being a parent in this world, particularly this society, the United States. Just
I think if you're a little bit older like I am, you go back and look how, if you live in America, and if you want to go a little more cosmopolitan, look what's happening in the world, and you kind of go, how did we get here? How did we get to 2020 and 2022, and how did we get to our level of brainwashing and indoctrination and cognitive dissonance? And it's not hard to see that. XO even made this opinion on a different channel today. He said, basically in the 60s, we put our kids in front of TV sets and left them alone and let the TV raise the kid. And then we put a spinning watery ball, a globe in every classroom by the teacher's desk when you walked into kindergarten or first grade. And that was it. So you throw TV programming or propaganda at a kid and throw the globe at a kid at 5, 6 years old and don't do anything against it. 60 years later, look what we got.
Yeah. Brainwash, sleeping dead. Sleepwalking dead, man. Yeah.
That's why it's very, very difficult to talk to a 15, 20, 25-year-old, maybe even 30, but definitely a 15 to 20-year-old about anything, because they've been raised in a culture where I think the iPhone started in 2007. They've been raised in a culture where their communication doesn't come off of talking to people face to face. It comes off of talking to people, over this thing that's in front of our face, that we just talk to people like that, and we've lost all our ability to talk one-on-one, face to face.
I got to tell you though, there are some there's some diamonds in the rough though, partner. That's all. I mean, it's like they're not all bad eggs, right? Or you wouldn't have good people.
That's right. That's right.
You know what I mean? A lot of them are too young to know a lot of shit, but a lot of them are already very experienced, the younger people, and they've got some kind of old soul thing going on. I know a lot of younger people who are at least as smart as me, if not smarter, just in a lot of ways. Pick up on shit real quick. So I don't know. And I think a lot of times we get those folks in here, flat earther or globe earther. So just want to defend those folks because they're not everybody's too young to know what's going on. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I guess I fall into that category. I'm 20.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider you too young to know anything at all. You're a bright guy for 20.
Thank you.
Or just a bright guy in general. It sounds insulting when someone says that. Well, when I was your age, like, bro, just. And I'm 40, so anyway, go ahead.
But I understood the context in which you said that, so I interpreted it rightly.
Sure. Yeah, you did.
It was all in love because as I kind of think, I might be off by a few percent one way or the other, and that's fine. But
sure,
I'm kind of thinking that 80% of the world just kind of goes along with the narrative, whatever.
Oh, I'd say more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we get whether it's 20, 15, or 10% that kind of see where it's coming from, and oftentimes we don't give the 15 or 20-year-olds that know where it's coming from any credit. And I didn't want to make it sound like anybody on here or wasn't know what was going on. I didn't mean it that way.
Oh, you're good. Everyone's good, I think. I just wanted to say that.
Because when my kids were, when my daughter was 21, my youngest daughter was 21, after a volleyball match, she got my wife and I alone in her apartment at school. And she said, Mom and Dad, I want to get married to this guy. She was still in school. I want to get married to this guy that she had known for 3 years or whatever. And she wanted to get married to him because she didn't want to have sexual relations outside of marriage. And this was 2016 or 2015. And it was just like, wow. She'd been with this guy 3 years or so, and they hadn't done anything. Right. And
hang on, I gotta stop you there. We don't want to talk about romantic interactions.
Okay,
if that's okay.
Well, that's cool. I was trying to.
No, I get you.
The younger generation. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, totally. No, and where you were going, I think that's a pertinent conversation to have, just not in the live stream.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, sure.
In spite of the interruption, I get your point.
Yeah. Still, I understood where you were going with it, and it's quite interesting the way they turn out to be in the end. At least you brought your daughter up well, anyway.
Hold on, just a sec. It's quick. My little sister's 20, and she's at Northwestern, which is a hard school to get into. She's super bright, way smarter than me. She can sing and play the piano better than me, and I've been playing music for 20 years. It's crazy. So those are the kind of folks I'm talking about. But you're right, it's more rare, it seems, in this generation for some balls to be grown and they just appeal so much to authority and pop culture and mainstream. It's nutty. And we get at their computer all day, right?
I'm just curious. You just said you're 40 and you said your sister's 20. Those from the same two parents?
No. My dad remarried.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. What, do you think I'd lie to you about that?
No. I mean, it's just uncommon either way. Even with the second marriage, it's just normally you don't have siblings 20 years apart. But I mean, I have a brother that's 13 years older than me. I thought that was great.
When I had my 21st birthday, I drove to my dad's place, which is 3 hours away, and 8 hours away, and visited her, I picked her up and held her as an infant, and just to think about how much she's grown since that moment, right? And now she's at Northwestern. It's crazy stuff. I don't know what you're trying to say about the numbers not working out in your head or whatever, but I'm not sure that's important.
No, I'm not saying nothing worked out. I was just saying it's uncommon.
It is uncommon. Sure it is. Yeah.
I'm in a similar situation. My two half sisters, they don't love me. I do love them, but they don't love me. But they're more than twice my age.
Right.
Different father.
Yep. I know what you're saying, though, Orion. It is in a lot of circles uncommon. Sure.
For those who don't live in the States, we have 14. Now we have 14 Big Ten conferences schools. When I was growing up with it, they had 10 Big Ten. Now we have 14, and which is always interesting. They just will change it to the Big 14. But Northwestern is probably by far the hardest to get into. There are some Big Ten schools you can just show up and kind of get into, but not Northwestern. So anybody gets into Northwestern's got some intelligence, definitely.
Yeah, she breezed through school. Like, it's crazy.
What does Northwestern focus
University. Oh, I mean, it's just an all-around super duper school, hard to get into, and they forge you pretty good. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is it's a big name in schools, man.
Uh-oh.
It's very expensive. You got at least $60,000 a year, so it helps to have some brains to get in.
Man.
Yeah. So that helps a lot, whether it's academic or athletic. It really helps a lot to get that, because I'm not saying parents don't have a lot of money today, but when you throw out $250,000, $300,000 over 4 years, that's a good chunk of change.
Yeah. Well, she's worth it. So, anyway, keep going. Go ahead.
Is it private?
No.
Oh, is it a public university?
I think so. Yeah.
And what is she studying?
It's in Chicago. Well, she's not sure just yet. She's a freshman.
Oh, okay.
Got a lot of stuff to consider. I told her at least do music because, like I said, she sang a Adele song for me, and I started crying. I was like, "What?" And she was 18 at the time, 17, and she just kind of pulled it out. I can't play, so I've been a drummer for over 25 years. I can't sing and play the drums. Okay, and she just sat down and rocked it. She's had a lot less practice at singing, and especially instruments, than me, and I was just blown away, man. It's fucking, whoa, what,
She sang and played the drums?
Piano, which is even harder, in my opinion. Anyway. She's one of the diamonds in the rough, and I've met quite a few more, especially actually in this Discord.
Yeah, I just looked it up because I grew up in Peoria, Illinois, which is just south of Evanston, and we went there once for a volleyball match, so I got to at least walk on campus and say I was at Northwestern. And it's 23,000 kids, and it's private. I kind of thought
it is private. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was private, but it's no big deal. But so it's it's very interesting. I mean, Evanston in Illinois is considered very wealthy. And if you drive through it, you can tell it's very wealthy. And, of course, they put a wealthy school right in the middle of it.
Yeah. I mean, yep. It's a safe place to get a really good education. I need to visit her still. Before she's a sophomore, I got to visit her.
But for those who don't know, Chicago deep pan pizza is the best.
Oh, it is, yeah.
So if you go to Evanston and get the deep pan pizza.
There isn't better pizza. I've had New York pizza, Chicago pizza, all kinds of pizzas all over the world. Chicago's where it's at. Just Illinois. There's a big spot in Illinois in general that's just like the best kind of pizzas.
Every time I hear about a prestigious university, I can't stop asking myself, what makes it so prestigious? What makes it so all that?
Couldn't tell you. Maybe an adherence to tradition. Lots
So
of
it's
things,
called
man.
Price's Law.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's called,
No. Go ahead. I got to bow out. So go ahead.
so it's called Price's Law, or the Pareto distribution. So there's always going to be like the 1% of music artists that sell like 99% of the music. There's always going to be 1%. And if Michael Jackson, steps down as the king of pop, he'll be replaced by Eminem, or, just like Michael replaced Elvis. Or I don't know exactly, the numbers in music, but you get the
But your
idea.
point, yeah.
It's like the 12 pantheon. There's always going to be 12. People might lose their position and get replaced by another, but there's always going to be that 1% in everything. So, and knowing this, people say that, the hierarchy isn't necessarily evil. It's a moral thing. And meanwhile, these very colleges, prestigious colleges, are, telling people that, the hierarchy is automatically evil.
Interesting. I'm looking up Northwestern University on Wikipedia, and their motto in English, they have it in Latin and in Greek, and then they have it translated in English. They have Philippians 4:8 and John 1:14. Whatsoever things are true, quote unquote, and the word full of grace and truth, quote unquote. Interesting. It's a clue about what kind of college this is, or at least what kind of college it may have been in the beginning.
Yeah, a lot of school. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're good, bro. Go ahead.
A lot of schools started out with a Christian tradition. Lots of them. I mean, back in the
The vast majority of
1800s.
academia throughout history, yeah.
Yeah, and so they've kept those sayings because people are so used to them. The families are so used to them. So, in a lot of ways, they don't apply anymore in the 21st century. But they sound good, so they keep them.
So Price's Law in the book of, I think it's Matthew, Jesus says, to those who have much, much will be given. To those who have little, much will be taken away. So when he said, like, the poor will always be with you, obviously he was aware of this.
Right, that's a statement of fact. What makes them so prestigious? Like MIT, like Harvard. What makes you so prestigious? What? And it's so annoying because when you try to get a little quick result when typing up in the Google search engine, it's like pulling teeth. It's like, just give me the quick answer. So
Well, I
quick to
can
tell
tell
me how
you,
prestigious
it's
school is.
competence, right? Like if you go to Harvard Law, right, and you graduate from Harvard Law, you can bet your ass that you're going to be a pretty good lawyer as long as you showed up and put in the work, right? It's a hierarchy of competence, they say, right? Because what did Michael Jackson do? Like his whole freaking life, like he made music his whole life, right? So he was the king, right? So why was he the king? Because he was competent.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to hear you answer it. What is their competency dependent on? Is it dependent on the integrity and perseverance of the school and the students, or a combination of that and funding, or mostly funding, or how do you answer that?
What makes
They're competent because
competence? I'm sorry. What makes competence? It depends on what field you're talking about. right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking about distribution, to get the product in the place at the right time, right? So that would be that. So in music, I guess it would be who you know, right? Where can you get your music in front of, right? Can you make, the soccer moms dance in their minivans, right? Can you make the girls boogie on the dance floor, right? So, I
Mm-hmm.
guess I guess it depends on what you're talking about.
What is the worst school? What's the worst school?
You would probably think something like Compton, but Compton has like one of the best law libraries right smack dab in the middle of Compton. So it's hard to say what does make the worst school, right? Because right there, in some of the worst schools in the country, you got a law library, but yet there's a lot of people from that area that get turned into slaves, right?
Yeah.
Through tacit agreements, right, and contracting with the wrong folks.
Hank, is that you, right?
Yeah, that's me. You can call me whatever you like. But I'm sorry, no, that's not me. I'm Larry. Forgive me. I'm Larry, but you can call me what you like. You got me, bro. You got me.
Like, good lord, that voice sounds familiar. But his name is Larry now on the screen. Have you been well?
Oh yeah, man. Still moving. So yeah, I did away with my persona. I think it's Job 30. I can't remember. Let me look up. Yeah, there it is. Job 30:21 through 22. I'll post it in live stream.
I see. What chapter was it?
I
Oh
think
my
it's Job
god.
30.
Northern Rebellion? I think I recognize this video. I think I saw this years ago when I was in my latter years of middle school or my beginning years of high school, and I was researching the education system. Wow. Pulled up real quick too. Okay, so this must be uploaded on, oh no. This must be uploaded by a different channel, but the same video.
So, any of these banana cannibals found their missing link relatives or the curvature of the ball yet?
Say that again.
Any of these banana cannibals found their missing link relatives or the curvature of the spinning water ball yet?
Did he just say banana cannibals?
Yes,
Is that
he
what I just
did. That I had to hear that one more again, just so I can make sure I heard him right.
The evolutionists say
Can
that
I
we're
use
related
that?
to bananas. That's all yours, bro.
I got to use it now. I can't pass that up. It's too useful. And the only reason it's useful is because they set up that.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I just want to ask who that was. If that was that Hank or was that Gio? Who was that?
Hank, Larry, whatever you want to call him, he said.
Oh yeah, I forgot it was Larry now.
Uh.
Did any of you guys happen to see there was an article I came across on Google, I think, that said something about an eclipse in April?
I haven't heard.
Yeah. I mean, I seen it kind of late, so I'm assuming it already happened, but I don't think it was visible from the US. I'm not entirely sure.
Don't tell me. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's why I can't find it. Because they deleted it. Yep, poor as man. The Prussian model. Yep.
Burn all the books that counter the Third Reich. Burn it all.
Burn them all. And do you have your papers? And is your German satisfactory to the pleasing of the Fuhrer? Of the Fuhrer. Larry, did you take a look at the article I posted mentioning the 20 worst colleges? See what you think.
I'm at work. I can't do it now. If you'll send it to
Oh,
me in a message, I'll check it out when I get off.
okay. Yeah. A very prestigious school ceremony. Yeah. Yeah. A shameful fact.
Can we make that a roll, banana cannibal, for all the atheists?
How do you rationalize that? How?
Dude, they say we have a common ancestor with bananas. They'll openly say it, like in public.
We're relatives with bananas. Dogs come from rocks. Water comes from dust. Man, get out. To think that I was afraid of the so-called intellectual strength of these people at one point in time.
You could be afraid of their stench.
Especially if they're just a bunch of primordial slime.
Can I identify as a sovereign citizen and not pay taxes anymore and be subject to laws?
Oh. What are you talking about? Can I be a married bachelor? What are you talking about, bro?
I'm just fucking around. I thought I was serious.
I'm just letting you know, like, if you think you're a sovereign citizen, like, that's pretty funny.
No, I said, can I identify as a sovereign citizen? Like, can I identify as a woman?
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry.
I was fucking around.
I thought you were being
I
serious.
didn't catch it the first time. I caught it the second time. I said, no. Listen again. Sovereign citizen. Get it? You see?
It's like civil rights. No, you don't have civil rights. You have civil privileges. They use this word magic on us all the time, guys. So I've been shooting rifles since I was 5 years old. My rifle has never assaulted anybody. It just sits there. But some people call it an assault rifle. Right? I think these people are conspiracy theorists. Right?
It makes it sound scary.
I mean, as opposed to a consolation rifle? I mean...
All right.
Yeah, they're supposed to be used for aggressive negotiation.
Well, I always thought that it was funny that they created these, tack-ons for what they call hate crimes. So if you assault somebody or if you murder somebody, isn't that out of anger and comes from hate? But aren't all those crimes basically hate crimes?
Unless you're doing a morally good thing according to the word of the Lord and is contrary to the laws of man. And there's that. The antithesis of a hate crime.
That is very true.
So in one sense, it makes sense, but then in the way they use it, it's a redundancy. I mean, these people don't have very systematic, sophisticated, nuanced understandings of pretty much anything. So I'm expecting too much, giving too much benefit of the doubt.
Oh, I should post that video again in the chat. Larry, did you watch all those videos yet from that guy's seminar?
Are you talking about
She's
Straight?
gone.
You talking about David Straight?
Yeah.
Was that you that sent me that?
Yeah.
What's your name, bro?
Paul.
Paul. Thank you so much, Paul. Yeah, he's pretty much saying what everybody else has been saying. He's just got his own way of saying it. And I've noticed
Yeah.
like the same pattern of like it doesn't really matter like which guru you're listening to. Like they're all saying the same thing basically. It's all
Yeah.
about the
That's
status
the only reason
correction.
why I haven't gotten through his yet, is because his delivery was it was insufferable for me. I couldn't stand the way he did his spiel, but I'm gonna get through it one of these days. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. But yeah.
Oh, I've done
It's
watched
still
like
it's
4 or 5
good knowledge,
different
man.
ones. Yeah, I've done watched like 4 or 5 different ones.
It makes me feel so stupid when I listen to that and the things
Dude,
that he says. I feel
it's
like
so
a fucking
simple.
moron.
You're just ignorant. It's so simple. You're just ignorant, bro.
Well, I guess I was trained to be ignorant too, right? From the school system,
Yeah,
they
listen to
trained me
what it
that way.
says. Dude, you went through how many years of public school? 13 years? Right? Did you take any law classes? But ignorance is no excuse.
No.
It's almost like the government wants you to be a slave.
Yes.
And uninformed of pretty much all the bullshit that they throw on us. I mean, even the Constitution. I remember studying the Constitution a little bit in high school,
A
but
little bit.
not to the extent that I think we should be. You know.
And I can't help but
But
contrast that with
although,
where the Lord has explained his law. He has bothered to publish the Torah. He's bothered to publish his law and make it known.
So this
I've
guy,
never
what
read the
he's
Torah,
saying
brother.
is read the Bible as if it were a trust indenture. And then right there in the beginning, God gives dominion to man of the land, the air, and the water. Right there, that's the law. Because if you don't understand law, the contract is the law. It can be enforced in any court, right? And a trust document, a trust indenture, it's a contract. So if you understand this, right, then you might understand why they would lie.
Well, and you should be able to use that too when they haul you in for bullshit. You should be able to quote that stuff, and they should have to take it, because I mean they make you put your hand on a Bible before you testify. So they're using it in that terms, but then when you want to use it to help yourself, then it's not okay. Then they don't want to hear you.
People like to avoid the topic, but politics presupposes morals, and morals presuppose a moral lawgiver, whom is the God. So it's inescapable. If people want to suppress that and deny that all they want to, but look at the world you have when you do that.
So you know how when you're like contracting with someone, you're like, okay, I'll do this if you do that. I'll scratch your back if you scratch my back. And then they're like, well, I don't want my back scratched. Okay, we'll table that. How about I rub your feet? Like you're coming to an agreement, right? So what you want to do is not go into dishonor. And I'll be quick and I'll shut up about it. But basically, what you want to do is stay in honor at all costs. So if they say, I want you to pay $1 million, you say, sure, just so long as you can tell me where this thing that we call law, where men can get together and rule over other men with pen and paper, if you can tell me where that comes from, then fine, I'll go ahead and pay you $1 million. I'd love to, just so long as you could do that.
Give me the
Hey, Larry,
fundamental foundational justification of law in politics.
have you been married, Larry?
Yeah, I've been
Like in the
married
eyes
since leap
of
year. Oh no, in the eyes of the
you,
government, yeah, since leap year 2004.
knowing what you know now, would you still have gotten married under the,
Hell no.
you know,
Knowing what I knew
yeah.
10 years ago, I wouldn't have got married.
And my fiance is
Yeah.
so pissed at me right now because I told her last night that I don't want to get married anymore in the eyes of the government. I want to just like go to a lawyer and let's get power of attorney so that like if something happens, we can still, you know, make decisions for each other. But I don't want to be legally married. Oh, she's so pissed. And I don't know how
My wife
to, you know,
completely understands, and she says we never should have got married to begin with the state. She said we could have been living together this whole time, right? And then, you know, done it the old fashioned way, write it in the Bible, go down to the court, make it public.
yeah, I'm gonna have to sit down with her and explain her the position, I think, better, and she'll come around, I think. But yeah, I kind of dropped it on her a little hard. That's probably my fault. But yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Whichever decision you, may the Lord bless your marriage and may it last until death do you part.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
There was something I wanted to say earlier. Can't remember. Damn it, Larry, it's your fault. Can't remember what I wanted to say. Larry, according to your knowledge, why did they, in academia, change natural philosophy, quote unquote, to quote unquote science? Why they change the name? Kind of like you.
Well, science means knowledge, right? So there's ignorance, which means that if the information's out there and you don't know. And then there's patience, which means that the information's not out there and that's why you don't know. And then there's like science, which is like knowledge. So when you go through the so-called scientific method, at the end, you should have gained some knowledge. At least you learned 100 and something ways not to make a light bulb, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess.
When I did the research, with a little bit of research that I did reading through the Wikipedia articles, I might need to read the Britannica article also, but with the little bit of research that I've done, I've learned that there is no reason recorded in the encyclopedias. They just made the change. You look through the Wikipedia articles, there is no explanation for why they now, as a majority consensus, choose to relabel quote unquote natural philosophy as science. And then they try to distinguish science from philosophy, which is incorrect. Because you can't have physics without metaphysics. Metaphysics are a basic category of philosophy.
Let me try to explain it to you like this. So every Texan is an American, but not every American is a Texan, just like every Jew is an Israelite, but not every Israelite is a Jew. So
Right.
every science is philosophy, but not every philosophy is science.
It's science. Well, it depends on the sense that you're saying the word science. Because if you're saying science is only the study of nature, then when you say it that way, it also is problematic because you have to define nature. And so the reason I think that dichotomy is false is because knowledge is the object which the quote-unquote philosopher is seeking for. So a philosopher is synonymous with scientist, especially when philosophy includes the study of knowledge, epistemology, the study of knowledge. So science technically is already a basic subcategory of philosophy.
I agree, but if you take a look at like the Heimlich maneuver, right? That maneuver like isn't like all of philosophy or all of science. It's in like its own little category as a maneuver, right? For clearing the
What is
airway.
that? What is a
Right?
Heimlich
So
maneuver?
it's when they get behind you and they wrap their arms around your stomach and they make like a double
Okay.
fist and they squeeze your air pipe to where it pops out at the whatever's food's blocking the air pressure, makes it pop out of the mouth, out of the throat. So in the same way, the scientific method is a method for, I forget exactly how QE quotes it, but for eliminating variables and making a educated guess with deductive reasoning, something like that.
Uh-huh. But then again, this
Yeah, the thing about
phrase,
nature, sorry, real quick. The thing about nature is that it's a concept, right? Like, what is nature? It's a concept like time. And, I got to hand it to the EXO for showing me that in a dictionary, that nature is a concept. Well, what do we mean by nature? Well, it's the opposite of synthetic, right? So this whole, study of the natural world, it's a concept.
well, of course, the study thereof is a concept, and the word itself is a concept, but the word to which the thing is referring to is concretely real. And so, what exactly are you referring to that is concretely real by this conceptual abstract entity, a word, nature?
So there's supernatural, natural, and then synthetic. So I think that these things are like concepts, but like you said, they are tied to reality a lot better than the concepts of time and space being one. You know, um, but yeah, we kind of have to realize that like science isn't everything. Like there's more ways to find truth than a science book or a scientific experiment. It's only one. So I think that
Yes.
scientism. Wait, it's scientism. Hold on. Pseudoscience is like thinking that something derives from the scientific method when it doesn't. And scientism is the belief that science is the only way to ascertain knowledge. So we got to be aware of the scientism as well as the pseudoscience.
Now, I've received, for whatever reason, a kind of really, unnecessary degree of pushback from this critique that I'm giving regarding the semantics of the terms that we're using. But the problem with this way that most people use the phrase the scientific method is that it's erroneously narrow because it insinuates that there's only one method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge. And that's simply not the case. Especially when they define, quote unquote, the scientific method, it's only referring to a single method of inquiry out of many methods of inquiry, out of many fields of study, specifically related to ascertaining knowledge of cause and effect. That's just erroneously narrow. So there is no the scientific method. There are scientific methods. And then immediately the objection is, so is such and such real science and such real science? And they start rattling off these fields of study that have pseudo methods of inquiry. And then it's like, no, those aren't true sciences. Those fields of study using these pseudo methods of inquiry are not true methods of inquiry, and the knowledge that they claim to have is falsely called knowledge. It's pseudoscience, pseudo knowledge. Okay, so stop driving my argument into a wall. That's what I call it. I call it driving my argument to the wall fallacy. Where someone tries to blurt out what they think are the implications of my assertion, but really aren't the implications of my assertion, to try and reduce my argument to absurdity. Well, you could say it's a pseudo reductio ad absurdum, I guess. But still. And so that's why I say
Go
no,
ahead.
the
I'm sorry.
scientific method. There are multiple scientific methods which are true methods of inquiry that truly gain true knowledge, as opposed to pseudo methods of inquiry and the pseudo knowledge that they claim to have from them.
So let me get this straight. You're not saying that, there's a scientific method for everybody. Anybody can make up their own scientific method, just like genders now. You're not
Right.
saying
No.
that observational science is, part of the scientific method, because obviously correlation isn't causation. You're just saying there's more than one way to skin a cat, and you think that we should be open-minded to not just only the scientific method, but other methods that may be useful when dealing with stuff that may be a little more metaphysical or outside of the scope of the scientific method. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, other methods of inquiry, quote unquote, scientific methods, scientific science method, a way of ascertaining knowledge. So scientific methods, methods of inquiry to ascertain knowledge, other than the method of trying to ascertain knowledge of cause and effect of physical things. And the other methods of inquiry, scientific methods, quote unquote, of other fields of study, other than physics.
So could you give me an example of this, and like, would a good example be, it's not natural to repair a car, but if someone brings me a car that's in need of repair, I can use a variation of the scientific method to diagnose the reason, what's causing the effect of the car not starting. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about staying within nature?
No, kind of what you just said, like in a very basic, plain sense of quote unquote scientific method, a method of inquiry. Though there isn't just one method of inquiry to ascertain all knowledge. The method that you use to ascertain knowledge of cause and effects of physical things is not the same inquiry you would use to learn how to fix the car, like you just said, or to learn theology, or to learn linguistics, or to make ceramics, you know, or to think logically, or to
So,
ascertain, knowledge of morals.
okay. So I would
Does that
consider
make sense?
that yeah, I would just consider that in the realm of philosophy. But you're saying we can gain knowledge from it. So let's say that, back in ancient Greece, for some reason they had free time. Let's say they were, gathering technology from all around the world, from the different empires in the past. And let's say they had enough time to sit around and think about it, right? And you're
Hmm.
saying that they probably came up with more than just the scientific method at that time, or maybe later on in the future, they came up with, other variations of the scientific method. But there's a problem with induction, right? We can have deductive reasoning, but inductive is kind of like, where you just kind of postulate, like maybe it's green grass on the dark side of the moon that's causing the tides. Like that's not very useful, wouldn't you agree?
Well, that wouldn't really be inductive. I mean, if someone is to regard that argument as inductive, that would be a very poor inductive argument. Inductive, ideally, is supposed to, you know, establish rational premises to establish the most likely, most probable conclusion, so as to make the argument as strong as possible. Now, for
Okay, so I
instance, we
gave a
use
bad
the
argument.
inductive
How about the
principle.
sun? Sorry, how about the sun is causing the tides rather than the moon, because it exerts so much energy and perturbs not only the atmos but also the water? Is that a better example of inductive reasoning?
Yeah, that would be that sounds like someone who's trying to rationally, you know, inductively reason as to the cause uh, of the effect. Right? Now, that's the nature of the inductive reasoning. It's not trying to establish. It's not made to establish a conclusion of certainty. It's trying to get to the most probable conclusion, and we do this every day. We couldn't live at all in any way, shape, or form in any and all human experience without the inductive principle. We walk downstairs, we want to get some water or use the restroom, and we stub our toe in the middle of the night, and so that hurt. And so next night we're more careful to be to walk carefully and or just turn on the light so as to completely avoid stubbing your toe, because you assume that the future will be like the past. You inductively reason that, oh, hitting my toe hurt like hell. Okay, so that hurt, and so I'm not going to do it again because that's going to happen again, and I don't want that pain to happen again. That's the inductive reasoning, the inductive principle at use in everyday human experience. So the inductive principle isn't invalid just because it isn't deductive. We couldn't live without the inductive principle.
So in hospitals, they call that the bedroom fracture because it's one of the most common injuries that they see is when someone kicks the crap out of the wall or their frame or whatever in the bedroom. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It makes sense. And I would call this like prejudice. Like you're prejudging, right, because of your experience in the past, that if I'm going to walk through my bedroom in the middle of the night, I better turn on the light because it's better to wake up my wife than to break my pinky toe again, because last time it took me 3 weeks, 4 weeks for it to stop hurting.
Yeah, it's a kind of rational prediction of the future based on prior knowledge.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so, yeah,
go ahead.
And so, just to clarify, what I'm saying is that the phrase "quote unquote" the scientific method end quote is very often used in this narrow sense, only in reference to a method of inquiry to gain knowledge about cause and physical things. And that's just an erroneously narrow usage of that phrase. That's all I'm saying. And for all those people who complain semantics and rhetoric, we use semantics and rhetoric all of the time. We couldn't speak if there were no semantics, meaningfulness of words, and ways to express words meaningfully. So let's not complain about semantics and grammar.
So I've heard some of the ballers make this agreement, and just because they make, argument, just because they make this argument doesn't mean it's not true. That would be the genetic fallacy. So I'm trying to take your argument serious. I'm trying to understand it, straw man it, and all that stuff. So,
steel man it.
yeah. I don't want to straw man your argument. So there's people like Lemon, right? Lemon Bird is an intellectual who, he thinks outside of the scientific box, so to speak. And I think that we need people like him. But it seems like the ballers kind of went too far, and they created this model. And now, instead of finding the facts and fitting it to the model, they appear to be, and I mean, not appear. They're actually ad hocing, which means that they're saying ignore the facts. We got to make the facts fit the model, right? So they come up with all these theories like dark matter and dark energy that supposedly make up like 95% of the universe, but you can't see, hear, or detect any of this stuff. But it has to be there for the model to work. Then I think that you can kind of get carried away. What stops you in this version of science from kind of going off the deep end like the ballers and finding facts to fit your narrative? What keeps you grounded, or because you're saying it's too tight? How do we keep from going too loose?
So in regards to, again, this is an epistemological question. You have to judge it case by case, of course, but in general, if you know, whether you do or don't know about whatever is at question at hand, right? You gather intel first as much as possible. Try to think through it, make sense of it, make sure it's coherent, make sure it corresponds to reality, make sure it's justified so that you have knowledge, justified true belief, and rinse and repeat this cycle of criticism, both self-scrutinization and the scrutinization of the alternative position. And so in what you just explained, you were describing the the wrong turn in their epistemology, where they're no longer, if they are using a method of inquiry, they're no longer using a valid, true method of inquiry. And that's if they're using a method of inquiry at all. They veer off so far that they go beyond the era of a pseudo method of inquiry to just pure autonomous rationalism. They're not inquiring about anything. They're just conjuring factitiously more and more ideas, right? In addition to their ever increasing, ever evolving epistemological method and metaphysical paradigm, and axiological and ethical paradigm also. You see, so you can veer off in your epistemology so much that you're no longer inquiring, you're simply arbitrarily asserting. So that ends up becoming an epistemology of humanistic, autonomous rationalism. Your method of inquiry is to simply believe and or say what you believe. And it is true and it is knowledge because you believe so and or say so. And that's the epistemology with the so-called globers and the scientists, or scientism, and humanism in general, overall. And rationalism is autonomous humanistic rationalism is not thousands upon thousands of years old, you see. And that's why they can veer off so disparately from one another and veer off so far away from reality, because a non-omniscient person is trying to give a theory of the world or about any particular thing in the world as though they are the ultimate authority of knowledge when they're not. And so what they end up doing is one of two things. They either say that the world is unintelligible, the world is irrational, but my theory makes sense, which reduces their supposedly rational theory to absurdity and reduces reality to absurdity. Or they're saying the world is rational, but we can't know it, which reduces the rational world to absurdity. They can't know if they cannot think rationally, and if they can't think rationally, then they can't know anything.
I think you serendipitously taught me something just now. I'm sorry that it's off topic, but 1,500 years ago, a new world meant inhabitable land adjacent to the water that we're already connected to, just in an unknown place. And now when we say world, we're thinking in the stars, a place that we can't go to, a place that we can't reach. So in the past, people would have been constantly looking for new worlds, right? Because there's new people, new culture, new spices, new vegetables, new things to learn and gain from each other. And now the whole new world idea is cut off because we're not allowed to go to the new world, which is Antarctica, in my opinion. And I think that in a lot of ways, Iceland is Antarctica. Iceland is to Europe as Antarctica is to the rest of the world. We are told that it's covered in ice, right? But it's probably got geothermal vents that could be irrigated and terraformed much easier than so-called, Mars, the planet. So I apologize for taking us off topic, but yeah, that's why they would lie.
You see. So the last thing I left off on was describing the rationalism and rationalism dialectical tension. What is all that? In other words, it means that this is the discrepancy. This is the non-comportation within their epistemology. When they make themselves the ultimate authority of knowledge, it reduces knowledge to absurdity and impossibility. Either they are rational and the world is irrational and unknowable, or they're irrational and the world is rational, but they're not rational enough to know the rational world, thus veering off, way off from reality. And whatever doesn't fit their rationalistic theory, then they just disregard as unimportant. But Dr. Hegel, this doesn't comport with your dialectical idealistic, your idealistic dialectical theory of history at all. Like look at this. The facts be hung. the facts be hung, he said. He said,
I get what you're saying. So what they're doing is they're basically changing the words so that we can't understand each other and exchange complex thoughts. And they, deem themselves as the purveyor of all truth and the king of all knowledge, right? And anytime someone comes against them, well, you're automatically crazy or you're wrong. And, we got these crazy houses that we can put you in. Not so much these days, but in the past, I'm pretty sure that's what happened to a lot of people because the nut houses in the past were full of all kinds of people that were, in my opinion, waking up, and they had to be drugged back down and lobotomized and reset in order to maintain the what do you call it, the powers that should not be, the powers
the
they should
order.
not have ever had. Yeah, the order. Yeah. So the boot on the neck, right? So I think we're coming upon the precipice of this repeating itself. But here's the thing: revolution, just like in their model, the Earth revolves around the sun. The revolution is happening again, and it's up to us, what the outcome is. Are we going to let the boot, be placed firmly upon our necks, or are we going to, think back? And notice I said think back rather than fight back.
Yeah. So this is how their epistemology and thus their metaphysical paradigm, including their cosmological, and cosmogonic paradigm, can veer off so far from reality and become so full of discrepancy. Because they're contradicting the word and the reality, which is dependent on the word of the ultimate authority of knowledge, the God. You can't contradict truth itself, truth himself, and knowledge himself, whom reality is dependent on, and speak the truth.
Right. So you said something a minute ago. You said knowledge. How did you say it? Basically, knowledge that makes sense because you gain knowledge and verified it. So this is like knowledge outside of the scientific method. We're talking about. I forget how you said it. It's killing me when I forgot about it. But you kind of made me have like a little epiphany just now. So I can't help it. But justified knowledge. That's it. That's what you said.
Yeah, justified true belief.
Beliefs. Yeah, justified true belief. Yeah, I think maybe a lot of people in here, uh, maybe we tend to ignore that because everybody's always talking about science. So justified true belief maybe is something that we should take a look at. I know that a lot of people talk about religion and they say like, should you believe this? Like, is this is this verifiable? And although a lot of stuff in the past is not verifiable, it is certainly good to have a good foundation, right? And if
My
a
brother in
society
Christ,
is to
hail,
be
hail.
successful, yeah, if there is going to be a successful society, then we kind of got to have that foundation of truth, right? The justified true belief. It doesn't matter, if you're in Saudi Arabia, it has to be the Quran. If you're in, I guess other parts of the world, in India, it would be the Bhagavad Gita, Mahabharata. If it's going to be in like the United States, it would have to be the Bible. And the more and more people kind of go, well, I can just make up my own beliefs and whatever I want and my own morals, and everybody has their own morals and everybody has their own truths. This is going to be very unsuccessful for a nation to be so divided on what is truth, right? If we can't decide, is it good or is it bad? Do you have the right or is it wrong to do X, Y, and Z? If we can't agree on that, there's going to be serious problems.
There will be conflict. I've said this so many times, not necessarily in this room, but just talking to whoever I'm talking to, whether on or off the internet. Subjectivism and relativism gets you the world that we have now. Do you like this world that we have now? I don't. Could this world be better? Certainly it can.
So there's 2 new people here. I don't know if we having a chill day or anything like that, but I just got in here. T-Word just checked in 2 people.
Okay.
I don't know. It's Thomas and what was the other guy? T-Word.
It was Avid.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're.
Avid and Thomas. Welcome, guys.
Thanks. How's it going, everyone?
Oh wow.
Good.
Nice. Okay.
So what brings you to the server, buddy?
Well, I was doing an exam on physics for my national hires for SQA in Scotland, and it was talking about trajectories in ideal surface of the Earth being round, and it was talking about satellites, and I just shat myself. Like I was sitting there and I just shat. I was like, "What is this on about?" Because it didn't make sense to me. And I was just wondering, like like satellites, how they have to have the perfect perfect speed and velocity so that their forward velocity is equal to the downward velocity, so they orbit a so-called spherical Earth. But how does that work on a flat Earth? If you know what I mean. I don't know if that explained that well or not. All right.
I didn't hear it explained all the way. I lost connection. Could you ask the question again, please? Maybe use different words.
How out of what work on a flat Earth? So can you repeat that?
I think he's left. I thought it was T Wood. I thought it was someone else, but I don't think it was T Wood.
No, it wasn't T-Wood.
Sorry.
There he came back.
There you go.
Sorry.
I think you just asked how satellites basically work on a flat Earth. That was the question, I guess.
Can I stream?
Thank you.
Can I stream to paint,
Yeah.
or are you not allowed to do that?
No. We don't do video here in this
All
room,
right.
but it's okay. Was your question how do satellites work on flat Earth?
Can I send a photo to one of you? Because it's a bit weird for me to explain.
I guess
go
one of
ahead.
the boss can give you permission. Yeah.
I'll draw it in paint quickly. I'll mute while I'm doing it, and I'll tell you when I'm finished. Okay, I've got a photo. Who did I send this to?
You can send it to me. I'll post it for you.
Okay, I'll have to send you that, and then I'll send you that.
Thomas?
Yeah, hello? I sent you.
All right. So, the question was, how do satellites work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, like how do they stay in the air?
Okay. Can you see the live stream voice text?
Is that under the live stream? Oh, yeah,
So
there we go.
we're above this one.
Yeah.
All right. I'm about to post your photo now that I've stopped. Give me just a second.
Cheers.
All right. Do you see the one that I posted? Right above yours?
Let me see. Is it live stream? Oh wait, no, I'm in the wrong way. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. Yeah, I see it.
All right, so the one that I posted was in the Civil War, we had hydrogen balloons and we had cameras. So we've had GPS, sorry, let me say that. We've had high altitude footage, right, since the Civil War. Has technology increased since then? Like tenfold, 20-fold, 30-fold, quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm sure we found all kinds of ways to get things up into the air. So our question would be, how do you verify that they're falling around an object, but never falling too far away from it or falling into it? How do you verify that that's actually what's going on? Because we can play you a video of a guy who called NASA, and they got one of the like higher up people on the project of the Hubble telescope, and he was saying that he's never actually laid eyes on Hubble other than the moonwalks, which means on TV. He's never laid eyes on it since they launched it like 20 years ago. So if he can't verify it, how do you verify this is what's going on?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, how do you verify?
What? So like?
Because you can. Go ahead.
Are you asking me if I've ever seen a satellite?
Yeah, you ever seen a satellite falling around the Earth in such a manner that it doesn't fall too far and it doesn't fall too close?
No, I've never seen one. You're right.
Right. Have you seen hot air balloons? Hydrogen
Yeah.
balloons. So those are verifiable, right? So this doesn't prove that there is no satellites, but you can believe what you like. I don't care what you believe. But what is truth, sir? Is the definition of truth that which is verifiable or falsifiable or demonstrable to be true? Is that what truth is? I'll be right back.
Oh.
Go ahead and answer. Somebody else can take over.
Oh.
Another thing I would ask you is, have you ever seen? You know, they say that supposedly. Let me see for a second because the number changes so frequently. So
wait, this is like
one second. So they say, according to Google, okay, as a source, they say 6,542 satellites are right now orbiting as active satellites. Have you ever seen anything, that is a satellite orbiting in front of the moon? Like when you look at the moon, do you see things like particles or that?
No, I haven't.
Millions of things that are, right? Interesting, right? That would be the first question. Why is it that, you have these thousands of satellites, literally 6,542 actors, and let me see how much space trash is there. And we have 128 million pieces of debris, smaller than 1 centimeter. So if we had 120 million pieces of debris, shouldn't we see like flickering particles like every time we look at the clear sky and the moon and they float in front of the moon? Like you would see like sprinkles of things.
Yeah, that's true.
And the satellites within. Another thing is the ISS, can you imagine what happens if the ISS would be hit by just, let's say, a piece that is as small as your fingernail?
Yeah, exactly. Like blow up.
Yeah, it would completely shred it, right?
Yeah.
So, how can it be that they say 128 million pieces of debris, smaller than 1 centimeter, are as of January 2019, flying around? Why there are 6,000 something satellites flying around? Why I guess there's also a huge another amount of inactive satellites flying around? Why there is an ISS and a Chinese ISS, mock-up, whatever it is, I don't know, flying around? How is it that first of all, there is nothing to see in the live stream of ISS. You never see any satellites in the far distance. Neither do you see any particles or space debris hitting the ISS. I mean, if that would even happen, that would be a tragedy. So, just by these things, by these questions, do you think NASA will ever give you any answer if you would call them up? Same with the Space Hubble telescope, what the other guy just told you, where...
Yeah, that's true.
See? So, I think, I mean, I can't disprove or prove any satellites. I can only put things in a question, so to say, and maybe show the inconsistency of a model. And I mean, the heliocentric model is, a so-claimed model. They claim to have a model that seems to be working in their own religious worldview. So isn't it weird that, and I'm just scratching the surface, with these inconsistencies, because there are so many more. I mean, we could literally talk 1 hour about how many inconsistencies there are with this model, that we are constantly being attacked for, just showing our observations, that we don't have any curvature rate, according especially to what the numbers are given by the heliocentric model. Same as, all these fake pictures of a perfect spherical Earth, even though NASA themselves say that the Earth is roughly a sphere. Or on Wikipedia, if you type in spherical Earth, Wikipedia will tell you the Earth is an oblate ellipsoid, which, is supposedly like the head of, what is his name from Family Guy, this little baby guy. Stewie. Yeah. So isn't it weird how much inconsistency there is, and especially with things that should have been just should be easily clarifiable, if that's the right English term. I'm sorry, I'm native German. Sometimes I just create words.
You got it right.
So yeah, this was a very short talk by me, and trust me, we are not crazy. We're definitely not crazy. We're just people asking questions, and doing our own research.
Like when Jesus was like pinned to the hot air balloon and stuff, and how would he, he wasn't like added to it?
What?
Did you say Jesus was pinned to the hot air balloon?
Is that not what happened?
Well, and
what are you talking about?
What did you
What
just
are you
say?
talking about, bro?
When Jesus was like in the tomb, and then they took him out and pinned him to the hot air balloon.
Oh, you're funny.
Well, there we are again, right?
Is that? I'm not taking the piss. I'm generally not taking the piss.
It's always
that's what you're
ending
talking
up
about.
at this point, That's the comment.
Well, what's the address? What's the address to that scripture? Or is that written at? I seem to have missed that part.
In Scottish Church of Scotland, that's what happened.
You're serious? Are you telling me that the Church of Scotland says that?
In the Presbyterian
Nah, he's taking a piss.
I'm not. That's what happens in the Presbyterian Church.
Man,
I've been going to Church of Scotland since I was 2. I got baptized in Church of Scotland.
I'm going to
We're not
rebuke
Scottish.
that
We're not in
blasphemy.
Scotland.
Repent of your foolish words, my friend. Just stop it, okay?
Foolish words. That is ignorance against the Scottish Church.
Let's get back to.
Let's go back. We get out of religion and go back to actual facts.
All right.
So,
Bro, can you post what he's talking about in live streams?
No,
no.
At least send it to me in my DM.
So check it out, my friend. There's three claims that they make about the Earth, right? One, that it's round, right? Two, that it spins, and the third one is that we're next to a vacuum, right? So a less pressure system next to gas pressure. All right. So my first question is, who do you know of anybody that have, like either now or in the past, measured the curvature of the Earth? I don't know. Is okay. Thomas?
He was already spiraling. You're going.
I know. So Thomas, you there, bud?
He might have been pushed away. Always have difficulty.
Yeah, he was.
I'm having problems
Hey,
in the grip with that.
T-Word, who was the other guy you checked in? I keep saying T-Word, but my dyslexia. T-Wad.
Yeah, that's fine. No, Avid Brentford Kilmarnock hater is the other guy. And Thomas.
All that.
Thomas is gone. But Avid.
Yeah, I think he's having issues with his internet or something.
Right.
Hot air balloon, he's getting the internet over there. Hey, Avid, you there, bud?
If you're talking, you're muted.
Yeah, you're self-muted at the moment. Have anybody spoken to Death, their ex? Or Death? I'm not even gonna try.
Death Rex.
Death Rex.
Yeah.
Death Rex.
Yeah.
Anybody speaking to you here lately, or you just got it? So it brings you to the server, Death Rex. I don't know if anybody's spoken to you yet, so I guess I'm gonna ask.
Just listening in. I'm looking at how I can approach doing the measurements to find out for myself what's true. I don't really have a clear stance or anything like that, so still trying to get used to the rules here and how things work, how you argue. So I don't say anything wrong.
Oh no, you're good, man. As long as you don't go spiraling into some, cussing or cussing sometimes allowed, but just not
Surmise the politeness of your speech.
Yes. The N-word would be probably a bad thing to say.
No, I don't say stuff like that. I just go on tangents and I get stopped. So it's really hard to know what to talk about.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. So at the moment you're just testing it out. You still believe the Earth is a globe?
No, I don't have any stance. I understand that this is something you guys have a lot of passion for, and you also say you've done measurements. I was like, okay, I might have to do some of that myself to verify whatever I can verify. I always believed in the concept of finding out for yourself what's true. So that goes for any area. So yeah, I was just thinking if I have to buy an expensive camera to get some observations. I mean,
yeah.
I'd
like to ask
how much
you.
it cost. Yeah.
I'd like to ask you, why is a measurement necessary or required of you to persuade you rather than just your observation alone?
I meant a camera as a way to measure and to observe. It's just that I can't really observe much by my naked eye. I do see things that just looks like, for instance, the moon, whereas a light coming from the moon, and it's said that it's just a reflection. It doesn't make sense. You can clearly see on the sky there's something emanating from it, like a light. So that's just my observation there. And you have the stars as well. You can see that they glimmer. It's kind of like it's something else. And if I have a camera, I can zoom in on it and I can actually find out what it looks like.
Just to enhance your observational experience. Okay.
Can I chime
Because
in?
And then
if
there's
I may just
what?
India
if I
just
may
posted
just
some. India just posted something in the live stream. If you can look at that.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed during the day how when the sun and the moon are in the same sky in the day, that the moon doesn't reflect the sun's light? It almost disappears and appears almost opaque and like through.
Yeah, can you explain a bit more? I didn't quite catch that.
I was just saying, if you've ever observed before the moon and the sun in the daytime sharing the same sky, the moon doesn't reflect the sun's light like it supposedly does at nighttime. It almost looks invisible. Like it looks like you can see straight through it. You've never noticed that before?
I haven't really seen the moon much at daytime. I don't go out to observe it at that time, but it's probably there, right? So it should be possible to see what you're talking about. But you're saying it's more like more invisible or see through, yeah?
Yeah, it doesn't shine like it does at night at all. It doesn't reflect any light. It's almost as if it's transparent.
Yeah, the lighter part of the moon is lit. The lighter part of the moon is lit, and it's not at the same angle as it would be if the light from the sun is also the light that's on the moon. The angle of the lit part of the moon is not, angled with the light, with the position of the sun. So so that lit part is not because of the light from the sun on the moon. And then that opaqueness or transparentness he's talking about, it's as though the moon is transparent, where it's bluish. There's a bluish tint over the moon, as though you can see the blue sky through the moon.
Yeah.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
Sure.
Somebody said recently that if you want to tie your shoelaces, you don't comb your hair. You tie your shoelaces. So if you want to see the shape of the earth, you look down below you. You don't look up in the sky. So the sky is irrelevant because you can't go there and see for yourself, or you can actually check, on the ground and see where you are. So for any person who believes we live on a spinning watery ball, I just have to ask them, do you believe that radar was created to operate in a straight line or line of sight, or do you think radar has been modified that it can curve around a spinning watery ball? And the only reason I ask that is that if you're on the ocean and you're on a ship and you want to ping something that's 52 miles away, for example, and ping back, radar is basically radio waves. And when you ping something out at 52 miles, you're supposed to have, according to the globe model, the curve model that you can find on the internet, you're supposed to be able to bend or curve 1,800 feet. And if radar was created to operate line of sight or straight line, and that radar off that ship pings something at 52 miles and comes back, it cannot possibly go around a curve or a bend in the earth. It is impossible. It is an impossibility. And so right there, knowing that radar does not bend, and knowing that they could ping something 50, 60 miles away, even 60 miles away is 2,400 feet of curve, then that tells you right there that for radar to operate on a ship, it has to be a plane and not a planet. And the same thing operates for laser. Now, lasers can be reflected off of something, but if you take a laser and go straight, a laser does not bend. So if you're looking at salt flats, which there are many of them, or looking at a body of water, and go out 21 miles and have a laser 5 foot tall on one side and no laser 5 foot tall on the other side, you should have approximately 200 foot of bend over that 21 miles. But that laser goes straight for 21 miles, and if somebody 21 miles away who's 5 foot tall or 5 foot eyesight can see it. So right there, the globe model is demolished. The only reason I say that is that for the last 100, 200, 500 years, the default position for our educational system has been that we live on a spinning watery ball. But I've just given you two instances with laser and radar that do not bend, that cannot be used on a spinning watery ball. Now, what else do you need?
Right, good point. When we're talking about the curve,
refraction. Please don't say refraction.
And then the other point I would make.
So if I understand it correct, there should be some sort of yeah.
The other point I would make is that the thing that Bill Nye and Neil Tyson and a lot of people talk about, with the globies, with the globers, is that obviously if you're on a beach and you see a ship and it disappears over the horizon or over the curve. Whereas if you take a 30 or 40 power telescope, when you lose the ship with your average naked eye and put that 30, 40 power telescope onto the boat, the hull, everything comes back into focus until the telescope can't see it anymore. And so all I can say is, and that's law of perspective and vanishing point. Every painter who paints, everybody who draws knows about law of perspective and vanishing point. But Bill Nye and Neil Tyson will tell you that the ship disappears over the curve when it does not. So, do you refuse to see those three cases as being fact, that we live on a plane and not a planet? Is your cognitive dissonance saying that I can't be fooled that badly? Or do you have to actually say, well, I can't, agree because I have to do the measurements myself? Well, I just told you that radar and laser does not bend. I just told you about law of perspective and vanishing point, which proves the naked eye, when you lose a ship, it does not go over a curve or a bend, because a telescope will bring it back. And if you take it one step further, 72% of the Earth is water. Water at rest, not going down a toilet or going down anything like that. Water at rest cannot bend. Our observations tell us that water at rest cannot bend. And if you have something that's 72% water, it cannot bend. So therefore, it must be flat or a plane. It is just that simple. You got to get rid of your indoctrination, your Stockholm syndrome, and your cognitive dissonance, and look in the mirror and say, I've been fooled. Unless you're a paid shill for the other side. Because we know for a fact that NASA does not spend $66 million per day to not go into space. They got to spend it somewhere, because they've been given $25 billion a year to spend it on something. And they spend it on propaganda. They buy people to come on Instagram, Discord, Facebook, Twitter, and just act as a paid shill. And of course, we don't know who paid shills are or not. But if I give you those three circumstances and you can't say, well, you're wrong, then you have to come to the conclusion that we live on a flat plane. You got to look in the mirror and say your cognitive dissonance is getting in the way, or you're a paid shill. That's all the conclusions I can come up with. Thanks for letting me talk.
No worries.
I disagree with the guy. I think it's a false dichotomy. I think that sometimes it takes people a little while to process. So we're talking about, 20, 30, X amount of programming with the television, magazines. If people say, why does it matter? Well, if it doesn't matter, why is it everywhere? It's in all the cartoons. It's always about space. It's always about, the Earth being a globe. It's in all the classrooms. Right? It's in all the educational books, right? And I would say that sometimes, it takes people a while. I don't think that we're trying to convert anybody here. The only thing we're trying to do is offer you the means to find out for yourself if you were, curious enough to want to know what we're living on. We can show you how to do that, to see it for yourself, because they tell us that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. So we can tell you, okay, if that's true, then the horizon should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's feet, or at 1 foot, it should be at 1.22 miles. We can also say that the Earth has to be bending at a rate close to 8 inches per mile square. That's approximation, but it's a pretty good approximation, and it's pretty reliable. But yeah, it should be bending 8 inches per mile square. So if you were to go to, a large body of water at rest, like I did in Corpus Christi, and you see something at 10 miles away, and it's not over 66 feet in the air, then that's a problem for the globe Earth model. And that's why I'm here.
10 kilometers?
Just in kilometers, I don't know. I apologize. I'm an American imperial, so
Yeah.
I only use imperial.
10 miles, you say. I can convert that.
Yeah, it's about 6.
Can I add something real quick, Hank, to your
about
point about if it doesn't
kilometers.
matter?
2.16? $2.16 kilometers? Yeah, 16 kilometers. Interesting.
Yeah,
so you should easily be able to...
0.62 miles in 1 kilometer. For those of us in the United States that never converted to the metric system.
10 miles is 16.1 kilometers, something like that. That should be easy enough. Because then there would be a curve with your naked eye, but not with the camera when you zoom in. You can see the ship, so to speak. That's something to observe.
So the Earth is dropping down. Think about Europe, and it's going to be dropping down.
Larry, you're breaking up.
Try again. Fix your connection. You're roboting.
I think it dipped out, Gregory.
Oh, okay.
I think we can concede that it takes more than 1 or 2 hours of flat Earth talk to overcome a lifetime of globe indoctrination. I think we can all admit that. I can admit that. And so we can go from there.
Just like to say what's up to MJ. What's up, MJ? Marvis? How's everybody doing?
I'm well, and you?
Doing all right. Seems like there's a gentleman in here they're talking to. Death Here X. And it looked like Jim777 was taking point on that conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm all good. I think I talked myself out for now, and thanks for listening.
Yeah, no worries, man. Death Here X, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, did you come in today, just brand new and trying to figure out what's going on with the conversation of the shape of the Earth? Is that right, or you've been in the conversation for a while?
No, I've been here many times. Just listening in. Multiple weeks.
So, what is the biggest hurdle you think that you have for the conversation? Do you believe that because people are talking in a forum such as this, that it's not credible for somebody to talk about this topic, and it has to be spoken of in a more academic way? Or how would you figure this conversation would bode well for your mind, because it seems like sometimes people look at it more as an intellectual conversation versus a psychological one. What do you feel, sir? I'm just trying to see where you're coming from, being in and out of the server.
I mean, seeing that so many people are convinced and they can argue for it is, to me, valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And you can link to videos where people have observed things, where you can see the ship coming back into view after disappearing. Then you can clearly see that from the video, but then videos is not proof, so you will have to kind of do that observation yourself. But I think the curiosity is strengthening by listening to different arguments. You're asking about is the conviction. So yeah, that's why I say I don't have a stance, because I don't have the conviction of anything.
Do you feel like, listening to both points, coming at it from do you feel like you're coming at it from an unbiased point of view, or do you feel like you still have a strong bias towards the shape of the Earth being a globe?
No, I'm leaning more towards the flat theory, which is basically why I'm here. I also look at different scriptures to see what it says, and I guess that's not really popular to talk about here, but that's the truth. I'm
not in this room, but in another room. In this room.
Yeah. I mean, there are indications in many of the holy texts that would lead to the understanding that the Earth is not of a heliocentric model type. So, that being said, we look for empirical evidence in this forum to make sure that people are bringing forth, things that can back up in a claim. So, if there's something they've said, then they're able to back it up with evidence. So nobody can just say the Earth is a globe and say, haha, science, because we're going to ask you, how do you know this? Bring forth the evidence and let's examine it. So in the case of the globe, people come in here thinking that it's going to be a knockdown win. Very easy to say, the Earth is a globe. How do you know? Science. Or if upon pressing them and they don't know, they're like, well, the scientist knows, right? So easy way to get away from it is to kind of pawn it off to the people who they would look up to in the academic fields. So that's the thing with people. It's like they're never convinced until they actually investigate and search out to see if there's any evidence behind the claim. So rather than it be more like, you have your evidence, I have mine, let's look and investigate the claim, right? Because the claim is of utmost importance. Is the Earth actually a globe or not? Let's find out, right? So how can we do this? How can we collectively discover if the Earth has the set metrics that they say it has, or it does not? So we always go back to the origins, right? Where did this begin? From at what point did we start learning that people were talking about the shape of the Earth being a globe? And you can look at all the people who they mentioned, the scholars of old, and that's the information coming forward to us, but it doesn't have any credibility as far as like it being founded on empirical evidence, right? The things that they talk about aren't falsifiable. You can't go out and do the things they did back then and then discover that the Earth is a globe. So we're left with more questions, right? So then fast forward to where we're at today. Now we're left with these ideas that the Earth is of a set size and dimensions, and we are left to figure out, okay, so that guy might have not figured it out because it's old. They had very crude methods, and now we have more advanced technology, and we're able to figure this thing out better. And so we think because we're enlightened, we can do more. When rather this idea was never founded in anything solid as far as empirical evidence goes. So that's the issue right now. People want to argue about, okay, let's hear the globe, let's hear the flat. and let's see who has better evidence. And that's never been the case. It's always been about the claim. So when we go observe our natural world, we don't see globe. We don't observe that. So people have to imprint that into your mind, and then you carry that forward and then tell somebody else, well, I learned about it. Secondhand information. Of course. You don't go out into the, into the ocean and observe a curved earth. You see a flat level plane, flat horizon. That's what everybody observes. So this is the thing that I'm kind of giving you this little bit of information because this is where the problem lies. In every conversation about the shape of the earth, people coming into the server, it's always about the claim. That's number one top priority. That has to be the thing that we discuss versus, okay, let's talk about Coriolis, or let's talk about gravity, and let's talk about the Cavendish experiment, or whatever. Because if we start getting into these other topics, we lose track and lose sight of where this thing actually begun, its origin, and why we're talking about it today. So hopefully that kind of gives you a little insight. And that's a bit of like why people have this in their mind and they don't have the evidence. And this is the reason why. It was never founded in evidence. These are concepts. These are ideas. These are theories. Flat Earth is not that. So there's a lot of people that get indifferent, like, well, it doesn't matter to me, flat or globe. Well, it does. Curiosity brought you to the server. That's the reason why you're here. Not you personally, but anyone, right? So, anyways, some food to think about in this conversation. What I always point people to the understanding is like it can get to be a tug of war at times, right? Trying to get people to reason. And it's as simple as, it's not what I'm saying. It's what they've been claiming all along. Have you looked at the claim? Because if you have not looked at the claim, they're saying that the Earth has a radius, its circumference, and diameter. Have you looked to see if that's been validated? Have you validated it? And so this is the issue, right? I'm going back to that. But that right there holds the key to why people can't really figure this out. And it's not because there's better minds working on it. It's because there's nobody knows. There isn't the intelligent scientist out there who's holding the keys to the understanding that the Earth is a globe. There has never been that case. People aren't going to find this magical guy somewhere and he's going to come up with yep, I got all the answers. Let me talk to the flat Earth, because there is no guy. 7 years later, there is nobody who's going to stand forward and admit that they can back up the claim. It's always been about calculations, theories, and ideas. Anyways, I monologue a bit, but I do it with purpose because it's a bit of insight as to like where we have been in the conversation to where we're at today. And people are just tired. They're just like, you know what? Globe Earthers, bring the evidence. If you guys think it's a globe, tell us about it, show us, and let's talk about it. But that's never the case. Anyway.
It's never the case. You never had someone on that had really strong arguments where you couldn't disprove or you became insecure of your own position because of their strength in argument. It's never happened.
No. The thing that they bring up all the time. So the evidence in which so the idea of what words mean, right? What is evidence to you? They say. So this is how conversations begin, where on a foundation that they're trying to get a foothold of reality as they know it. So in order for them to skew perceptions, they have to change what words mean.
Yeah.
You understand? So how we communicate, you and I, if you can change what a word means to me, then you have the higher ground. Let's say, I'll give you an example, right? Level means flat, or excuse me, curve means level. So their idea that when you're talking about something that's level, it actually means curved. So if they're able to skew perceptions in that way, where level doesn't mean what we understand it to be, like flat and level, no, it means over the curved surface of the Earth. That's level. So words change in the perception. So when you think you're saying the same thing they are, you're not. You're not speaking the same. You're talking past each other because they're skewing words And they also, the definition of the word will then be changed in like things like Wikipedia and sources, right? So it gets difficult to have a conversation in that way. So you're not really, they don't put up a good argument. They're just changing what things mean in a perception, so that it loses its value. So there's no way that you can communicate in the sense of like bringing forth evidence on their side and then on yours, because you have to establish how you communicate in a conversation and then determine who's saying. Like, let's just take for example, we're in the audience listening, and you can't understand the guy saying level and so is this guy, but this guy has a definition of the word and it means with curved earth. This guy has it for flat, and they both sound like they're saying something important, right? So the discernment has to happen to cut through all the lies, because that's what we're doing here, and say, okay, so if level means curved and whatever you're talking about, then that curved has to be measured somehow. You're going to have to bring forward the evidence. Like, did you measure it? Because, I mean, obviously you're claiming this thing has got a drop rate over distance from point A to point B. There's no way. I mean, if you're going to live on a geometric shape, it's a globe, that it's not going to have that. The Earth has to, by definition of a geometric shape, what you're saying, right? It's going to have this curvature drop rate. Absolutely 100%. But so this is the thing that I always go back to, because even if they change words around and they try to put up an argument, but it fails in the face of truth. Right? Truth is self-evident. You can go and view the world for how it is, right? And you can examine it. You can do tests. You can figure things out. You can get people collectively and do tests together. And you find out that when you do this investigation and you do your tests, that it doesn't conform to what they're saying. Because if it did, then we would all be saying it as true. The Earth is curved. We measured it. There's got a drop rate. It conforms to the metrics. It's all good. But we all here, who've been doing this for many years, are still here because of the fact that there is no evidence for the fact that the Earth has a curved surface. So this is the place where we're at. So no, there hasn't been the high intellectual person to step foot in here, be it that he's got a PhD or whatever academic professor. It doesn't matter who he is or what he claims to be. We always come back to, is there evidence for the claim? Anyway, and there hasn't been. So
no.
If that kind of gives you, and you have to actually be in here asking those questions to those people to see for yourself, because you have to hear them say it. That they don't have. I don't know. I don't know science, right? So.
Yeah, but let's say on Antarctica, there's the flight paths. There's so many different things I've looked into, and just the fact that you will be shot down if you fly over Antarctica and there's no flight paths there, it's like
right. But we're getting
pretty crazy.
Yeah, we're okay. So when these arguments were actually debated early on in the movement. Now, a lot of people would take a stance on either side, right? Well, I got the Gleason's, I got the azimuthal equidistant projection, and you got your globe, and we're gonna talk it out. We're gonna see where flights work on it. You know what? And I'm always talking about like where we are at, were before, and where we're at now. So we've actually sharpened the conversation. We've moved on from these things that don't benefit flat Earth from the conversation standpoint to where we're at today. We're so precise now that we don't need that. That's not. We're talking about things that even if we're using the azimuthal equidistant projection, right? And we're plotting flight charts or whatever, and we're saying, look, it works on this map. That's not providing evidence of anything. That's just saying that in this concept, it might work better than the concept that you have, right? But we're still talking about a map. We're not talking about reality, which means the Earth that you're actually looking at when you look out your window. So that argument, if there's a big group of flat earthers that are standing for like, well, yeah, the Gleasons, man, of course, check it out. It's okay. I mean, it doesn't bring fruit. It doesn't yield fruit. The fruit that's yielded is when the person can't rebuttal from what you're telling them. And that always lands back to the claim. So there's these non-arguments that we can get into And even if you have a logically consistent one, it still won't suffice to break the mind of the person who's arguing with you on the standpoint of the globe, because they still won't see how your map or your AE map is going to, do anything to the way they've always known. It doesn't change the mind. It just probably makes them more staunch in their position, to be honest. Can you see what I'm saying? Like that conversation doesn't yield fruit. It's more of just a show, basically. Because at the end of a conversation, the guy's probably more staunch in his position. He's like, "Yeah, but you don't know what you're talking about, anyways." You know what I mean? Or he'll find a flaw in the AE map, which of course there is flaws, because it's the map projection itself is not the actual land. Because every map is used for a specific purpose. It's not the land itself. It's not the actual land. The actual land is like certain aerial maps, and even those sometimes, depending on how they're taken, don't always conform to the actual size. So this is where the difficulty lies, right? How to chart this Earth that we're on. And like I said, certain maps are useful tools for the purposes that they're used for, but they're not used in this particular area to argue for the shape of the Earth. It's not useful. It's not beneficial. Anyway, hopefully that kind of helps. It'll save you some time if you are going to be engaged in these conversations. And of course, don't take my word for it. Obviously, go through the argument. Have it out with somebody. Get your AE map, and they take their globe out, and you duke it out. Say, okay, flights work over here, and they're going to tell you no. But if you don't have this curvature or whatever, it's gonna get messy. It'll be long. By the time you're done with it, the guy will be like, "Yeah, but you don't know anything." I've seen it before. It's happened.
There's from Australia, there are some flight paths that don't go they don't go past Antarctica to go to the islands to the west, I think. Do you have any views on why don't do that? Do they have like an idea that there's something dangerous on top of Antarctica, kind of like where airplanes can lose the navigational systems and so on? Is that the argument they're using for why they don't fly directly over it?
There's probably different arguments that are brought up, and I've heard many in the past, but a lot of it stems from the Antarctic Treaty. Certain places that airplanes can't fly over that are like military zones, and I mean, who knows? There might be a few arguments they can come up with. Depends on what flight, right? They were talking about.
It just sounds like too much secrecy,
Well, that's
suspicious.
A part of the reason why, like I said before, like those conversations don't yield fruit is because there's going to be a lot more questions, right? That the globe earther might even start asking the flat earther, and then some things the flat earther will say, "I don't know," and then he's going to be like, "Aha, you don't know," and then people, it's just not a good look. People are going to be like, well, here we go. Flat earthers don't know, right? So instead of it being where you're on the defense, it's easy to be on the offense when you're just like, look, provide the evidence for this curvature that everybody speaks of because this is a globe. And it's that little thread on the sweater. When you pull on it, it unravels the whole entire sweater. It becomes undone because they don't have an answer to that question. No one does. Not a single professor on this earth has that answer. No one, not one. And I dare challenge everybody to find this person, because this mysterious scientist who has the keys to the answer has never come forward. And believe me, we've been poking the bear, so to speak, and no one has come forward to claim this. No one's taken up the challenge, and it remains that it's no one's provided the evidence. And
Good.
Yep.
What's I'm sorry to interrupt. Forgive me. What I find fascinating is Gregorian. When they signed the Treaty of Antarctica in 1959 and went to effect in 1961, 13 countries then, 54 now, a UN treaty. when Gregorian went up in 61 with the USSR, and then Shepard followed later that year, they went up to check the shape of the Earth. That's the only thing they did, and they came back and they told their bosses that, hey, it's flat. And NASA has been working ever since then to make sure that we think it's a globe. And all you can do is say, from a movie that came out a couple months ago, The Flatten the Curve, the documentary, all you can say is the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. And if you go into an argument with your mind closed, it doesn't matter what the eyes tell you. You're gonna, your cognitive dissonance is going to take over. So I always come back. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. You gotta open your mind up to the fact that you've been deceived and fooled and lied to your entire life. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm open for that for sure.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I always go back to having them produce the evidence, because when we use this has been done before, and it doesn't matter the overwhelming evidence that we have, the logically consistent arguments we have does not matter. So we can tell people all day long, take a look at the evidence. It's right there. They won't do it, and I'll tell you why. Because the indoctrination that they have learned that the Earth has been a globe is brought by consensus, right? So they feel like they have the people on their side. So it doesn't matter if you say this particular pilot flew over the Earth and it's flat. This guy, he's a sailor that I know. He sailed across the sea and he reached a certain point. It's flat. This guy, when you start talking about other people, then you put it in the hands of you saying, well, this other guy knows and you should know too. It's more like, if it's easier that you can tell somebody, this is how you figure out if the Earth has this curvature, because that's the more important thing. When you tell somebody else figured it out, they're going to tell you the very same thing on their side. Is going to be like, well, we got astronauts that went to space. So you're telling me your boy who went down there on that boat saw this thing and came back and reported, yet my astronaut went up and he said he saw that, so he reported. Now we're it's like two pit bulls, right? They're fighting, and so that in that battle it becomes you got your evidence, I got mine, and so it's easier for you to say provide the evidence that the claim is true, and then let's have a conversation. Because if you have no evidence, then you have a belief that you have, and there isn't the reality in which you think you live. The paradigm doesn't exist unless you have evidence that it does. Of course, then we would be in the globe Earth. But they often rely on secondhand information, which is kind of the same thing. I've always talked about it before. It's good, right? Because even if it's logically consistent, and I won't knock anybody for having that, this person in the field who knows best, right? A sniper, a sailor, a pilot. It doesn't matter. That's good, but it's still that person who was up there that saw, who was on the ocean that saw, and it wasn't us who can provide the evidence. So we have to bring it back to where it's easy for all of us to figure it out. And that's kind of what I'm bringing to the table here. So it doesn't seem so like that other guy figured it out and he came back and reported. And hopefully that kind of brings this to light, whoever's listening.
I wanted to say about evidence, how people, we mentioned, we've been indoctrinated, and there are many things we've been indoctrinated with, which includes the epistemological method of empiricism. Now, even many flat earthers, people who know the true cosmos, are still stuck in this sort of epistemology where they exclude any and all a priori information as evidence. They only accept a posteriori information as evidence, and that's erroneous. There is an a priori and a posteriori evidence. What does that mean? A priori, that which comes before empirical experience, sense experience, and a posteriori, that which comes after. So the reason why Miggy right now is emphasizing the a posteriori information, the data, empirical sense experience is because that's the nature of the question. The nature of the question is about an empirically verifiable and or falsifiable question. What is the shape of the earth? That is a physical thing that we can empirically sense. So if we have no empirical sense data as to the curvature of the earth, then you cannot justifiably conclude that the earth is curving. It's a fundamental absolute dichotomy with all geometric objects, both abstractly and concretely, that the object is either flat or curving. What's the third option? There is no third option. The law excluded middle. So, given this true dichotomy regarding the shape of the earth, is it flat or does it curve? And so the emphasis should be upon a posteriori empirical sense data to answer the question. But that is not. Say again?
No, I said that's correct. If we don't lead them into this understanding, I feel like we can be stuck in a battle of locked wits. Let's say we're going to be just duking it out with the information that they have and we have. And like I said, you can have your logically consistent argument. That's not the problem. It's sound what you're saying, and on the flat earth side, we're gonna be like, dude's making sense. But the globe earth side, they're just gonna be like, huh, this is all he's got. Like they're not gonna realize that, and it's gonna feel like, man, why isn't he getting this? Because it's all there. It's because they've only been on the offense. We got consensus, man. We got the people we got the multitude of people in academia that vouch for us. We got the astronauts, and what do you guys have?
We have the entire established world order that is for us, that supports us.
So, and it's not right, it's not, of course it's not right, but that's what's giving them fuel to continue moving forward and saying that yeah, you guys are dumb, science or whatever. They can't reason with us, and that's an issue.
So like what Miggy was explaining, Death, is
I don't think that has to do with the topic. Sorry, I have a bit of a lag on my connection, so
what Miggy is trying to, and he's already said it well, but just to put it in other words, just to help you to understand, he's addressing the tactical error on both parts in the debate. And that error is that very often people make the error of debating the a priori theory that interprets the empirical data. Now, there are no uninterpreted facts. This is another epistemological fact. There are no uninterpreted facts. So a priori explanations, explications, arguments aren't invalid. They're worthy of consideration. But what settles the matter in regards to the question, and the question is a posteriori question. It's about a empirically sensible thing, the earth and its curvature and or flatness, the absence of curvature. What settles the matter is the a posteriori, the empirical sense data. You see, for instance, in regards to whether the sun orbits above the circle of the earth, or is the earth a ball orbiting the sun? You see, now both a priori theories are coherent within themselves, but what settles the matter is what is our a posteriori experience. We don't observe the earth moving. We don't observe it to be a ball either. We observe it to be flat, and we observe it to be stationary, and we observe the sun to be moving. So regardless of the heliocentric quote-unquote model being internally coherent, at least in regards to the assertion quote unquote, the Earth is a ball orbiting around the sun. What settles the matter is the empirical data. What's the empirical data? The empirical data is that we observe the sun orbiting above the face of the Earth, and the Earth is stationary, and the Earth is not a ball. It's a level plane. So that is the refutation to their model, because their model, as coherent as it may be within itself, and as you may be able to imagine that model and superimpose that imagination onto reality, the reality that you experience is not what the heliocentric model describes. You don't observe the sun, you don't observe the Earth being a ball flying around. You observe the sun orbiting above the flat face of the Earth. So that's an instance where the a posteriori data settles the matter.
So there's no sunset, for example. You just have to, I mean, if the sun goes beyond what you can see and you put a camera to it just as it's supposed to be going down, you can see the sun with a camera. Is that true?
Say the question again.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to reason with the why that question would be even thought about. Like even if we were saying, as far as like what we're saying with their base axiom being that our natural world that we live in, right? The perspective in which you have is you're viewing the Earth from a vantage point that you can't insert an idea if it doesn't have validation, right? So to ask a question as to what's happening then, well, simply is put, you're making an observation. Now, how can you follow up and say anything outside of that reality? So Gregory was basically telling you is the same thing. You're viewing the sun move across the sky from east to west from your vantage point. And as you see it move across the sky, it goes from east to west. You experience sunrise to sunset. Now, whether or not you can say, with this idea that the Earth is a heliocentric, Earth that goes around the sun, you can't determine that from your vantage point. What you observe, however, is the sun moving from east to west. At no point do you say, aha, I know that the Earth is going around the sun, because you're making this this base axiom in which you begun, which viewing the sun move across the sky, turning it into something that is not happening, which is you're claiming that the Earth is going around the sun, which then would have to follow, how do you know? Because if you were to say, how do we know the sun's moving across the sky? We would say by simply observing it. Now, we don't observe the Earth going around the sun. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it. I'm
Okay.
simply just asking about the horizon
Right,
concept.
and that's why I put it in that way. I put it in that way because it's simple. Truth is self-evident. It doesn't take a genius. I'm not gonna. There's nobody gonna confound you and say, no, you're talking nonsense. You're telling me that the sun is the one going across the sky. No, 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 no. The Earth is going around the sun. And then at which point somebody's gonna say, well, how do you know that's happening? Well, it just has to be. Nope, that's not a good answer. I observe it moving across the sky. Now you're telling me that Earth is going around the sun? Where do you get this idea? Where's this information coming from? You understand? Like there's nothing founded in actual evidence that you can tangibly say, okay, yes, we know. There's nothing like that.
I think he was just asking the question out of curiosity, not as a counter examination question.
Yeah. I think of as with the boat moving away from you on the ocean, the sun works on vanishing point and law of perspective as well. If it's moving away from you and you put a 30-40 power onto it, it will come. It looks like it's about ready to, quote, set or go beyond where you can see it. If you put a magnifying device on a 30-40 power telescope, you will be able to see the sun again in full until you can't. Another thing another thing that I noticed, and I'll be brief with this, is that at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, if you use a sun filter, the sun will actually look smaller at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning than it does at 12 noon when it's more above you. And then it will actually get smaller in the afternoon, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, most people will not go look at the sun directly at 8 o'clock in the morning, 12 noon, and then 4 or 5 o'clock. They just won't do it. So your globers can come on and say the sun stays the same shape as it goes around, overhead. Therefore, we live on a globe. Well, and they know that most people will not go get a sun filter and do the work for themselves, so they can lie outright. And so it's just a few things that I've noticed, being somewhat of a newbie to this whole thing, is that the other side will lie through their teeth because the globe is a lie, and they will lie to protect their lie. And it's just simple psychology. And you just gotta, like I said, you gotta open the mind and know that this is a psychological war, and they're trying to win your mind. It's just kind of that simple. But thanks.
Furthermore, in addition to Jim's point, that conclusion that he repeated that they say on their side, therefore it's a globe, given that supposedly the sun doesn't change size throughout the day or throughout the year. That conclusion doesn't even follow from that premise, especially given that in their model, the Earth orbits the sun in an elliptical orbit. So the distance from the sun to the Earth does change, and so you would expect an angular size change in the sun. But with that, that's still a model. That's still a model where we don't observe the Earth being a ball, nor do we observe the Earth being a ball orbiting the sun, let alone orbiting the sun in a void.
I think what I've seen from the globies is that they will give you, because of the elliptical tilt of the Earth, they will give you the fact that it will change just slightly, and I have no idea what 0.5 of anything means, but they say it can actually change 0.5 of something because of the tilt of the Earth, and yes, but from 93 million miles to 93,200,000 miles, that's where they give you that 0.5, but there's actually a discernible difference.
As though they could observe that themselves.
Exactly, and so is actually a discernible difference on the flat model than there is on the globe model. And yes, the tilt would give you a little bit closer to the sun, but it wouldn't account for much at all if you can see that the sun is 93 million miles away.
So they assert this as though they could observe this for themselves, and secondly, they observe it as though it's significant and or perceivable.
Yeah.
When it's not perceivable, we cannot fathom 93 million miles. We cannot fathom that. We don't have any frame of reference of anything in our human experience so as to even comprehend a fraction of that distance. We cannot even fathom or imagine 93 million miles, let alone a 0.5 difference between 93 million miles and the 0.5 difference in an increase or decrease from that.
It's a ludicrous statement. That's all they have, though. They've been standing on these statements for such a long time, going unchecked. And now that it's time to, the chickens have come home to roost, Like, it's now time to, belly up to the bar, so to speak. Bring forward what you got, because for the longest time, and I say like 7 or 8 years almost that we've been in the movement. It's been longer than that for people in the truth circles, but the movement itself, the flat Earth has gone everywhere now. I feel like they're people they're losing ground. Now they're saying things like, "Oh, I'm not claiming the shape of the Earth. I just want to talk about like the sextant. I want to talk about how it works." And you're like, "Well, what are you saying? Are you talking about this is a claim for the globe? No, 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 no. So we don't have the people standing by the claim any longer. The anti-flat earthers, those who are really against or opposed the position, they're basically the only ones, and they're saying the most ridiculous claims as well. But they're losing the fact that they're even claiming the shape or geometric size of the Earth, and that was the only thing that they had in the beginning to give it validity. At which point now it's almost like if you just laser focus on that one single point, show me the evidence, they won't be able to. There's no damage, and at that point, see, the thing is, if you don't have the radius, you don't have the distance to the planets or anything actually in the cosmos. If you don't have the radius, they don't have telemetry data for how rockets go out into space, because rockets just don't go straight up; they go along with the curvature of the Earth. So if you don't have the radius, you don't have anything, my friend. It is the single biggest one hit wonder. That's all you need, is to hone in on that laser focus and ask them for the evidence, because they're gonna try to scattergun you to different questions. They might tell you, "Oh, well, let's talk about gravity. That's probably more important than what you curve." That's the thing. If they don't have that, they don't got no ball Earth. Their whole cosmology implodes. So, and
Most
like,
people,
yeah, go ahead,
most people
Greggy.
don't know. May I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Most people, piggybacking off of what Miggy just said, most people don't know this factoid, and I'm glad I learned this factoid so as to really make it strong, make it very memorable in people's, um, memory about this issue. This cosmic idea, this cosmological paradigm, this cosmological ideology, where we live on a ball flying in a void among billions upon billions of other humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas flying around in a void. That is called cosmic pluralism. Cosmic pluralism. And it's an ancient doctrine. It's not new, also. The further back in time you go, the less popular it is, but it's not new. It's very ancient.
I
And
think it has
so
evolved, doesn't
that's
it?
what we have been indoctrinated to subscribe to, this metaphysical, cosmological paradigm of cosmic pluralism.
Doesn't it have its roots in Kabbalism? I think even older mystery schools have this teaching actually.
Yeah, it's older than Kabbalah, because Kabbalah is the Yahudianized, Judeanized mystery religion doctrine from Babel. So the Yahudians, the Judeans who came from Babel in the 6th century BC, got it from the Babylonians, the Babylonians, who they were made captive and
Babylonian.
enslaved by.
It's pretty old.
So it's older than so-called Kabbalah and Neo-Pharisaism, aka Judaism. Cosmic pluralism is, in essence, Littleton is going to describe it to you this way. I'm saying this to you after pondering it and making sense of it and then putting it into words. Cosmic pluralism, as we know it today, especially, is really a materialistic or physicalistic version of other theistic and supernaturalistic worldviews, metaphysical worldviews, as opposed to saying realms or worlds or spheres or planes of existence. We say planets. So the quote unquote planet in cosmic pluralism, in the cosmic paradigm that you and I were indoctrinated with, is the materialistic, physicalistic, naturalistic version ideologically the version of other realms, other spheres, other planes of existence. And the reason I pull up these factoids is because along with our indoctrination, there's this other premise that we've been indoctrinated to accept, is that what they teach is knowledge, it's science, it's truth. And everyone else throughout history was just teaching superstition and quote unquote religion and, your foolish speculation. And that's a false dichotomy. No, no, just perceive the fact that what they indoctrinated us to believe is just their doctrine, physical doctrine, their epistemological doctrine, their axiological doctrine, their ethical doctrine, including cosmology, including origin of life, including cosmogony, the origin and history of the universe. Including the fundamental, irreducibly complex aspects of all things. It's just their version. They're not teaching science as opposed to everyone just teaching quote unquote religious, superstitious nonsense. No, it's a false dichotomy. Furthermore, for the vast majority of human history, no such dichotomy existed. This dichotomy was only created erroneously with the abuse of language, where we have this dichotomy as religion versus science, God versus science, faith versus science, faith versus reason. No, these are just false dichotomies used by sophists and pseudoscientists who really hate the truth and don't want the truth and hate knowledge and are abusing the language that they're expressing this erroneous doctrines with. So the true dichotomy is just truth versus falsehood. Truth versus falsehood in all matters regarding all questions. And that's a typical tactic of people who don't want to carry the burden of proof. They simply want to deny any and everyone that contradicts them the lofty, worshipful name of science. No, what you're teaching is not science. It's not knowledge. Why? Because I said so. Because it disagrees with me. Well, why do you believe it's what I'm saying is not knowledge? How do you know what I'm saying is not knowledge? Well, because you must be wrong because I must be right. And I must be right because I believe so and I say so. See, that's the fallacy of arbitrarity. These factoids are important. They're not just trivial because they really do help to adjust the way you systematize your thoughts, which contributes to how you understand and perceive, how you understand the matter and how you perceive reality. Again, there are no uninterpreted facts. You interpret the facts of human experience, a posteriori human experience, through your mind, through the a priori information that you have, that you believe. Death, you chewing on that?
Yeah. Dozed off a little bit on the philosophy there, but
yeah.
But I just want to say, like, the psychology of the belief that people have, and when they're met with arguments and they cannot counter them, and they either leave this place. Like, it's just the same everywhere on every topic. Everything that's controversial, everything that goes against the conform norms. For me, it's just so obvious.
Now, when you get into psychology,
I think for me, moving forward, I'll just have to. Yeah, just a simple observation. When there's something people don't want to know, they're gonna have special reactions. This is a very, very predictable pattern to that. I just get so tired of that. I've seen so much of it. It becomes so obvious.
When you talk about psychology, that presupposes a metaphysical statement about human nature. Now, you talk about psychology in modern day academia, they have certain presuppositions on which their methods of inquiry are based on. The predominant presuppositional paradigm is behaviorism, you see, which,
yeah, exactly,
the Neo-Darwinian, origin of life theory, everything, essentially, just to try to put it as little words as possible, matter in motion. Matter in motion, humans are evolved meat robots, and they respond. All their choices aren't really choices; they're just responses from other matter in motion that come in contact with them. Now, I hope you can see the obvious flaw with such a metaphysical theory, especially about human nature, because if that's true, then the person that asserts this is not making a statement of truth. It's not making an assertion with truth value. This person isn't even believing what they're saying. This person isn't even thinking. This person isn't even alive. Because if that's true, which everything is just matter and motion, including humans, then you're not even alive, let alone thinking, let alone believing anything, let alone believing truth, let alone expressing truth.
Yeah.
So you reduce knowledge to absurdity. Matter emotion ideology cannot answer anything. Why? Because knowledge is not even real in that worldview, and so it's not possible. Not possible to know anything. Hopefully, you're the kind of person that seeks the truth of the matter, getting to the bottom of the matter. And perhaps, if you are, I would love to speak to you one-on-one or whenever you like.
Yeah.
Because I'm the kind of person that likes to get to the bottom of the matter. I don't like to stop at a point in the line of inquiry where it just gets uncomfortable, or the questions become inconvenient, or the answers become inconvenient, contrary to my preferences.
Yeah. No, it's completely fine. I also like to do the same. I can hold on pretty long. But right now it's 4 a.m. So for me, kind of, I can start a new day and then I can start again.
Thank you for stopping by.
No worries.
And especially listening as well as you listened for as long as you did.
There's a lot of insight that I have to reflect on.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll be back. I'll just head out and go to sleep.
Good night, sir.
Right.
Good night, also. Or good afternoon, rather. Good afternoon, y'all.
All right, everybody, calm down. Quit talking over each other. Can't understand what y'all are saying. Anybody new here? Anybody old here? Anybody in between here?
I'm between.
Hey, what's up, Miguel?
What's up? Nobody is talking. Just you and me.
Give us a full report from Portugal. I guess the right place.
Yeah, the weather. You know, they said that was a clean day, but sadly it was raining. You know, Microsoft weather application did mistake.
Yeah, that's what happens on a spinning globe sometimes, right? Just spins the wrong direction, starts raining. It's weird. I don't know. Looks like all the usual suspects in here. Nobody new in here right now. So this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We need some measurements of Earth curvature. Thank you. Back to you, Miguel.
I never saw the curvature.
Yep, I've been waiting 7+ years myself. Have no reason to change my icon in 7 years so far. So there is still no globe.
No curve, no globe.
There's somebody named KFX in here with no roles. If anybody try to talk to them.
I think people try other day, but he doesn't. Oh, I think is no. I was thinking his mic was not working, but he never talks. KFX, KFX, are you there?
Hello, KFX. You like to say hi? Maybe. Or not.
Oops. What happened to Future something? I don't remember his name. And the other guy was Monkey something.
If you're talking about Future Astronaut, I listened to a little bit of his convo. He kind of spiraled at the end and started calling us retards and stuff. So once he was presented with the undeniable evidence, but some people do that.
I think he said his father was Masonic. He was the shield shot, talking to Slalom, you know, the Portuguese guy.
Mm.
But then I went to talk to Slalom, and he said he was talking shit here. The future, that future guy.
Yeah, he started out okay, but he kind of spiraled at the end once he was confronted with the facts, you know. Some people do that. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
All we can do is provide the information. What people do with it's up to them.
I mean,
hopefully
sorry. my television. I was in pause. I don't understand this global because man, if I get here for the first time, at first I listen people and I never will do what they do. You know, they stay on that fantasy ball.
Yep.
With such a cognitive dissonance. And some of them are rude people, you know, talking,
Yes, I'm sure.
Swearing some words, stupid, dumb, etc. Oh, by the way, a few weeks ago, I was on Don server, Zillow. You know Don, and
Don Geo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
At that time was there. I went there, you know, and then he speak to me, and then I open my mic, and this Zenic 3.0, you know, I was just starting talking, and he just called me names and you know, over talking to me, and you know, because I was presenting proof, and he didn't want to destroy their illusions.
Yeah, Zanny's good at diverting from the topic and over talking people for sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Never has anything of substance to say, but he's got a lot to say, you know.
Yeah. But then I talk. I mean, I challenge. Sorry, my English and Portuguese. I challenge him, you know, to go to Brazil, where those guys from Brazil did that long distance geodesic measurement between two buildings. You know, between the tops and the ups of the buildings. And I challenge him to go there to Brazil and do, because I give you all data, you know, equipment they use, etc., coordinates, and you know, I did say that you want to prove the curve, go there and debunk those guys, and then I just did silence, but then I leave the server.
Yeah, Xanix's one of those guys that's, it would be fair to guess he's never going to go outside and do anything in reality. He's just going to sit on the internet and talk.
Yeah, he likes to search, you know, search some things to prove the globe, but he's always thinking on the globe, so he's just searching for a few things that to mock us.
Yep, they've got real issues these days. Like Miggy was saying earlier, they can't provide direct measurements of the elevation drop from point A to point B anywhere, and we've got, at this point, I would say safe to say thousands of observations of there not being any elevation drop. So they got an issue with their starting foundation of their whole claim. You know, if it's a ball, we need to see some curvature, and it's not going to happen. It's just not a ball. But anyway.
Sometimes I think you know what experiment or measurement that I could you know, debunk all those guys once for all. But I was thinking, you know, to do that with engineers and surveyors. Yeah, maybe one day. Even maybe with the help of Portuguese Navy.
Yeah, I hear it. It seems like no matter what experiment we do, even if it was like getting the world's strongest cable and stretching it 20 miles by some miracle, they would come
Yeah.
up with some kind of excuse for that, you know, why it wasn't cutting through the hup of water or whatever. But they've always got an excuse.
Exactly.
That's how they got. That's how they got people. They knew that most people wouldn't look very deep into this subject, so they just believe it's a globe, and they figure smart people got it figured out. So that's the whole thing that keeps them in the consensus. Is not enough people either don't care enough, or they're too busy, or they think it's not important for whatever reason. But I just don't understand that, because talking about the foundation of our existence. Now, don't people want to know where they live? You know, don't you want the truth to come out about that? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, it would be nice if there was some experiment that would shut their mouths, but
Yeah.
who knows? I mean, if anybody could ever do that for us, the line properly, it would probably be pretty irrefutable, but they would still come up with something, I'm sure, even if we could do that. You know, where you build a structure over a body of water or something, you make sure you're staying plumb and level, and then there should be a gap between the surface of the water and the structure if it's curving right. And we all know it's not going to be curving because water don't do that.
Yeah.
But anyway. Anybody else wants to talk, open your mic. Feel free. Waiting on the next new person, I guess. I don't see anybody yet.
Oh, future astronaut. Is that
Future
the
astronaut.
future astronaut is doing some things at the cognitive dissonance room?
Oh, he's in Cogdis.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Fingers. World plus. Maybe he's listening at YouTube live stream.
Could be. I don't think they can listen to live stream when they're in Cogdis, can they? I don't know.
Oh, the gas is now already there. Clean that guy. Bye. The guy said bye. Server banned. Awesome. That was quick. I was thinking, because some guys, some guys from Brazil did they traveled to Lake Titicaca in Peru. It was like from one point to the other point, it was 69 miles with a telescope. So they saw no curvature. But those guys keeping. Sometimes I post that because they say black swan is refraction. So black swan is, you can see 10 miles, yeah. But then I give him 69 miles, and they are thinking of refraction. But those guys that did travel to Peru, they choose that time of the year with low air humidity in the air, so to be more accurate, a best result, So yeah. And they even travel to some countries. They put some cameras. For example, Argentina, Australia. To record the path of the sun, and they say that doesn't match with the globe fantasy. Let's see. They are preparing a documentary. What they found. It will be called The Anomaly of the Stars. But those guys
So
are.
They're doing another documentary. Is that what you said?
Yeah, those guys
Cool.
are spending money and time, and those guys are traveling to those places, to those countries. Jamsi, when I came here like 2 years ago, last year, I talked to Jamsi. Yeah, Jamsi even said to me that those guys did construct 300 kilometers laser, because the ones that was being selling, at the market didn't have the power, So they did one.
They built it themselves.
Yeah, Jamsi,
Yeah.
you are there.
I mean, I just jumped in, but if you're talking about the
Yeah.
Brazilians the researchers, they did a lot of good research, and they were looking to do a specific test with the laser, and they said that the lasers in the market were not powerful enough and too expensive, so they built one themselves, which is kind of cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing.
they build one more powerful than the ones available for the money. If anybody hasn't watched that documentary,
The God Rocking was talking about those guys like 1 week ago.
who was talking about it?
God Rocking.
Gut rocking.
Yeah, he was talking about that.
Yeah, that's a good one because they did a bunch of tests, and they actually they kind of like changed their minds about what the test. The test showed them a few things, and the conclusions they came to them is that there was no curvature of the Earth,
Yeah.
because they did radar, laser, and what was the other one?
Telescope.
Telescopes. Yeah, they did multiple tests looking for the curvature, and in multiple places.
They did the let me see the distance. That long distance geodesic measurement between the top and the ups of the two buildings. Next to the beach,
shore?
to the shore, yeah. And so they did according to the sea level. Let me see it. It was a long distance, the measures between what they get from the top and the bottoms of these buildings were the same, so no tilt found.
They also describe the phenomena that we observe that people mistake by the curvature of the Earth, because they actually test for that, because there's a claim, right, that when we see boats going over the horizon, that's the curvature of the whatever, that claim, right? And they tested if that was a fact, and they determined no, that's not what's happening.
They even use a refraction telescope, I think, to see if was there any refraction, right? But I don't know how that works. But they use it,
They tested the phenomena. They said we observed the phenomena Fata Morgana,
Yeah,
and they described it and they test about it, and they said, yeah, that's not curvature of the Earth. When you see the boat disappearing from your view, that's definitely not because it's going over a curve. That was their conclusion.
So the distance, let me see. 1877 miles.
Some people get put off from that kind of documentary because I listen to the engineers and the researchers and the information they presented and the tests that they did. And there's even documents on a website that they had. I don't know if you have the website available from their research team, because it was a Brazilian team of researchers, and also they meet up with people from other countries, from Europe and other countries too, to do the tests. I said Europe like a country. Europe is not a country, obviously.
Oh,
But
is here.
yeah. But the person that that did the interviews to them and asked them the questions, he made a lot of good questions, but then he kind of made this image of the Earth, right? And a lot of people get put off for that because they see this image of the Earth that they put on the video, and people, oh no, this is wrong, this is wrong. But
Yeah.
it's not about the image that you see in the documentary.
Yeah, exactly.
It's about the research that they did and the information that they presented and the conclusions that they came about the research that they concluded, and they said there's no curvature of the Earth, there's no ball.
Okay.
I remember they did a radar test, a laser test, the telescope, and then also they sent some, what was it, the weather balloons to see.
Yes,
Yeah, they sent balloons up as
they
well.
release next to Antarctica. Maybe, that zone of New Zealand. They released an high altitude balloon and they saw, beyond the ice, water and a huge land mass in other continent. The question is that inside, inside here too? Because they get samples, with the pollen and the leaves, so maybe that's accessible. And there's that interview I sent to you. He speaks Spanish. I think he's from Argentina. Now he lives at Barcelona. That helicopter pilot that did work at Antarctica. And those guys, they stopped the helicopter and suddenly was coming hot air, and a cloud of pollen did cover the helicopter. So where this pollen comes from, maybe, is that area.
Who knows? It was definitely in the air, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. That's interesting, that fact about the pollen stuff, but we don't know what happened with that.
And when because he does a lot of work to private companies, because these companies ask him to fly in certain way or with a helicopter, and you know what? When you go to work at Antarctica, they do an interview with you, and you know what? The one of those questions was, "What is the shape of the Earth?" Why did those guys ask this? Maybe they want to avoid us. So yeah, he did. He said he didn't understand why they asked that. He said because at that time he was a Glober. He said that it was a globe, but when he came out from Antarctica, years later he does a live stream. I can post. He does a live stream at YouTube with another three Spanish flat-earth guys. So
there's a bunch of flat earthers in the Spanish community. It's just that I guess they're not as famous because there's no famous flat earthers.
There's one case is Oliver Ibanez, and there is another one.
I'm on mute. I gotta drive for a little bit.
Okay. Okay, the link that guy did, but it's in Spanish. Is this one? Oh, they sent this guy to CERN to see the CERN, but at Switzerland. But someone showed the real CERN. It was because he said there's an elevator. Because the first one is just for a TV show and tourism, and the real one there's an elevator that goes to the real one at the down. And this guy he said he didn't understand why those guys sent him to there before he got to Antarctica.
Oh, it's quiet in here tonight. Something going on I don't know about? Hello? There's something wrong with the server? What the heck is going on? Central Banker, can you hear me?
seems fairly inactive. Anyone have anything to say? Do you want me to pull up something on the YouTube bot? Nobody's saying anything. I just restarted the live stream. You guys want to say anything, or do you want to play some videos? Come on. Post something that you want to play on the live stream. I'll play it. Weird, it's only 10:25 p.m. Central Time, U.S. Everybody been talking shit all day, but all of a sudden it hits this time. Bam. Boom shalak lock. Any new folks have some questions? Or some videos? Evidential claims? All that kind of shit. We ain't messed up about it. What you got? Evidence for the globe. Bring it on in. Guess we're going to have to do the bot. Lock. Switchy, switch it up. Rapid around. The globe. Rippity, rip, rap.
I got me some globe evidence, Helio.
All right, you got some, Dave?
Yeah.
Shit.
I got some nasty pictures, man. What do you think about that?
That's some hot shit right there.
Yeah.
Got some hot ass globe evidence.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about too.
You sounded pretty lonely. Thought I'd join you for a second.
No, cool. I mean, well, I actually just came back talking shit right now. I mean, if I talk shit, can you guys talk better shit than I can talk? I think most people can. Or should you? I don't know. I'm not sure.
You could out shit talk me any day, but it's just me. I don't know.
Really? Oh, yeah, cool, Dave, man, you're an open, honest person. Don't you get tired of the bullshit sometimes? And so it's just like you just kind of like beep, beep. Like blinkety blink. I'm out here talking shit about flat, globe, flat, globe, blink, blink. Oh, it's curve, flat. It's so. I won't say it's dumb, and it's definitely a genuine argument, but we've been told that the Earth is a shape when they can't actually prove it. So it's just kind of ridiculous. So anyway,
Helio, we've been joined by average spherical Earth enjoyer. Hello.
Average spherical Earth enjoyer?
He's an average spherical Earth enjoyer. He enjoys.
Oh, that's a really interesting name.
He's really enjoying that spherical Earth. Are you going to say hi at least? Hello, average dude.
Hello.
Welcome to the server.
You enjoying the average spherical Earth.
I don't know why you accented average, but cool.
Oh, why did you name yourself that? Tell us your story of the name that you came up with there.
Funny sounding.
All right, so average spherical Earth. All right, let's go step by step. Do you know how to take steps, like baby steps?
Pretty familiar with walking, yeah.
Cool. So average spherical Earth enjoyer. So you averagely enjoy the spherical Earth.
Way to go, you did it.
Okay, well, how do you averagely enjoy the spherical Earth?
It's just an ironic Discord little silly thing where it's like average blank enjoyer, and then it shows a little muscular funny guy. It's just like a little satire bit.
Sure, sure, and that's what we take it as. I mean, what do you think so far about what we've talked about here on this server about Earth itself as it presents itself? It's not average. It's not averagely spherical.
Okay, whatever. I'm basically just bird watching, dude. Whatever.
Oh, so you're scared now. See, I think somebody else brought that up about being scared about talking about the spherical Earth.
I'm not scared about it. I'm just listening because it's funny.
Because it's funny because it's obviously a sphere. Or it's obviously flat.
Obviously a sphere, but I'm not really going to get.
Really, where do you see the sphere?
Wow, man. You know what's really funny? Average spherical.
Interesting.
A lot of people think they live on a spinning oblate water paroid zipping around through nothing. Isn't that hilarious?
That's obvious, Dave. That's obviously the case.
I totally feel like I'm spinning out of control.
Hold on. Let's not freaking roast him. You know, he said he made a claim. Let him freaking respond to it.
Well, where can I see the spinning paroid water ball? I want to see this obvious spinning paroid water ball.
No, I want to see. Yeah. Go ahead.
There's no point in arguing because there's nothing I can say to change your minds anyway.
Stop whining.
Listen, there's nothing we can say that can change your mind either.
That is.
We're talking about physical evidence.
Actually, you know what? That's completely fair. We're kind of at like a immovable object versus like a unstoppable force kind of thing, you know?
All right, so where have you seen physical evidence of this physical sphere Earth? Where have you seen that?
Lots of photographic evidence, but also just, you know...
you haven't seen it with your own eyes.
Well, no.
Yes, but you're aware that so-called photographic evidence can be fabricated, right?
Oh yeah, I fabricate photographic evidence of my own all the time. I love Photoshop.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's entirely unplausible that all the photos and videos and whatnot could be fake, but it doesn't really matter.
Fake. Some of them can be altered and they can still be genuine. I mean, some images can be genuine but altered. Fake is just kind of like a throw out term. Yeah, I mean, some images can be genuine but altered. I mean, and a lot. I would say a lot of flat earthers just like throw the word fake out there, which it's not genuine as far as the conversation goes, but as far as shape of Earth, just like I was bringing up earlier, you know.
Yo, the Cat in the Hat car. Let's go.
Well, what if the surface of Earth is measured not to be curving the way that it needs to for those pictures to be the thing that the Earth is?
I don't know what that question's supposed to mean, dude.
Well, the Earth would have to curve at a certain rate if it's that blue marble thing that you've seen in the pictures, right?
Right, yeah, it's going to have an average over a certain distance.
So what if it doesn't have that? Wouldn't you agree that that falsifies those pictures?
Central Banker.
Yeah.
I love your game, man. You do have a good game. I just want to stop right here for a second.
Okay.
I got you, man.
Sure.
Much respect, man. I've heard you before. You got your game on.
Thanks, sir.
Average spherical Earth. You said you have pictures from where?
From NASA, everything else, the usual stuff.
From NASA, from vacuum of space?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Do you know that's second law of thermodynamics violation?
Sure.
So, number one, you don't have any pictures, you have images, and at best, right, you don't have anything because they're taken from a purported second law of thermodynamics violation. So either they're lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Can you explain how it is a violation of the second law?
Explain how.
No, hold on, QE. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but not sorry. He didn't give specifics about certain observations from NASA. Was it from the ISS or from satellites? I mean, can you give us some specific definitions of certain pictures that you're talking about? Because we can't actually respond to them unless you start to actually share information with us about what specific images from space or pictures from space that you're talking about.
I mean, I'm thinking of any of the generic ones you've seen. The first thing you look.
Go ahead, QE. Go back. Yeah. That answers the question. Go ahead.
Thank
QE.
you. I'll explain it to him. Are you in Livestream voice text?
Oh yeah, I am.
You are. At 37 minutes after the hour, this is from the entropysite.oxy.edu by Professor Frank Lambert. He is a fucking legend.
The second I try to open it, it says 404 not found.
Really?
Yeah, it's just not there. HTML not found.
Shit. Yeah, it's not there. You're right. You could take my word for it, though. Gas expand. Yeah. Well, you're just showing yourself. Let's read it and let's see if you disagree, and I'll chase this down.
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, and then he just.
It's not that outrageous to have people take the citations that I get through the past 7 years and fucking destroy them. That means take them off their website. That's all right. I could just use the Wayback Machine. But from Frank Lambert, like I said, legend with the second law of thermodynamics, he says, gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. That's why. You get it? Don't need Frank Lambert to tell us that. Yeah. That's why. So there is no vacuum of space. There can't be. So there are no pictures. There's nothing. You can't take that. It's like taking pictures from Narnia. Essentially.
Well, isn't it in their mind? The only thing is that their argument is like, there's no way that flat Earth is true. So whatever flat earthers say cannot be true. So I just disagree with it, and I have no evidence.
Here, I don't know where that came from. You can't do that here. It's second law of thermodynamics. You can't do that.
I'm just saying this is kind of their idea when they're just like trying to make these stupid arguments. It's weird. It's like,
well, it's yeah. I guess you can call it stupid, but he really doesn't have an argument. I mean, unless he doesn't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's ignorant from all the way around.
I noticed this, that you guys always like pin down the argument of someone that believes the Earth is round to just ignorance and lack of evidence, which is interesting that I can also say the same towards you, not in an insulting manner. I don't mean to actually be like, but if this server was the other way around, where it was you presenting yourself to a round Earth community, the social behavior would be that everyone would antagonize you.
What the hell are we on about now? Who was that talking?
We're talking about psychology now, I guess.
Holy shit, average spherical Earth. Do you understand why there can't be a vacuum? That means air pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier. Physical barrier. Solid barrier, by the way. That's called a container. We understand that.
Closed
you got
container.
That. You got that right. So there you go. There's your proof. I'll have to track down what's going on with the entropy site. There you go. That's why you can't have pictures from a fairy tale second law of thermodynamics violation.
Well, does this imply that space just doesn't exist? Is that what you're getting at?
No. It implies, it doesn't even imply, it explicitly states that you can't have, get. Go on mute.
Sorry, QV. Yeah, I will.
Thank you. That means not space, the vacuum of space. Do you even know what's define space?
Yeah, I'd like to say when people say, this idea of space, they call it outer space. Is the vacuum of space kind of intrinsic to that, or the same kind of thing, QE? Outer space. They're talking about, outside of Earth and third rock from the sun. It's all of that is implied, in their heliocentric model, right?
Who the hell knows what they're talking about?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't even know what he's saying.
I was just wondering if you think that this is what they're saying. That's all I'm asking you.
I don't know. I just asked them to define space. What's space?
Yeah, I would say pretty much just yes is my. I mean, it just yes is the answer to what is space.
That's not an answer to what is space. A yes no. That's not a yes or no fucking question.
I mean, I can answer it as a yes or no.
Yeah, you can.
Space is yes.
You can, and then be taken away by men in long white fucking jackets.
They have like the Men in Black come after me with their little stick that erases my memory.
Yeah, with a 10-penny fucking needle. You're going into Neverland. So space is length, width, and height. It's a concept. However, if you're talking about outer space, like Indio talked about, it can't be a vacuum, because you can't have a vacuum next to gas pressure without a physical barrier. That is to say, you can't have a fucking tire filled with air pressure without the fucking tire. In other words,
what I think in general is that it's not a perfect vacuum.
It doesn't have to be a perfect vacuum. That's a red herring fallacy. There is no perfect vacuum.
Yeah,
all it has to be is a lower pressure area.
Yeah, but of course the reason that we even have, right, at least according to the way that I learned the things, is that gravity
learned the things
oxygen towards our little planet.
Really? Okay, let's try that. Can you explain evaporation for us?
Evaporation process of the actual molecules that make up water getting really fast, and then they go wee, and then they get into the atmosphere.
Oh, they go wee. Which direction do they go initially when water is evaporated? With oxygen, by the way. Which way do they go?
I mean, every direction, but most generally upwards.
Up! There goes your bullshit. I just killed it. That was quick.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh, you don't know. Well, according to what you just said, that everything is fucking pulled with gravity, I would suppose, to the Earth.
Oh, well.
But I just gave
it's fascinating
you an
because
example. I'm just going to fucking mute you. Don't interrupt me, you fucking retard.
Sorry, sir. Continue.
Yeah, fuck off. You're a dumb fuck. What's the second law of thermodynamics?
Hold on, I have it pulled up on a Google tab. Enter
Yeah,
keys.
that's what I thought. A fucking wiki Google scientist. Fuck off. Now I get to go find out what's up with my fucking source that disappeared. Huh. International skeptics. Oh shit, that's what I wrote. Where the fuck did this site go? Unbelievable. It is absolutely gone.
What was the citation, QE? Second law. If you tell me where to look for one, I'll find you another one.
If I tell you where to look,
well, like which university or something would you recommend?
I'd go to my citation that I just posted at that minute after the hour and see if you can fucking find it.
All right. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I can't. I mean, I can't even find the fucking site. Let's try that. Heliocentric fucking... These guys are abominations of the earth. It's Occidental College, by the way. Chem 245. Jeez, oh man.
I can't get anything come up for me either. Just let me know.
Yep, the whole site is gone. I can't even find the site. Clown fucks. That's all right. You can't hide. Occidental College. I should call them. I usually do that. Right. You can't fucking hide. I'll just use the Wayback Machine and you're fucked. They probably did it because Professor Lambert is deceased.
I bet people like that hate the Wayback Machine for sure.
Yeah. I got something for him. Yeah, I can't. I'm not seeing it at all. Zero. The centenarian of chemistry, Occidental College. The lasting joy of Frank Lambert's 100 years on Earth was teaching organic. Let me get in here. Frank Lambert decided he was better suited to a teaching career. Yeah, it shows a picture of him, does everything. Unbelievable. No problem, fucktards. I'll just go to the Wayback Machine. You're fucking dead. Let me get the link. Sorry for the problem. It's not a new one, that's for sure. Get off my fucking screen. Paste. Browse, baby. Oh, you're fucking dead. Let's see. 2022, April 7th. Ooh, that's not found either. Why? What the fuck was that? Gotcha. You're fucking done. Go ahead, carry on, gentlemen. I found it. I'll screenshot. You're fucking done.
So, do you understand more about the average spherical? Do you understand the second law of thermodynamics now? Was that explained carefully enough? There's thousands of citations. It's a well-established scientific principle, right, QA?
Second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
According to Einstein, it's one of the principal pillars in all of science.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not going to get around it.
So this vacuum of space where your pictures are supposedly taken cannot exist in reality. So you just have to deal with that fact. Thank you. Central Banker just posted, got it on the Wayback Machine. Did you already get it? QA.
Yeah. Oh, you already posted something? I'm sorry, I'm not in Discord. I'm searching for it.
Central Banker put it up at 51 after the hour.
Yeah, I went on the Wayback Machine, man. That's where I'm at. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I'm already there. I'm trying to find what I'm
Sweet,
looking
perfect.
for. Yeah. Thanks for that, by the way.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, there she is. What a lovely baby you are. All righty then. Like I said, I might give them a call come Monday. And it could be a problem with their website, so I might let them chill for a week. If it goes more than a week, I'm going to have our ass in a fucking basket. All right, let me get it right. Hold on. Do I want to do it that way? I guess it's going to have to do. Didn't work.
Mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
We've been joined by Flat Earth Fungus. Hello, Flat Earth Fungus.
Yeah, yo, what's up?
What brings you by the server today?
I love listening to the server. It's my favorite pastime.
All right, it says you're a globe skeptic, so you're questioning the claims of the globular model.
No, I still have that title because I haven't proved my flat earthiness.
I mean, that's fine being a globe skeptic. That's where it all starts. The globe is the outstanding claim, right? So you're skeptical of those claims, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for opening your mic. You got any questions or any topics you want to hear all these fine gentlemen discuss? Or, if anybody's directly measured Earth's curvature anywhere?
No, yeah, and definitely there's no curvature. I haven't found that yet.
Fair enough. Me either. Been looking for 7 years now.
Oh, that's good. But yeah, I was just.
Everybody go ahead. Open floor here. Go ahead, Flat Earth Fungus. I'm sorry.
No, I was just in Florida. I just took a plane and looked pretty damn flat my whole flight. So. Even when you're in that plane, I just to continue on that topic. Even when the plane tilts, when the plane is like kind of doing a little U turn, like that's when it really, really hits you. It's like shit. This is it's like a wall. It's like in your house, in my opinion. Like, oh, you just look at your roof. You look up at the roof, and you're like, oh, so the similar type of. Your plane's tilting, and suddenly you just see this like really in your face plane right there. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
I'm still with you. I was hoping somebody else would jump in. They call me dead every day around here. I don't talk a whole lot. I agree with you on the plane. Like before you started questioning the globe, Flat Earth Fungus, did you think you could see curvature out your plane window? Be honest.
No, not that I thought I was seeing curve. Honestly, in my head, I've always just had like a simple mindset. So when I was in a plane, I'm just more like, wow, look at everything up here. This is so cool.
Yeah, I was the same way. I took like maybe a half dozen plane trips. I never once thought about curvature for some reason.
Yeah, I was just like, it wasn't a thought in my mind to look up and be like, oh, look, there's the sun. It's in space. But then when I did figure out that it was more likely local, that really, really made sense to me. Or like when you're a kid and you're looking out the car window, you're on a long trip, and you're like, look, the moon's following me. Because every kid thinks that like the moon is their own personal moon. But my whole mindset when I've been growing up was like this simplistic, like it's right there. It's not in space. It's the feeling of it being right there has always been with me. So just like verifying and realizing there's a whole community of people out there that think that way, really interesting. Great types of people.
Right. Earth, sun, moon, stars. Is Earth what they told us is? They told us the Earth is third rock from the sun. We're the third rock from the sun. The reason you see the sun this way, or the reason you see the moon this way, is because of the distances, and it has to do with gravitation and all that kind of stuff. That's the truth that they give us. They call it the truth, but when you when you look at, I was going to say psychoanalyze, but nah. When you look at it in a natural frame, it's impossible the way they describe it. So anyway.
Yeah, simple living. And when I found out it was flat out, honestly, it really did make a whole lot of sense on why you can be walking out in nature and the cardinal directions make sense, like northeast, southwest, and everything in between. And just
sure,
that, like,
where you observe the sun in, from the plane that you're standing on, where you observe the sun, would you ever in your right mind think that when you observe the sun that it's 93 million miles away?
oh no, not yeah, that didn't make a whole lot of sense. And I like to go out. I like to tan, And I've been to a couple beaches in my life, and I've been to a beach.
You like to tan?
Yeah, I like to tan. I like sitting out in the sun. I like tanning. When it's a cold day on that beach, it is freezing. It is really, really cold. But you focus on the sun. You clear your mind, and I've had a couple people tell me this. But it's really cold. Like, there's nothing to tell you that it's not cold. But it's sunny. It's super sunny. You can focus on the sun, and suddenly you can start to feel like the radiation come through, and like you can really focus on the heat that it's actually bringing, even though it's not technically there. And it actually warms your soul. It warms your being from the
Warms your
inside.
skin, your soul, your mind, your spirit. Hey, do you see that gif that get posted of this bird fishing?
The bird fishing?
Yeah. Just scroll up in the live stream voice text. Look.
All right. How far up?
He's putting bait down so he can catch a bigger fish.
I see a lot of funny stuff, actually.
Look at it. It's just a couple minutes ago he posted it. This little bird is like throwing bait out there, and then he catches a bigger fish. Boom! Oh, I got food now. It's like humans aren't the only ones that fish.
Bird knew what she wants.
But yeah, simple living. I mean, there's nothing greater. I've always loved camping, always loved going to the beach, love walking, love running, hiking. All of that stuff has, they say, oh, that's country. That's for hicks. No. No, it's not. This we could take a thing or two from, working a little harder in different areas of our lives.
That sounds gay.
Oh, Scouger, man. Where'd that come from? Holy freaking Obama crowning.
You shouldn't leave your city or your village because you might bump into stuff which is out there, and if you take it, it's stealing.
You only got into clown college because your mama runs the place. Damn. Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep your ass a trolling. Land, brother.
Hey, who said that's gay? I want to know.
There's so much bullshit out there, bro. It's crazy.
Just so you know, gay means happy. So,
hey, fag means bundle of sticks, right? So fuck that. But they call cigarettes fags in England. So
oh my grandpap still calls them fags.
yeah, sure. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. So whatever.
Well, also gay are called fags.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Especially in America, they don't call cigarettes fags here, but
yeah,
I mean, fags are fags here, but they're not cigarettes. They're not a bundle of sticks.
Yeah, in London, I had people asking me on the street, "Excuse me, you got a fag for me?" I said, "What?"
It's just like, hey, you're in the wrong part of town, brother.
Yeah, I was like, "Get the hell out of here!" I didn't understand what he wants. I thought he was
That's
some
the same
sort
way
of
it works in America,
indecent
bro.
homosexual proposal.
Oh, you were in America. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the wrong part of town if you're asking for a fag. No, but no. Hey, man, it do what it do everywhere. Yeah, I am. But fags are not cigarettes in America.
It took me about 5 minutes to figure it out what he wanted from me.
So is average spherical still muted, Helio?
Oh. Well, shit, you're a mod too. Can't you figure it out? Why you
I
asking
couldn't
me?
figure it. I'm not a mod anyway.
Oh no! But you're Gold Plus. You should be able to unmute him.
Well, what if we offer to unmute you if you can have a serious, honest conversation about subject matter? Can you do that, average spherical?
I'll unmute
Well,
him.
he needs to understand the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, he doesn't have to understand shit as long as he has a decent conversation. He doesn't have to understand anything. So I'm going to unmute Average Spherical. You guys can roll on.
Go ahead, get Big Ed. You want to start out talking to him?
Yeah, let's take him in.
Yeah, Average Spherical, you're able to open up your microphone and talk to us.
If you want to.
I dare you.
Yeah, I dare you.
Triple dog dare you.
All right. So we hear from Average Spherical now. Now you have your microphone open. You can ask us any question you want to, brother.
Okay.
Go for it. So you have this opportunity to talk to genuine flat earthers. What say you?
How was your weekend?
Talk about my weekend. I'm talking about flat earth.
What's your favorite ice cream flavor, though?
What?
What?
Oh, this guy is already boring.
That was just cringy, dude.
The epic trolling. I cannot agree more, Sleepy Joe. Love you, man. You're the best. High five.
All right. Well, how How about you ask a question about flat Earth? It sounds like you were very coherent when you were talking about Sleepy Joe, but you can't even say anything about flat Earth. That's weird, bro.
Okay.
Why don't you talk about what most people talk about here on this server, which is flat Earth evidence? Do you have any? Do you have an opinion? At least one opinion about that?
I honestly, my thought process is that people like to use that whole sheeple thing, right? I don't care if I'm a sheeple. Pretty much is the gist of it.
So you
As
own
long-
that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm all in. I don't care as long as I'm happy and I've got people that care about me and I care about people. Everything else that really
Why are
matters.
you here? What are you here for then? Why are you here?
I just like to listen in. Like I said, it's like bird watching.
Well, hey, you could do that on other
You're
servers as
obviously
well that aren't talking about flat Earth.
you're obviously questioning what you believe, so you wouldn't be here if you weren't.
No, I genuinely am not questioning anything. I just kind of like sitting here. I'm just going to mute now and leave you to it.
Oh,
He's got to be gay.
That's because he's scared. He's scared to actually have the conversation. He's scared.
He likes to hear men's voices talking. That's just what
That is actually true. I love your sweet, lovely.
He might like to smoke fags.
Yeah.
I'm just playing. I'm being a dick on purpose because that's fucking weird.
Yeah,
it's like I just want to listen to you guys talk, but I'd rather not talk myself. But he talked, fuck, and a lot of people don't,
Sorry, yeah, and I never got to finish. If you don't mind, I actually knew this off the top of my head. Was when you were saying about how evaporated water rises up. It's kind of interesting. Is when that happens, the actual water vapor particles become lighter than the air around it, or less dense, I should say. And so then they rise above it, similar to how if you have like vinegar and water, the vinegar, or I guess oil, not, yeah, oil would be a better example, but the oil sets above the water. So once that water vapor rises to a certain point where it is then heavier or more dense than the atmosphere around it, it starts to solidify back up into ice chunks, and then as it heads toward the ground, that it will melt again and turn into rain. So that's my understanding of it, anyway.
Well, but you're talking about oil, vinegar is a liquid. I mean, you're talking about.
No. I was just using oil as an example to get like the mental image in your head. Where if you've ever seen like someone put oil and water together, you know how like the oil sits on top.
Well, they're all liquid states.
Yeah, of course, but gas you can think of in a very similar manner because they are incredibly similar. Pretty much, yeah. Almost exactly the same, except one is more separated in terms of the actual space between the molecules than the other.
Sure, but there has nothing to do with vapor. Vapor, and they can be converted to a vapor state, with certain temperatures. You understand that, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right. What's vapor is a gas, right? So depending on the temperature. So
does temperature create density then?
Not exactly. They are hand in hand. No. If you have a higher density, you can actually have a higher temperature. And if you have a lower density, you can have a lower temperature. They are proportionate to each other.
But in the liquid state, they're affected by their density, right?
So if I take liquid mercury, that means I have a higher temperature?
Yeah, if you have this is genuinely true. If you were to take water and like shove it into like as tight as you can get, it would be hotter. Not like by an incredibly significant margin, but it would.
Are you talking about shove it into a container?
Yeah, essentially. If you had water in a container that you could squeeze as tight as possible, then yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have pressure there.
Oh, you mean compress something that is incompressible, pretty much.
It has nothing to do with nature. Nature doesn't necessarily do that. In some cases, it can, but for the most part, it's not.
Well, this is just what I learned about like the rain cycle.
Just so you know, water is almost a incompressible liquid. It's negligible.
That's very true because it's super dense.
Yeah.
Unless you
No, it's not super dense. I mean, mercury is much heavier than water. Yeah, so therefore also much denser.
Right. Every liquid has a certain fluidity depending on the temperature and pressure.
Yeah.
Every single one. So it doesn't matter if it's water, freaking different types of oil, like olive oil or any type of oil, and can have a fluidity based on pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
So is temperature then anti-gravity?
No, that came out of nowhere. No, not at all. I don't.
Oh
What?
no, but hot gases they rise up, right? Even if they are gases of heavy metals, heavy.
Well,
like
it's
the
not
densest things, densest elements, when they are hot, they rise up above the air that we breathe.
It depends on the specifics of it. Water when
What
it
do you
evaporates.
mean? It depends. Mercury also evaporates.
You know what?
You get that?
What? Hold on, Jimmy. He's talking. He wants to go back to water now. Now he wants to go back to water, right? Because water is the only thing that exists in nature that exists as a water, a gas, and a solid or a liquid. I mean,
well,
there are
Mercury
several
is
things.
also
Actually,
like that.
the one that he's thinking of, mercury, yes, can also be a solid, liquid, and a gas.
Yeah, but not necessarily. That's only what. Where is mercury? Where does mercury exist as a solid, liquid, and gas in nature?
It's not a very naturally occurring thing. No,
All right,
that doesn't really
exactly.
have anything
But
to do.
water is. That's my point.
Yeah.
I continue, Jibby. It's the only thing that is. Water is the only one that exists, solid, liquid, gas, and in nature.
Gaseous material, yeah, gaseous metals.
Go ahead, Jeppy Jip. I'm sorry if I interrupted. My bad.
They are very rare in nature, but yeah. Sleepy Joe is right. They can be. It's very hard to accomplish, I believe, but I've seen a couple of videos on it. It's cool.
But water, obviously, it's not a gas. I mean, when it evaporates, you have water vapor, steam. That's not actually gas. It's a liquid molecule.
What about the water gas?
It's actually very directly
water
gas.
No, it
behaves. It is quite. It is quite literally gas, dude.
Water will behave according to the fluid dynamics laws. Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah. Both gases and liquids, both of them are fluids.
Yes.
They have fluid. Both these elements in these states, they have fluid dynamics properties.
Yes.
They are slightly different one from another. O2 is a gas. Nitrogen also is a gas. They behave like gas, but water is not actually a gas. It's specifically liquid.
Well, water in liquid state is not a gas, but water in gas state is a gas.
Water and liquid are essentially the same state.
Yeah, it behaves like a gas. I know.
Yeah, sure. But it is affected by the different atmospheric effects, it can turn. Water itself can turn into a gas, and then be affected in different ways by other atmospheric effects. Because of nitrogen and everything. All that. It's kind of embarrassing that people really don't understand the overall effects and whether or not this has anything to do with shape of Earth. This is what we all experience. It's not like it's like some weird shit that happens. We all experience this. We observe it. Now, whether or not that proves the shape of Earth, that's freaking embarrassing if you think it proves the shape of Earth. The way that water, is the thing that proves shape of Earth or anything like that. That's kind of retarded. But anyway,
yeah. How about measuring it?
Measuring what?
The Earth.
How so?
The surface. If there is
relate
a globe,
to
if
whether
it's a globe,
the Earth
it
is a
has
globe or flat.
It requires our curvature, correct?
I think, honestly, if you really wanted to prove this for yourself, you could send up a weather balloon with a camera. That might be a good.
All right, so now,
well,
what
they
we're
show flat,
all right.
straight
So
horizon
hold on, JBJ.
Go ahead.
So now we're going from the way that water through pressure reacts to the environment, and whether or not. So you say we're going to send up a weather balloon, and which has been done, by the way, hasn't it?
Plenty of times, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. So when you send a camera on a weather balloon, you look across Earth. Have you seen a globe with those weather balloons?
You can see the obvious curvature of it without a doubt. It's a very obviously spherical shape from the footage. You would send up your own camera, yeah.
Yeah.
If you use a fisheye lens.
Wait, hold on. So how far would you have to go up with a weather balloon to see the curvature of the Earth from where you sent the weather balloon from? How far would that make acceptable to you that the Earth?
What I know.
Where can we see the curve? Where can we see the curve?
Hold on, guys.
No, Helio. Where can we see the curve? That just tell us.
I'm asking, dude. I'm asking.
It's taking forever to do it, though. Where's the curve, bud?
But he's digging. He brought a shovel, and I'm fucking giving. I'm letting him dig it.
On a Saturday night, I think we just need to go. But whatever.
Well, nigga, it's been slow. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just saying we got to get there. Average spherical Earth believer. Where's the curvature?
When you send a balloon up, how high do you think that you should be able to see curvature of the Earth? From a weather balloon, if you had a decent camera.
Okay, can we have him answer your question?
Yes. Well, as far as the actual extent of a weather balloon's actual height can reach, they're designed only to reach to the very edge of space before it, because it can't go any further. The balloon actually loses air pressure once it gets to.
So when did you design one of those balloons?
Dude, can you guys let me do this for a minute? Just
I don't know. Can you do it?
Give me 2 minutes. Yes, I can. Give me 2 minutes.
Ahead.
I want him to finish his answer. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no. So what I know, I didn't design a weather balloon. I just know this as just a general bit of knowledge, trivia. But when the weather balloon, the way, how like a hot air balloon.
So you just believe it, right? You just believe
Jesus
that?
Christ! I thought you said I could do it. I'm waiting for his answer. I know you're frustrated.
Once that balloon gets up there, it loses its air pressure. So that's right about the edge of space where you can see pretty much like half of the actual Earth just from that one point of view looking downwards.
All right, so you're saying it sees the half of the Earth from that altitude?
Roughly, with the right lens, yeah.
With
What
the right lens, fisheye lens.
Hold on, guys. This dude is saying that from that altitude, from 120,000 feet. This is what you said, right? You can see half of the altitude of the Earth. That's insane. Who told you that? Who told you that?
That's just what I'm remembering from the actual genuine video footage that I've seen.
That you
What?
filmed.
He didn't film it. This is what I've seen. Anyway,
You
so
watch.
here, listen. I mean,
Yeah.
here's the standard mathematics of what you might or might not see from 120 to 130,000 feet. You're not gonna you're gonna see the Earth looking as a level stationary plane. There's no curvature. You can make up all kinds of freaking weird.
You sound like you're in denial.
I'm in denial. God damn it! This is weird. What's
Denial
wrong
of
with
what?
Helio,
The Earth curvature you're
wait,
hallucinating?
You're giving him too many things. He invoked
No, that's why I
the edge
wanted
of
him. I
space.
wanted him to finish his shit.
Yeah,
That's
he
why I
did
told
finish.
everybody
Come
shut up.
on.
You guys go ahead. I'm done now. I told you I wanted him to finish his fucking stupid plane.
Average spherical Earth.
I give it a
You
little too much
invoke.
credit. You're not going to see half of it. Maybe
Listen,
like a quarter at a
you
time with the
invoke
camera
the
angle.
edge of space. Can you tell me
You're
what
not even going to see the
altitude is
quarter of
that?
their bullshit claims. But anyway, go ahead. I'll shut up.
Where is the edge of space begin?
Oh, well, there's a
What
photo of it right
altitude?
there.
What altitude? Numbers.
According to GlatFlu, 120,000 feet.
No, that's not the edge of space. The edge of space is 100 kilometers high.
He doesn't even comprehend that.
Not even what he was saying. That's not even what he was saying.
Yeah,
he
and
hasn't even taken a look at what we said yet.
He's not smart enough to know what you're talking about, Get. Watch.
Balloons, no gas balloons, hot air or helium balloons will ever rise to that kind of altitude. Never.
Yeah,
100 kilometers.
Jeff Bezos' dick rocket will rise to those altitudes, and you still won't see curvature from there.
Not balloon. We're talking about balloons.
Yeah, but we can go past that and still no curvature.
No. Well, he claims that with balloons he reached the edge of space.
Yeah.
Right. How do you know? Yes, sir. Average spherical. How do you know that a balloon reached the edge of space?
Well, they don't, because they rise 120,000 feet.
How do you know that anyway?
And what does it matter anyway? Because we can go to the alleged edge of space and rockets and stuff and still not see curvature. No, there's no curvature measurable at the surface level. There's none to be seen no matter how high you go. So now what?
I don't know where you got this
I'm trying to tell him
that shows
that
it flat. Every single other one shows it not flat.
No, it doesn't.
Well, 120,000.
Find us one that doesn't have a fisheye lens that matches the ground
Yeah.
it took off from to the curvature hundreds of thousands of feet up. Same curvature rate? Impossible.
Yeah, the videos that are showing you curvature at 120,000 feet or any altitude like that, they're showing you curvature even 10 feet off the ground because they're using a fisheye lens.
Well, that's roughly 22 miles. If you're going to go up to 100 kilometers or roughly 60, 70 miles, that's like 345,000 feet. So it looks like, quote unquote, the edge of space based off of that is a little higher up.
Based off of what? Who went there and got that?
I guess that's what the Kármán line.
Oh, so that's their presupposition, right?
I guess that's where airplanes stall and stop functioning or something. I need to see how they establish the Kármán line.
Because there's nothing to thrust off of. There's no airflow. There's no current to ride. Nothing to thrust off. Yeah, makes sense.
So that's about 345,000 feet up, something like that. 350,000 feet.
Yeah, the only curvature you're going to see is that which is imposed by a camera lens, like the GIF in the live stream voice text right now. You would see that at 20 feet off the ground, or 120,000, or 240,000. It's not Earth curvature; it's lens curvature.
And I asked you actually, I was the first to ask you a question like, how would you measure the curvature, the arc curvature of the ball Earth?
Oh, I've had this
And
one in this voice chat.
you said to do that, you will be using high altitude balloons.
No,
And
I think you're trying to get at sorry.
No, listen, I asked you how would you measure? So this implies that you need to point me to a measuring instrument. Balloons are not measuring instruments.
I think a weather balloon is exactly a measuring instrument.
No,
That's
it's
its
not a
entire
measuring
purpose.
instrument. No.
It's
No.
its entire reason for existing, actually.
They attach sensors to balloons, yeah?
To measure
But the balloon itself is not a measuring
the weather.
Oh, is weather Earth curvature?
I don't know what's going on, dude. I'm too tired for that.
Well, what's going on is we're looking for the Earth curvature that you're claiming. You just said that weather balloons are measuring devices of something other than the thing that you're claiming. So what's your point?
Where's the curve?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a laser rangefinder?
Now, we're not looking for weather measurements. We're looking for Earth curvature measurements. Don't get lost.
Okay.
Are you too tired to see the live stream voice text about how that there's a country-sized person in space given this photo?
What? That one photo is taken really close up and the other one is really far away. That's basic, like, photography.
Dude, do you not understand that for that to match, that dude has to be huge, has to be thousands of miles large? Do you understand how that's how those two photos work?
Yeah, it's an official NASA photo.
How depth
It's
perception
two
works.
way different altitudes, but it matches up. You're fucking retarded. Try again.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Stop insulting retarded people, man.
I'm sorry, man. What? Do you got to think about this critically. Look, it's two different photos from two different altitudes, but the curvature rate matches? Bro.
Yeah. Do you think you're going to see the same curvature
it's
at
not
100?
retarded. It's actually what you observe yourself physically.
What?
But you're trying to explain this away as
Helio,
depth
hold on,
perception.
bud.
You're trying to say that at 120,000 feet, you're going to see the same kind of curvature that you would see 1,000,000 miles away from the Earth. That is retarded.
1,000,000? Where the fuck is everybody?
Well,
anyone observe that?
That's what they claim with their epic satellite bullshit.
Took picture.
Yeah, the Epic.
The Earth
You
from
believe that
behind
the
moon.
Epic is?
Yeah.
No, dude, of course not. I'm trying to make a point to this guy.
All right, cool.
Helio,
My
you're
bad.
trying to take the piss and someone's trying to be serious. Hang the fuck on.
All right, I'll shut up. My bad.
And anyway, that picture, that's a
I'm
picture of the
kinda
Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump thing. That's like at 128,000 feet. That is acknowledged to be fisheye lens curvature. That's not even claimed to be Earth curvature in that picture. So why are you trying to argue for it as if it is?
You are contradicting your most high priest, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, is that the Green Giant?
Wow,
There it
dude. Somebody kick this fucking kid out.
Oh, Green Giant.
I love the Green Giant. He's cool.
For the audience listening, we would love for you to take the conversation a little more seriously.
I thought we were. I mean, that's what I was trying
No,
to
this
do.
average spherical Earth fucking trash person is in here.
What, the average spherical Earth? Is that what you said? Is that
Average
a thing?
spherical Earth believer.
Average
That's his
spherical Earth
name and that's his
believer.
game.
Is that a new
It's a meme.
It's who we've been talking to.
Super normie,
average
but-
spherical Earth believer? Is that a new religion? I don't know. That's kind of weird.
Wait, so there's average? Are there above average spherical Earth believers?
Oh, that might be another thing. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, I suppose you
Above
could do like a scientist would be above average. Ooh, I don't know.
Oh yeah, so every
Right below
science. So you trust every science. Hey, listen. So if the science is 100% settled, is that a good thing? Do you just stop and you're like, no more science needs to be performed. We got it.
Dude, I just made a joke and you went off on a whole barrage about it. What the
It
heck?
was a question that you'll answer right now.
What if I don't?
Why do you? Why do you people?
Why would you talk about science when you don't
Yeah.
even know what science is?
Because they scared Jebby Jet. They're scared as fuck about
Yeah, why do you
this.
guys always invoke scientists when it comes to a simple geometric question?
Yeah,
it's weird.
Do you ask a scientist to measure like the dimensions of your bedroom?
It's like I can't even measure the dimensions of my bedroom, but I'm going to give you my opinion about what Earth is.
So anyway,
I build houses and cabinets and shit.
Oh,
I
so
know
you're a
every
scientist too, then,
dimension of it.
Helio? Everyone's a scientist.
Well,
Fuck yeah.
well, I can be a mathematician as far as dimensions go. I mean, it's like when I get dimensions of a house and I have to build cabinets for this fucking house, I know the entire
gee.
house. You know, they're like floor to floor dimensions of the entire house. I can just like
I should hope so.
by the fraction of a fucking millimeter. Then yes, I know what you're gonna live in after I build your fucking house. Yes.
Great.
I
Great.
don't know,
Let's try
Helio.
to steer it
That-
back here to flat Earth.
That sounds like something you best leave to a scientist.
No, it's not scientific. It's just math.
Ooh, I got a question. Is engineering science? Ready,
No,
go.
it's math and physics.
Hold on! God bless America. Just let him do it.
My bad.
Goodness. Okay, average Glober. Is engineering science?
I don't. Is it like a type
It's
of
a yes
science?
or a no question. Once again, is engineering science?
I feel like either way I answer, you're gonna tell me I'm wrong. So
Nope, there's only one right answer.
Okay.
See if you know it.
This isn't scary. It's not scary. Hey, to be
Okay,
honest,
I'm going to let you know. That's why they call it science and engineering, because they're two separate things. Thank you.
yeah, I mean, you're allowed to give your opinion here. You don't have to be scared to give your opinion.
What I did there was I demonstrated how little he brings to the table as far as an argument against ours.
That's
He
the point.
He said he was just here for fun, man. I remember that.
He just appeals to his deity, science, not the method science, the religion.
Exactly. See, he's
All
got
right,
it.
so you're a believer instead of an astute observer.
So you're a waste of time.
Reality.
Got it.
Yes, I am a
At
waste of
home
time.
and on the internet, or just on the internet?
He finally got on. Yeah.
I'm asking, are you a waste of time everywhere else, or just when you're talking to adults here in this chat?
He is everywhere. Yeah.
Adults,
I mean, I figured.
wrong word. I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
that's a curious conversation. Since you're answering the question, do you go on other servers and just waste everyone else's time as well?
Not
I bet he tells really bad stories at the dinner table too. Nobody wants to hear him, but they just let him do it because he's family.
It might happen there.
You feel me, average spherical earther? We got you picked, so do you want to waste our time some more, or can we move on to someone else who actually wants to have an adult conversation about the makeup and nature of our Earth?
As much as I love to waste your time, it seems like you're a little passive-aggressive against me, so you can do whatever you like.
Oh, can you blame me, kiddo?
If you actually brought a really genuine conversation to us, we might have something to talk about.
You've been saying passive-aggressive for hours now, at least an hour, and I can't see how that would be a posit for globe Earth evidence. So let's just get this taken care of. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther, or are you somehow undecided?
He's a blind believer, a fanatic.
I think my username explains it all, sir.
So you believe that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
Yep.
Okay. You're in a flat Earth channel, which means you have a lot to learn. If you do believe it's a sphere, would you be willing to do that, or are you, again, just here to waste your time and ours?
Time waster.
I want to answer truthfully, but I also don't want to get banned from the server, so I will just mute.
Hold on, everybody.
Go ahead, answer.
Nobody else.
Gonna ban.
I want him to answer truthfully. I mean, what do you think about us and what we're doing here? Answer honestly. And this time, I mean, I know we've been cutting up and acting crazy. Dude, that's nothing new. Answer truthfully though. Answer truthfully though. What is it?
To me, I also gotta wonder. Yes, no, I'm here not to be convinced, just to be here, right? I also wonder how many other people who are just muted around here are like. How many people in this server do you genuinely?
You're more concerned about other people than you are about your honest, open conversation with us. You're like, you really are not trying to be convinced or concerned. You're concerned more about other people's conversation. You see, this is the way it goes. This is the way it goes with some of these dipshits.
Well, and he's not muted, so why is he concerned about other people being muted?
Yeah, no. Let's see if we can get this person to focus for the sake of the audience who actually wants to know about this stuff. Average spherical Earth believer. Do you see at 41 after the hour? I posted in the live stream voice text an image.
I don't care about the image, dude. You do your thing.
Because you don't want to talk anymore, because you just want to listen, and they just spat out some just like
he said he's tired.
lateral fucking neutral nonsense that has nothing to do with concern.
Guy needs to get the fuck out then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just like, hey, listen somewhere else. I mean, you're just wasting everyone's time, bro.
This guy's got to show us some Earth curvature if he's going to go around claiming a sphere.
So what I'm going to talk about, hold on, I posted
hundreds of people like this fucking.
I posted an image in the live stream voice text that shows 900 miles plus of Earth.
There's 900 miles of curvature there.
Oh,
and you know what's funny? Not only does it not curve from front to back, there's no curvature left to right either. Goodness.
Where?
And that's thousands of miles that we're seeing. So what's going on there?
Oh, shit.
Where's that geometric horizon that boats are supposed to be going over? What's the altitude of this? Is this like airplane height? Where would the geometric horizon even be?
I can't see it.
That's cool, man.
I don't like a troll, man. I do not like a troll.
Spherical. Time for bed. Good night.
I found it.
There he goes. Here you go. All right, back to fun time. Hey, what's up, everybody? Shit.
What's up, dude?
Just Saturday night. It's all right for fighting, man. Apparently.
Saturday night's all right. I can't hit that note. All right. I don't know what it is. Anyway.
Okay, I just did some quick math. That's about your horizon there is about 700 miles off.
Okay.
Now what?
It's not 900.
Oh no. We're seeing about 900 miles. We should only be able to see up to, I think, 225 miles or so. If the Earth is dropping away at 8 inches per mile squared. I'm assuming that's like airplane height. So what's up, average spherical Earth enjoyer? Where's that Sagittarius?
Oh, he laughed, man. He bounced.
He's gone.
Oh, okay.
You go.
I give up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up, man. That's a bad idea.
I'll never give up.
No, central banker. That's right on.
I'll fight it to the end. The end of the Earth.
Sweet.
Hey, Old Hoss posted an Elton John gif. I'm really glad that Elton found this career to do, because I'm not sure he would have been not awkward enough to do anything else.
He's amazing.
He's amazing. Elton John was.
He could have worked
in amazing
Starbucks or some shit. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just look at that guy. He can't do any other job but that, and that's fine. He's nailed it.
It takes a special type to be Elton John, you know?
Right, for sure. I wouldn't want Elton John being my plumber, not because he'd do a bad job, but because I'd be like, dude, you need to be in show business, okay? And mind that plumber's crack. No, you got it. It's right there. Pull your pants up.
Put some bling on that plumber's crack, dude. Come on.
I mean, the man can play the piano.
For sure. And he could write a song, man. Goodness. Good old Jelton.
He was
Well,
also
anyway.
amazing at costume changes.
Yeah.
Right. Right now in that picture, he looks like he could either be a blackjack dealer in Reno or Elton John in the 70s. No, not funny? Okay.
No, it was good, man. I was reading something. Reading. Fuck.
He kind of has that look of a flat earther too, you know, sort of like.
He's confident in his knowledge instead of unconfident in his beliefs. Oh!
A game show host. Okay, I could have been that. That's
yeah,
good.
we're both. That's what we are. Flat Earth Dude and I.
Game show. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. The game show.
Coming up next, drug abuse is dare to keep kids on wait.
Yeah. I dare you. I dare you to do drugs.
I know, dude. When I was a kid, they came to I was in 6th grade, and they came to our class, one of the police officers, and he was sweating and getting pissed off and like concerned, and he was like, "Just don't do drugs. It's it'll ruin you. Everyone dies. Don't do drugs." And at the time, I was 12, so I didn't know what drugs were or what they felt like or anything. And I was like, "Wait, if they're so bad, why does anybody fucking do them? God, that sounds like a terrible time. What's going on?" And then, never mind.
Dude, that's where I learned. Yeah, they brought in the board. It's like, this is cocaine. This is weed.
Yeah, they
this
shouldn't
is
have got
acid,
us doing
this
that.
is
We were
mushroom.
curious as shit.
And I was like, oh shit. Oh, cool. Thanks for the education, fuckheads. Yeah, and now I know what
Now I know a lot more about it. Appreciate it. It's like
total setup, man.
Preschool for doing drugs
Yeah,
was
exactly.
6th grade.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're 12. Okay, let me show you. This is a joint. This is a bong. This is,
Now this is an empty gun, and he spins the barrel, puts it back in, and he says, "You should always assume that this is loaded, okay?" And then he points it out the window, starts pulling the trigger. Never do this.
Never do this. Sorry. Yeah, thanks, asshole.
Fuck. Good times back then.
Man. So I was watching this fucking live stream on YouTube years ago, and there was these guys were sitting around a table, and they had this big wheel, right? And if you gave like $200 super chat, they'd spin the wheel, and whatever was on the wheel was these different drugs. There was like a bunch of fucking Quaaludes. I don't know. It was a bunch of shit on there, man. Weed, a joint. It could have been acid. I don't know. It was some cocaine, whatever. And, for like $200, they would spin the wheel and do fucking whatever it landed on. It was hilarious, man. I'm like,
I mean, after a while, that would probably get frightful. But yeah.
And they would be all fucked up, man. They were fucking wrecked.
That's cool.
Anyway, I can't do that on YouTube anymore, I don't think, man. I
don't think we can talk
Oh,
about narcotics.
That sort of sounded
for more
something
than
that would have
90
been
seconds.
on community access, sort of.
Yeah, it was on YouTube, but had a lot of people watching too, man. It was like 500 people in on the live stream, and yeah, they were dropping money, man, and they were doing drugs. I was like, what?
So weird, man, but I get it. People pay money to watch other people be good at video games and shit. It's the same thing as like, hey, man, and I'm going to piss most people off. Sports.
Well, it's like one of those things, like, it's so crazy. It's like, you can't stop watching it. You're like, fuck, what are they going to do next? Yeah.
Right.
Shit.
Well, yeah, it's sad though. I mean, you're talking to a guy who wants to be a substance abuse counselor, so it's different. But at the same time, I probably did all those drugs at one point, and so that's a funny ass show to me. Maybe not to everybody else.
I don't need that stuff.
But I don't want to watch it, and I don't want to talk about it in a Flat Earth live stream. What I want to do,
anyway, moving on.
Bring it back from the extracurricular activities.
So was there some Mongos in here today with their bendy water? Any bendy water today anywhere?
No, they're forcing me to take all kinds of meds so I can be compliant.
I can tell you sound volumes different than yesterday.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
I had to turn you up to 200% just now.
Yeah, they did me really dirty, man. Now they got me on all these other drugs, so I
Hey.
would just be happy, man.
Hey,
and
Bonk,
not-
man, don't take them, man. Don't take that shit.
Yeah, you don't have to take them.
Just grab yourself a little sack of some mook and chill
I
out.
can't. I'm in a hospital.
Oh fuck! Never
And
mind.
they're like really screwing me over here. But I only got 5 days left, and then I'm gonna go ape shit.
What does that mean?
Don't go ape shit, man.
Yeah, I'm going ape shit.
The worst thing to do when you leave the hospital is literally to go ape shit. That is those 2 words.
I'm gonna do it.
Wouldn't do it.
They'll send you back. Don't do it.
Yeah, dude.
They ain't sending me back, man. Good luck.
All right,
I'm so beef right now, man. I've been exercising every day. They're trying to like keep me from exercising. They tried to make me go back to my room, and I'm like, "Fuck you."
What kind of hospital is this
doing it.
again?
Man, this is a teaching hospital. It's so ignorant. They send these student doctors in, and they're like, "How are you feeling today?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Ask my friggin' chart."
Ask my
I'm like,
chart. I have no
seriously.
idea.
And they have no idea. They have no idea. And well, your chart says this and this and this. Then what the fuck are you doing in here? Get the fuck out of my room. And they leave my room right away. They piss me off to no end all the time.
Have you tried to flat smack anybody while in there?
It's just not worth it because it is not worth it. They are in their own little world, and their world.
Well, you know what it is, in my opinion? I've worked in the medical field a little bit, and I think it's like a turning off of sympathy and empathy. It's like, how good are you at turning off both of those things? Then you can be an effective physician or nurse or whatever.
Well, I'm on IV antibiotics, right? And they feed me these antibiotics, and I've already know how the machine works and stuff. And it's always right at the shift change. So they set it up one way, and then the next nurse comes in and goes, "Oh, that's running too slow." And then they start pushing buttons like I'm gonna blow out another vein. I've had DVT, which is deep vein thrombosis. They keep giving me these. I'm sorry, man. Sometimes it's hard for me.
You got to advocate for yourself, though, man. You got to tell them,
Dude,
fuck off.
I do, man. I do. I tell them.
No.
Seriously,
Listen.
Don't touch my
legally, you can tell them to fuck, and you can force them physically out of your room. Legally.
I do. All the time.
Okay, good. Then why are you on so many drugs?
Right. That's the question.
Again, because that's how they come into my room, and it's like, okay, you got this and this. Well, I also have I have stitches down my back, and I have all these holes in my back. I got a vacuum on my back.
Oh, fuck.
I'm a mess, dude. I need some of these things, and then they just sneak in all this other bullshit to try to calm me down and keep me under control.
Like just anti-anxieties?
Klonopin. Yep.
Yeah, Klonnies.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
And that shit's wildly addictive, too.
Dude,
Sucks.
Man. Yeah, right. And I'm just not that guy. I'm just not that guy.
Well, don't be that guy when you leave the place. That's all I'm saying. Don't go ape shit, bro. Come on now. Let your body heal.
That's it. That's what I'm doing. Going home, smoking lots of pot.
Oh, well, that's fine. Don't go ape shit. That's like the opposite of going ape shit. Earlier you said ape shit.
Yeah, going ape shit.
Water.
Lots of water.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
The Ensure Complete.
Ape shit
I'm
on
already
the good
ready.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, man.
I'm far out. No, don't go ape shit. Yeah, that'd be bad.
Well, he says ape shit on the good stuff, like healthy stuff, like water.
Yeah, like the health, good stuff. Yeah.
And vegetables.
Get my proper physical therapy, and So
if you're trying to keep fit in there, dude, that's. Are you doing push-ups and?
I can't really
dips?
do the push-ups because of the whole neck.
The back stuff.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? Are you doing like can you squat? Can you do squats in place?
I do all the squats. I do all the toe. Go up on my toes. I do a lot of walking, a lot of freaking walking.
Good, man. Good.
A lot of high leg lifts.
That's great. And you know what?
whatever I can do,
Leg
whatever I
work,
can do.
especially squats, are the greatest way to release natural GH, growth hormone, in the body, and that'll help you heal a little bit faster.
Yeah. They took me off the other day, said I was going home Tuesday, and then this asshole doctor came in and said, "Oh no, if you leave, it's going to be AMA," and of course that'll screw up my freaking case.
Okay,
So.
I have to stop you there. I love you, brother, and I hope you heal up. But we gotta change it from medical
Yeah, we
to
gotta
back to
switch
flat
it
earth.
up, man.
If that's okay.
Gotta switch it back.
Like I said, I love you, brother, and I'm sending you good healing energy. So
Cool, man. It's all good.
Yeah. Definitely, man. You gotta heal up, man.
Yeah, for sure.
So I posted a GIF 54 after the hour in the live stream voice text. Top image shows a classroom globe spinning real fast.
Yeah.
Probably at, I don't know how fast. It's not very fast, but it's fast enough to blur the continents, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a picture below it with like 30 rocks perfectly stacked on top of each other so that the center of mass is found and they just balance.
Yep.
If we were moving it all at all, you wouldn't be able to do that. Sorry. So that's kind of something you need to consider if you think it's a globe. Just a lot of stuff, right? Just a lot of places where the globe narrative falls down the stairs. A lot.
Geppy gets it. It's a meme, not a GIF, bro.
A meme, not a GIF, bro. Listen. Wow. You're gonna wax semantics with me. I'm gonna come to where? Germany? Are you in Germany?
He's so fine tuned, man.
I know. I need somebody to put me in place. My significant other always also does that, which is very key. If your significant other doesn't correct you when you're being stupid, then you gotta maybe find something else. I don't know.
No, it's humane to make mistakes.
That's the problem. That's the biggest problem about being human.
How many times have you used the word like, "Hey, man, the globe"? Oh shit, I didn't mean to say that. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. It's well, here's what it is. We've got flat earthers all around the globe, all over the planet.
That was an early 2016. That was a 2016 meme. I remember that.
It was the other way, right? It was. We've got. There are flat earthers all around the globe, or
something like that. Yeah,
something like that. Well, anyway, it's
fucking Mongol. Fuck.
That was funny, Gippy. Good. You got me. You really got me. So thanks for that. Yeah, I feel like you owed me that one too. I stepped on you earlier.
There are globers sprinkled everywhere around on the flat Earth.
Sprinkled, yeah.
Like
it's a lot. That's a lot of seasoning. If they're just
I like it.
Put pepper on that bad boy.
Ooh, I had some donuts today. Ordered some, and
Did you?
3 of them had sprinkles. Delicious. I didn't even ask for it. You know what I did? I said, "Hey, Duncan, surprise me. All 6 go." And they gave me 3 in a row that were chocolate sprinkles. I was like, all right. You know something about me, and I'm coming back to this store. Sorry, go ahead.
What about the other? What about the other 3?
I don't know. They're good, but I don't know what they are. There's like blueberry, I don't know, something. Anyway.
It wasn't for you. I take it.
Donuts are only possible on a flat Earth.
Hey, do you guys remember Donut Earth theory or something like that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hilarious. I'm like, where's the curve, man? Where's the curve?
The computer's hacked.
Donutter. Fuck off. Anyway, I didn't get to listen much today. I was out doing this community service as part of a cleanup day in my city, and I helped out anyway.
That's good of you, man. That's good of you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bounce out for a few minutes here, but I'll be back.
We do it one day a year. My wife's kind of helps organize it, so she puts me in some project or something. But yeah, we had like 35 projects, and like 900 people showed up. So it's pretty cool.
Oh, Thank God I don't have a wife to put me in projects I don't want to be.
Hey, Gat, man, it's called.
Come on.
My wife calls it. What did she say? Voluntold. You've been voluntold.
Voluntold.
You know what? That's funny.
You go, shit. Voluntold? Really? Oh, fuck.
That's what they tell you in the
when,
Navy.
When you said voluntold, I had that image in my mind from the 300 movie, you know, when the guy said, "This is Sparta," boom, it pushes the guy in the hole.
Yeah.
Madness. Why? This is Sparta.
Yeah, you've been voluntold.
This cake down.
This is madness.
If you guys want to live if you guys want a happy marriage, man, you're gonna do what your wife asks you to do, man. If you don't, it's not gonna work out well. I promise you. So, just my advice, you know. If you don't want to be married, that's a different thing.
The woman is to be cherished, and the man is to do the cherish. And, and then it is good.
I love
What do you think? What do you think, Gabby? Am I getting you?
Yeah.
I'm closing in on that impersonation too. I'm gonna fucking come in here with your name, and nobody's gonna know the difference for hours. I love you, brother. Okay, I gotta go. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Nanometer, without a doubt, it's most precise measurement in the world. I don't know. I can't do it. Not like Glad's gonna nail it. I'm sure. I'm not gonna nail it. All right. We lost Glad, man. He dropped out. How you doing, Gat? You good?
Yeah, enjoying the morning. I have to go make a coffee.
It's about 6 a.m. for you, early.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of odd that Glat wasn't out on the 24/7 YouTube. So it's kind of weird.
I don't get it, man. We're all on.
Well, no, he used to always be out there, like just dealing with all the bugs out there. And
hey,
chat's gone. Yeah,
hey, Bong, man. Yeah, we killed that. So yeah, and it was just a fucking cuck-billed troll show out there, man.
Oh, I know, right? But he was so good at it.
Every once in a while, I could talk somebody to coming in here using the chat, whatever they wrote in the chat. You know, I'd be like, "Yeah, come on in, come on, meet me in the VC check-in, meet me in the VC check-in, man." But that was what it was good for me. I mean, it was just look at the chat and go, "Yeah, come on in, man. You got that proof for the globe spinning? Okay, come on in."
I know, right?
So now they can't chat skank. They got to join.
Not even a little bit.
If they want to come in here and.
So there's been quite a bit of drop off this week regarding Mongo's coming in here.
You say, come on in, see if you can make a testimony.
I'm surprised I'm surprised you still tolerate GE platypus.
He's respectful, you know. I
get it.
Platypus ain't respectful. Platypus he's a fucking Mongo, right? Am I wrong on that?
No.
Am I thinking of somebody else? No.
The Gold Earth platypus guy.
Just beyond dishonest.
Platypus he's got the right name in his name, puss. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Anyway,
can't take that out.
Not to, call anybody names, but
it's always gonna build up.
But yeah, it builds up, blows up. No.
We should have like an internal globe shill, globe troll ranking somewhere, just like so we can all refer to it. So who would be number one?
Oh, number one.
Number one globe? Panda?
Number one globe troll.
Jim Panda.
Yeah.
Panda.
Yeah, I think he's number one.
Jose JG.
I don't know, man.
Well, Jose JG was my neighbor.
JG, yeah, Jose would have. He was pretty wild back in the day.
Yeah.
Is he still around, man? What happened to him?
Yeah, he's still around. He still does his thing. Man.
Yeah.
He still does his thing. I can't watch those cocks, man. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
You mean Baba Yaga, right?
Yeah, you think I drink a lot now? I'm watching those cocks, man. I'm gonna be complete fucking. I need heroin, maybe or something. I don't know. But to listen to those guys go on and on about their little gravity, it's like, okay, come on, really? Please, man, forget it.
Oh,
Gravity.
I did a
ether,
number on their whole
Holy
LIGO
Spirit,
thing.
Jesus, you name it.
Oh man, they got Coriolis gravity and gas pressure all wrapped up in a fart, and it's like, what? Really?
Yeah, gravity is a lifeless God, non-intelligent God.
I think QE came in early. He was talking about gas pressure and if and the guy mentioned I think it might have been NASA Bendy Water, whatever his name was, and he was saying that gases that evaporate from water go up. And if I like to use, man, if I fart and you smell it, man, does that disprove gravity, man? Come on.
Absolutely.
No, gravity.
Gases are affected by gravity, man.
With the demonstration. It'll disprove it with a demonstration. Pull my finger.
Pull my
No, you can actually prove it at dinner table. When you release hot gases, they don't rise above the dinner table. Gravity always holds them beneath the dinner table.
So
and
if
it
you got
repels other
But the
people, doesn't
gas
attract
will fill the available volume, and everyone
you
will
got
know
a
about
steaming
it
hot pot of
quickly.
stew, man. That shit's
Hey,
going. It's all like.
can you hear me? How
Hello?
long
We
does
hear
detention
you.
last for in
Hello.
the server?
Estella, are you
I
there?
accidentally said fuck.
Yes.
Australia. I got it wrong.
Yeah.
I don't have my glasses on. Man. I can't see that.
When does okay? So like I accidentally said fuck, and now I'm in detention in the server. How long does it last?
What?
Wait, you're like in the
I don't
chat
think you're
detention?
in detention. Are you?
Yeah.
No, you'll get out.
Sounds good.
Like,
Yeah.
in 5
Okay,
minutes.
she said sound okay. Sounds good, yo. I swear, if you show up at work tomorrow, what?
It didn't go through because I said because he said that he will and see what happens, and I said oh fuck, oh god no, and then I sent it and it.
No, just wait 5 minutes. You'll get out. I get put into the swear
Yeah, I think
blocker.
somebody let me out early. Thanks, whoever did that. I
You
appreciate
can't write bad words unless you're like gold, silver, or something. I think
Oh, but you can say fuck.
you can say fuck all day long. Yeah,
Oh,
you just can't
shit,
write it in the
fuckity
chat.
fuck.
Fuck.
Fuck, man, fire out, fuck. No, it's late night, man. This is when I come in and we kind of get a little funky around here, and we just kind of have a laugh.
Is silver.
Master Chief.
Master Chief.
Well, thanks,
You give
guys.
me sunshine.
You just go for it. That was so fucking. Oh shit.
Yes.
Well, I'll talk with Craig Villain when he comes to.
Damn, she
give
bound.
a vote, maybe.
Clicked on it. She's a valued offender, man. Valued offender. Okay,
Who's
ladies.
that?
Been on.
Back to that demonstration of disproving gravity. Pull my finger. Fart jokes are funny.
Yeah, by the way, Australia, she's a flat earther for a very long time, man. I mean,
Why is she? Why she doesn't have?
Villain.
She don't have the tag, man. What happened?
I've been here for so long. Like I think I've been in these servers since maybe 2020, early 2020.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
From last year, actually, 2021, you were talking with Crack Villain
Ugh,
quite
I
a
don't
lot.
remember.
You don't? Oh, I
I
do.
know, right?
You see?
Crack Bill.
Dude, how do you remember that?
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Come
I
on.
don't remember people by name. I remember them by their voices most of the
I'm
time.
here for the.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm here for the humor and knowledge. You know, you can combine the two. You know, it doesn't
Mhm.
always have to be like so fucking serious.
Say fuck, we just can't type it.
Yeah.
You can have fun learning. My goodness, that's the best way to learn is have fun doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's best.
There's a guy, Sleepy Joe. There's a guy who he has a very I literally muted him because I can't stand it, and then I forgot to unmute him, and people were talking to him in the VC, and I couldn't figure it out.
Is he
He has
here?
a very, very
He's not here now.
Is it the giggler?
annoying voice.
Machine Mig.
It's like this. The guy, I don't know. I don't know.
Is he like
I
a
hope
flat
I'm
earther?
not annoying.
I don't even know if he's a flat earther or a glober because I tried to ignore him, but he runs around. I actually think I an annoying voice guy. I feel bad. I don't know if he does it on purpose, but he literally it's bad, and
All right.
nobody's perfect.
You'll get over it. You're gonna live. I promise.
Yeah,
You're gonna live
exactly.
through this disaster. You're gonna rebuild. You're gonna recover.
Mm-hmm.
You have a
You're
second
gonna,
mission for that.
you're gonna survive this shit. I guarantee it.
Joy and pain.
This trolled the giggler. He has the most annoying voice
Sunshine,
I've ever heard.
rain.
No trolling, man. Leave the trolling to the fucking globies, man. We don't have to
No,
troll,
this
man.
guy, the giggler, you guys know what I'm talking about. He is the most annoying voice I've ever heard in my life.
Hold on. It's the most annoying voice ever.
Yeah, it's more annoying than that. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
If it's more annoying than that, we're
He's in a VC in a different server. Let me go look through him and see if it rings a bell. I tell you, if I see him, I know.
Hey, do you guys know who Infinite Plane is?
No.
Yes.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No.
Infinite
That
Plane
thing
Society.
where there are more continents beyond Antarctica.
Infinite Plane Society. That guy.
Yeah.
I forget his name. Huber. I don't know. Anyway, I cannot listen to him. He's got great information. He's so dry and so straightforward that it just drives me nuts. I never hear him laugh, man. It's so weird.
Absolutely fascinating.
Creepy, man. The guy creeps me out.
That's like lifeless. Yeah.
If you try just speed him up 2 times, and he'll sound funnier at least.
We're gonna take a little look.
I mean, in ancient times, science was transmitted through poetry and songs, music.
I'm gonna try to go get some meds.
That's how they were passing knowledge.
You mean ancient times?
Yeah.
Oh.
Poetry, music. You can do it through, Yeah. Yeah, why not, man? Pass the knowledge.
How many
Poetry,
balls does it
poetry's
take for a
tricky,
flat
man. You
earther
gotta
to
read.
get to the
You gotta
globe?
read between the lines in poetry, man.
There always had to be soul in passing knowledge, Yeah. And poetry and music is exactly that.
Yep. And that's what we're doing. We're just out here trying to say, hey, man, there's most likely you live on a flat, stationary table.
Take their space from them.
We're right back. Most likely. 100%.
Take their space from them, bro.
What's that, Storm?
Take their space. They don't want you to take it from them. Take it from them, bro.
What's up, Dinkle? Dinkle's in the chat, man. Dave Hinkle, that's Dinkle.
That's basically the flat Earth warrior that you want on your side.
No doubt about it. I'll go to battle with any flat earther, man. Let's go.
Who's your flat Earth globe apocalypse team? Like, you should choose 3 people to be on your team when the globe apocalypse happens.
I'm gonna take. That's a good question, man.
QE.
Do you get me, Sunshine?
Yeah, I call QE like off the bat. So
I'm
you
going
guys
with
have
Larry, man.
Larry would be good.
Oh yeah,
Larry.
he would be like, yeah, he'd be more level-headed. Shit.
Miggy would be, I think, on the list, man. Miggy's fucking pretty
The
tight,
list is
man.
kind of big.
I'm just, fucking.
I'd be crypto.
Fucking
Flat Earth Solar, man. Flat Earth Solar is
Solar, man. Yeah, shit. See, now you're pissing me off. Now my list is growing. Fuck. What am I gonna do now? Shit. What about Indio? Fuck. Are you kidding me?
I like how you people know these names. Like, I don't know many people.
We just hang out here.
We gotta hang out.
for a while. We know who these people that we're talking about.
Sonny would be fun, man. I definitely want Sonny on my fucking team.
Oh man, I wish Sonny was here now. I bet you the
this is
talking
the
about
only
him,
place
he's
where
gonna
people know the
manifest
Earth's flat.
Sonny's energy would be so perfect. It'd be like he would keep me calm. You know what I mean? It'd be like,
You know, I just realized, like, if you talk about
He
these
making
people,
me
I
feel
wonder if
bad.
people, like, think about it. Do you think that people discuss you when you aren't present in PCs?
I hope so, man.
I
Fuck.
hope they don't.
People are definitely discussing you.
I wonder
on
what
other
people
PCs.
say.
Talk all about fucking flatter, dude. All you want, man. I don't care.
As
You know
soon
what
as
they'd probably
anyone
say
leaves
about
the
me?
room, we just start
That
shit talking.
Australia bitch, she can't decide if she's flat or earther or.
I don't think we really. I don't think we go deep on you, Australia. I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a mystery.
Yeah, exactly. You're kind of like you're on the fringy outskirts of the, but you're here. But you're cool. Yeah, I don't have any problems with you. You sound great. What we live on is really important around here, and how we measure it, and how we can absolutely scientifically take it apart and say, wait a minute, man, what's going on here? And that's the main reason why we're here. But at night, late at night, like tonight, we might just hang out and talk about music, or or who would be our favorite flat earther on our fucking team.
When like the globe normies just like get triggered and then they just start attacking us, like who would be on our team? The globe apocalypse.
I don't know. There's so many great ones that I would just be like, oh shit. Was that Gregory guy in here today?
I don't want to say anyone that's in the chat
Was
because
that-
then their
is that his
ego will just
name?
blow up.
I think it's a guy named Gregory was in here today talking some fucking deep shit, big words. Fucking, is his name Gregory?
Yeah. He's been here for.
Yeah, he's been around. I've heard him, maybe year and a half ago, but he came back recently, and fuck, man. Yeah, he's solid, man. So yeah, I mean, there's a list of something you want with some energy. Sometimes you want to have somebody that would get pissed off like QE, and then you could have somebody really cool like Sonny. It's like
Sonny would be like the morale booster, and QE would be the tank.
Good cop, bad cop, man. Totally right. Yeah, Sonny would be the good cop, and Q would be like, "You fucking dumbass."
Good cop versus bad cop. What the fuck?
So yeah, I could see that happening. It'd be kind of funny, man.
So if Bill Nye and Neil Tyson called in, who would be the top 2 flat earthers to go up against Bill and Neil?
I would go against both of them anytime.
Those guys
would be good.
There'd be a line waiting to get to those guys.
QE would just fucking call them all retards and fucking like.
I will go with linear encoders against them.
That would be good.
They use the mechatronics. Yeah, it's hands-on physical measuring instrument devices. You cannot invoke any refraction, any gravity, no bullshit. because this is the most precise measuring instruments they use in mechatronics. Yeah, today in all the precision devices.
Aircraft 3D printing. Aircraft 3D printing. It's precision within 1/1,000,000th of a fucking centimeter.
Millimeter, yeah.
Are you
Millionth of a fucking centimeter, man. It can get so fucking precise. It's like stupid. How it would help us, but over 300 meters. It's like what? It's so precise. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So if Felix Baumgartner called in and you had a chance to say something to him, what would be the first thing you'd say to Felix?
Hey man, how's the curvature of the Earth at 129,000 feet? Is that cool? He's like, no man, it's totally flat, bro. And I'd be like, oh okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
Well, I know his girlfriend is not a kind of woman that you want for yourself, you know.
No, probably.
Is she a woman that he'll refuse?
Well, I don't know, man. I never met her.
His girlfriend. His girlfriend is a Romanian VIP in the television. Yeah, and I know her personally. She's a bitch.
High maintenance. High maintenance. Is that what you're saying, man? High maintenance.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'd ask Felix, why would you lie?
Isn't Baumgartner? Isn't he Austrian? Like, isn't he's like German or something, right?
Nice
accent. Baumgartner, yeah, German, yeah.
Yeah, he is German, yeah.
I want to know who put that camera in the capsule with him. That when he opened up the
showed it flat.
Yeah, and it showed perfectly flat. And then Neil Tyson, he even had to come out and say later it was perfectly flat. Just because of that picture.
Hey, I thought the curve of New Mexico was pretty cool. Come on. It was pretty New Mexico.
The planet New Mexico.
Planet New Mexico. That was such a good meme, man. I was like, oh, fuck. I've been to New Mexico like probably 20 times. I know exactly what the fuck that place looks like. And I'm like, no. It's Planet New Mexico. And I watched that fucking jump live, man. I remember at the TV on, man. Hey, what's up, Jose? Jose's in the house, man. Fuck yeah. What's up, babe?
Hey, what's good, everyone?
God bless Clovis.
Welcome.
I just had to say hi to you, man, real quick, because you're
Flat Earth warrior would you bring to battle?
What we bring to battle? Flat Earth. We got warrior.
I'm just asking, Josue.
Jose, what to bring? No, man, dude. That would be a guy I would want on my fucking team, man. Right there, it's Jose for sure, man.
I don't know who he would bring.
Who would you bring to your team if you had to go up against Bill Guy and the fuckhead and Neil Grabass Tyson, man? Who you gonna bring to fucking battle those cocks, man?
I would bring one guy.
Who?
Juan. One guy.
One. Oh, one?
One
Hey,
guy.
I'm going to bed. I'm falling asleep. I'll be on tomorrow.
That's hilarious.
Good night, Estrella.
Good night. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Australia. Please forgive me.
For what?
I don't know. Just being a loud shit mouth.
No,
Fuck.
you're forgiven for
All right.
whatever you want me to forgive you for.
All right, dear. Just come back. Keep listening. You'll get to know everybody around here at some point, man.
I hope so.
Yeah, we're mostly
I'm really busy all the time.
Well, I don't know if you can listen while you work or whatever. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe I'll see
what all the time. I listen while I'm working all the time. So it takes a minute, man. It takes a minute to get to know all the personalities around here.
Yeah.
And, it took me like a year to figure, who the fuck Get is. I'm like, who is that guy?
Who the fuck is? No, just kidding. All right, I'll see you all later. Good night.
Good night. So yeah, that's a good question. We should bring that up on Precious Metals Takeover. That'd be a good question for Precious Metals Takeover. It's like if you're gonna debate, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Neil Grabass Tyson.
Joy and pain. That was the answer to Precious Metals Takeover. Joy and pain, like sunshine and rain.
Yeah, the one person I would take, like serious answering the question, that would be Indio. Just with Indio by himself, man.
There you
went
go.
off everybody.
There you go. Yeah, Indio would be solid, man, for sure. Hey, what was the question on Precious Metals Takeover today? Does anybody remember? Because I totally missed it. I was working all day. So, anybody?
I wouldn't know because I cannot be involved.
All right. Anybody know what Precious Metal Takeover question was today? Anybody?
2 virtues you could take into a new metaverse.
What? Fuck off.
2 virtues you could take into a new
2
metaverse.
virtues you could take into the metaverse.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
That was it.
Who came up with that? What was she smoking?
What the fuck were they cracking out on, man?
The best I can think of, joy and pain, like sunshine and rain.
Well, hey, Taboo Conspiracy. Hey, there was a new Black Swan today, man. Did you guys catch that?
No. What was it?
No? Oh, let me drop it on you. I'm going to drop it here.
Show me the money.
Show me the fucking 20-something mile fucking observation. Anyway.
More like a white swan, right? I mean, like, this is the norm, not the anomaly.
Let me find it, man. So you guys know who Taboo Conspiracy is, Ben. He's an attorney. You guys know him?
I think I heard him a few times.
He's real proper, real pro. He did the sorry, Antarctica, we're closed. I was like, that was a great video, man. He went through that. It took like 40 minutes, man. But yeah, he went through that, man. I saw that Dell was out doing some flat smacking. That was cool. Saw a little bit of that today. I need to go back and watch some more of it.
I just don't feel like I want to flat smack anybody.
That's cool, man. You don't have to, man. Just coming in here and talking to us, hanging out, you're good, man. You're good, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think y'all are good people and shit, and I mean, I hope to see you. I hope to see you when it all goes down, that you'll be there because at least you got half a brain,
Well, there you go. There's the new Black Swan in Canada. I dropped it in the VC text. You guys can check it out now, later, whatever. I don't care, man. It's pretty good, man. It's a great observation, man. It's kick ass. Guess what? We live on a flat, stationary plane, man. Oh, my goodness. They proved it again. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe it. I'm so shocked.
Like third or fourth Black Swan. Yeah.
But the fact that he put Black Swan in it, I thought, all right. Yeah, he could have just said it was a 30-something mile, whatever, or 20. It's flat, man. Check it. There's a guy up in Canada, man. It's got this giant lake. And he gets the camera right down on the water and then shoots across. And he's seeing too far. Oh, my goodness. That's amazing. He sees too far. It's crazy. I can't believe it. I'm shocked. Anyway, so yeah, next Precious Metal. We got to come up with a really good question. This fucking metaverse thing. Fuck off. I can't do that. But yeah, somebody. If you were gonna, debate with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Grabass Tyson and whatever, who would you take with you? Like, oh shit, that's a good question.
I like good questions.
Don't do that to us. What? That's mean.
It is. It is mean because you don't want to say, "Oh shit, I'm gonna take Orion with me, man, for sure." He knows his shit. Or Miggy. Oh no, wait a minute. It was Jen. No. Oh fuck. It had to be Jose. Fuck. No. Oh fuck. Maybe I should
Latter-day
take
Saints.
Latter-day Saints. He's really grounded. I'll take Saints. Yeah, it would be good. Yeah. So it's a shitty question, man. But I don't want to call anybody out and say, "Oh man, nobody's taking my ass with you." Believe me, you don't want me on your team, man. I'll fuck you. I'm just gonna laugh ass through the
You'll
whole
turn there,
thing.
Just
Yeah,
right.
I went up against a Caltech physicist, quantum physicist, for fucking 6 hours straight. Not 6 hours. With I think I had 5 flat earthers with me, and I was running the live stream and everything. But I was the guy in the corner, was just like making fun of the whole thing because I'm like, he tried to tell me that the chair isn't actually there, and that it's just a bunch of atoms and stuff that it's really not there. And I go, let me pick up the chair and hit you in the head with it, and tell me it's not there.
Well, I'm not here either.
Yeah, so you're not here.
Hey, don't give me that bullshit. It ain't here, man.
When I'm unconscious on the floor, I'm still not here.
Like,
Who was the Caltech guy?
His name was Spheros Mikolakoulis.
Spheros Mikolakoulis. Okay, Mayor.
Mikolakoulis. Yeah.
Spheros. Interesting name.
Spheros, yeah. Spheros. SP. I think it's Spheros.
Of course his name was Spiros.
Anyway, I did 6 hours with that Mongo, man, and all he could come up with, hey, have you seen the movie? It's like that.
Yeah.
What? Shut up, man. I go, no. You don't get to just say, oh, it's like the movie. Fuck off. Anyway, yeah, I was the comedian in the corner. There were some real serious flat earthers taking him on, man, and bringing the goods, man. And yeah, that's why we spent 6 hours with him, because he couldn't just say, "Oh, it's a globe, and you guys have a nice day." Like, no. But I appreciate him taking us on, man. I appreciate him spending the time with us. It was great.
So Jose JG won't do it with me no more, and I'm really messed up, and I can't really do it. But if anybody ever wants to come down to Tampa Bay, we can show them all the flat Earth proof that we can handle.
Well, I did really enjoy going on the street and doing the activism thing, man, where we would have a couple posters, maybe a flat Earth model. We had lots of handouts. I had an iPad where I could show people like videos and things.
What's a pertinent question?
But it was fun to just hit people on the street, man, and just talk to them. It was like, hey, man, what do you know about the globe? I don't know. It's round. Do you know the radius? I don't know. It's big. Do you know the circumference? I don't know. It's a circle. And how far is the moon? I don't know. It's far away. And you're like,
is there a relationship between celestial objects and the surface?
That would be way too advanced for them, man.
What's the average depth of Tampa Bay?
128 feet.
12 feet.
How about New Orleans?
I missed a decimal point in there somewhere. Shit, I was close.
After hurricane.
I was close.
Tampa Bay in the house. What's up, Pete? Average depth of Tampa Bay. Were you shouting out your area
12
code?
feet,
Go ahead
man.
and shout out your area code if you got one.
12 feet.
12 feet. Blew my freaking mind when I looked that up and saw that shit.
Average 12 feet. How big is Tampa Bay? I've been there, man.
It's massive, dude. It's like 100. All the circumference of it is like 177 miles or some shit.
Oh fuck!
And I can literally stand on one side of the Howard Franklin Bridge and see the seawall on the other side of the Howard Franklin Bridge.
No, I love
Oh
that.
yeah, I sure can freaking do it, but I'm a freaking
Right.
idiot.
When
And I
you,
got
when you're
brain
out-
damage.
I did observations across Tampa Bay from Picnic Island to the Skyway Bridge. It's a little over 17 miles, almost 17.
Right.
Yep.
well, that's about what? About 82 feet of curvature missing.
It's I don't know where the hell
No,
it
over
is.
17 miles.
Do you establish?
That's like 120 something.
It's ridiculous. There's so many points down here that you can look from and to, and you can just blow that friggin' shit all to hell. I just can't get around no more.
Well,
yeah, the curvature that should have been there would be a whole entire cruise ship would be hidden behind the horizon. But you can see this. You can see the Skyway Bridge all the way down to the bottom of the piers.
All the way.
You're gonna need a radius for that. You're gonna need an elevation angle to Polaris for that.
It's three. Hey, man, when I first got into like looking at how far the Polaris was, it was like 433 light years away, roughly.
And then we got Fort DeSoto.
And then they
I guess
switched
it's
to
one
man.
of those friggin'
When the
star
fuck
things. One of those star forts. It's a mess, man. It's a freaking mess.
You'll be fine, man. You're gonna survive this shit, man. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
You got this. Why? Because you're a flat earther. And flat earthers fucking are the toughest motherfuckers I've ever met in my life, man. Motherfuckers do not take any shit, Glatt. Fuck. All they do is they sit there and ask you for the fucking measured curvature. Fuck.
What is it? What is it?
Where the fuck is the curvature?
Where is it? Show me, please.
Please show it to me. We've been here for fucking 7 years going, hey, man, little curvature would be nice over here, man. I'm not asking for a whole lot, man. Just a little would be cool. Just a touch of curvature.
No offense, I'm not gonna take my dump truck full of freaking money and figure it all out for them, but I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my life instead on a flat plane.
Expect you,
Because
Mongo.
I've already jumped out of an airplane, so I already seen it from up there, anyways.
Yeah, man. There's some. Hey, Get, man. What's that picture of those straight lines? Is that the cock fucking Tesla SpaceX nano satellite thing? What the hell is it?
Is that 45 fucking degrees? What is that?
It is 42.5 degrees, actually.
What am I looking at? What is that? Get.
I posted, it's a
7 after the
picture
hour.
Professor Phil sent me. And he's saying those are some nano satellites.
Is Witsit still doing his thing?
Hey, speaking of Witsit, man, I heard him Sunday on Glowbusters, but I haven't seen him around, man. I think he had to go to some government institution to take care of some business. Did everything work out? Does anybody know?
I mean, like I said, I'm just asking right now.
Me
So,
too, man. I thought about it earlier. I go, dude, man. Anybody know what they didn't come on here and tell anybody what happened with this situation? Anybody?
Some people were talking about it maybe a few days ago, but yeah, I don't. I sort of just came to the end of the conversation. I didn't press.
All right, I want to hear it from his voice, but nobody heard it from him. What's up?
No, Conrad went there. Conrad went there to support him and spoke with him.
Okay.
I think, yeah, he told us a bit, but he couldn't tell us like a lot because
Yeah,
he didn't want to mess up the
I mean,
information.
he's got the phone number, man. He can call in here anytime, man. So I'll just wait to hear from him. But I just wondered if he came in. That was my only question, really. Talk about it.
Is this
I got him, man. I definitely got him. Whenever I get back with him, I definitely got that dude.
Yeah, I got
I
him
will
too.
hook a brother up.
Well, you guys are pretty close, and I think he's down there too, man. Pretty close in Florida or somewhere.
Yeah, he has been, yeah, for sure.
So glad the horizon. It's so horizontal, bro. Come on.
I can't understand why.
No,
Horizontal.
dude, they called them airplanes, man, and then horizontal, and then they just put it right there in our faces and laugh at us. No,
Yes,
no,
hidden plain sight shits. It's getting old, man.
fucking cocks, man. Right?
I mean, I keep ranting. Like, you see the Google, whatever Google Doodle today. Like, there's some more hidden plain sight shit. It was kind of pissing me off.
I didn't see it. Let me
It
go.
was like celebrating Route. I don't know if it's still there. Celebrating Route 66, but it's like, like 66. Like the G looks like a 6, and then it's like Walpurgis Knox today. So it's like, oh wow. Just like so obvious. Anyways, kind of a tangent.
No, I got. You ain't showing me shit. Well, horizontal airplane,
Planet.
plane. It. I love that. Man, these cocks are they're good, man. I'll give them that, man. They really have cucked up the entire fucking realm we're on, man. And
I mean, good. They suck. They just have a lot of money. I mean, if they were like really, if they were smart at all, they would not have to like spend so much money. But no, they're actually dumbasses. They just have a shitload of money.
I watched a documentary last night called "This Is a Housing Crisis" by True Stream Media. Her and her husband do great documentaries. Anyway, they were talking about rent prices going up, man. I've like going through the fucking cuckoo roof, man. For like,
stupid.
It's fucking stupid, man. I mean, the numbers were like blowing my fucking head off. I'm like, the studio apartment here and there, even like in the fucking bum fucking nowhere fucking Idaho, it's fucking, $1,500 a month for fucking a studio. I was like, what? Fuck me, man. Holy shit, man. I mean, she made a good point, man. She brought up one thing is like, if you're going to price the fucking average worker out of the fucking neighborhood, if you're a rich cuck that has to have landscaping and fucking, maids and all that bullshit, you're not going to have people to show up because they got no place to fucking live, cucks. So keep it up, assholes, because nobody's going to show up to cut your fucking grass anymore and trim your fucking hedges and clean your fucking toilet. It's not going to happen.
They're trying to get away.
Cause, though. But
they're trying to get away with the $2,000 a month living wage. That's what it boils down to. They want to give everybody $2,000 a friggin' month to live.
Well, when you guys talk about property taxes, I'm not saying there shouldn't be any taxes. I'm just saying there shouldn't be any property taxes. And, property taxes are effectively rent you have to pay to be able to lease the land you quote unquote own. Right. Exactly. You don't really technically. And so, what if property taxes just keep going up and up? I think there's a lot of factors that play into this, but I think one of them may be property taxes just going up and up, and the average Jane and Joe not paying attention and just, dragging themselves forward through life, not paying attention. Kind of like how they all believe they live on a ball, but they don't.
Yeah. So I'm here in California, man. We have this little cool thing called Proposition 13. I've been able to enjoy it for the last 27 years. And basically, my property taxes can only go up 1% a year. That's it. I mean, that's basically the fucking drip here in California. So, and that's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. I've been fortunate, I don't pay it like, but in Texas, man, if your house goes from the way the prices have gone up, I mean, the average house in Texas is like, over $500,000. And, people bought in at like, $100,000. Now it's up to $500,000. Well, you got to pay on $500,000 for your taxes. And it's huge in Texas. My brother lives in Texas. He's always complaining to me about his property taxes. Fucking heavy duty, man. And so
you know what property taxes are actually for? Like what they're specifically directed to? I mean, it might be a state by state thing, but at least in where I live, Oregon, I know for a fact, property taxes are all for the public educational system. So that's why property taxes are low when you live far away from a public school, and they're high when you live close to a public school, because it's based on where you live and how much you have to pay for school in that area. And so I'm just saying, keep in mind, they're pushing the globe there. Hey, on the topic of flat Earth, I was at
always pushing the globe, man. That's what they do. They're always pushing the globe.
It's fucking everywhere, dude. Like,
Orion, it was you, man. Orion, it was you that's trying to find a movie that doesn't have a globe in it.
It shouldn't even be a thing.
No, that was somebody else. I heard someone else say that like a day ago.
Oh, okay.
But I was thinking the same thing myself, really.
Yeah, me too, man.
Should not be a thing. Period.
Every movie has a globe in it. Every piece of media has a globe in it.
It's harder to find a movie without a globe in it than there is to find one with it.
And speaking of which, earlier tonight, I was at the movie theater with some friends watching this movie called something along the lines of Everything, Everywhere, Always or something. And it was a funny thing because when my friend read the name out loud to me, I was like, asking him, okay, well, what's that? Because we were originally going to see a different movie, and then it was too crowded in that theater. And we were just like, never mind, let's just go figure out something else. And so he's reading that name to me, and I'm like, okay, what's it about? Is it about like interdimensional stuff or whatever? And he starts reading the caption of it, and it's like, yeah, it is. It's that. It's a movie about some interdimensional nonsense or whatever. And the plot doesn't really make sense. It's just an oddball science fiction thing. But so there's this one point in the movie where, and this happens in a lot of movies. I think it'd be funny to do this in a lot of movies where this kind of grown 20-something-year-old daughter is talking to her mother, and she says these lines to her. It's not about that. It's about the truth. And her mother's like, the truth about what? And then there's like this long pause where neither of them say anything. And I like say, the earth is flat, out of the theater. And then there's a second point in time in the movie. Yeah, there's a second point in time in the movie where they basically bring this weird, odd, because it's kind of a comedy too, but like an action comedy science fiction movie. And they basically bring it to where they're like in a dimension where they're both rocks and they're talking to each other, but they're not even talking to each other with words spoken out loud. They just put the caption, they just put the subtitles there so you can read what the rocks are saying to each other. And this stupid conversation between these rocks, it goes on for a while. And one of the rocks starts, with the conversation of like, oh, now we know that the earth is spinning around, is orbiting around the sun and spinning in space and stuff like that. And like when it got to that point in time in this silent conversation where there's no noise at all, there's no noise, it's just silence, just wind and these rocks, just talking to each other through text. And so I say, I was like, oh, okay, great. I yell out, the earth is flat and stationary again, because it's like, they're talking about the heliocentric model. They're literally having us read the heliocentric model propaganda right in the movie, like in silence. Crazy. Man. But and then later on after that, the third time I said it was once the ending credits started, and it was just everyone just sitting there all quiet with no noise. There wasn't even any music playing. It was just like the beginning of the ending credits. And then that was the third time. I was like, yeah, the Earth is flat, you know.
Did you get any reactions?
Dropping seeds, baby. Dropping seeds.
I got some reactions from my friends sitting next to me, but not from the crowd.
Yeah, they're sleeping, man. Most likely. Sleeping away, man.
They're just going meh, eating their grass. Meh.
Yeah, one of my friends gave me a fist bump, and the other one was like saying jokingly, "I can't go anywhere with you, Charles." as laughter, whatever. But it's so funny because the one who fist bumped me, he's one who actually more so believes that it's a globe and just kind of like he's kind of on the fence, but like sometimes leans toward the globe. But he's not like really a flat earther. But then the guy who said, "I can't go anywhere with you, Charles," he is a flat earther, which is kind of ironic. But he was just he was laughing at it too, you know.
It's complicated rocks. That's all you are. All right, you're just
complicated rocks.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking when we got to that point in the movie. I was like, wow, this is literally like that complicated rock bullshit we're talking about on Discord all the time.
Yeah.
Taxation without representation.
Maybe that scene's secretly based. It's like, are they saying globetards are like rocks? Like they're just, they're just like stupid rocks talking to each other, just repeating.
Dumb as a box of rocks.
No,
maybe for the audience sake, we should reference this. So it was a NASA employee that was famous for saying that human beings are like complicated rocks, and these rocks are like your cousins, pointing to a bunch of inanimate rocks. And it's just silly.
What?
Poop. Because we're basically like stardust or some bullshit.
We all come from stars, man.
Exactly.
Poop.
We just like turn these super complicated, organic, conscious, metaphysical beings also just from stars, man. Stars does. Just randomly do.
Something crazy about that movie is I almost feel like they had a subliminal mess. I mean, this is my speculation. I'm just saying this is like my feelings about it. But towards the end of that movie, like the very end, they had a bunch of these sequences, like a lot of crazy horror movies or whatever, scary movies, where they have a bunch of random nonsense just flash in front of the screen, And one of the very last things that flashed was a digital, digital kind of CGI video of a planet hitting another planet, like in that heliocentric theory nonsense where they say one planet hit another planet and created the Earth, like they kind of just threw that in there. And it was just like such an odd thing to just kind of throw in there. Like it literally looked like something, like
we're all gonna die.
Like join the Navy, sing the song, music video, join the Navy, like that Simpsons making fun of subliminal messages. It was like that.
Hey, you're just a complicated rock that blew out of nothing, that exploded into everything and made gas ball giants out of nothing but gas.
What part of propaganda was that?
Can I be Tiger's Eye?
Are you talking about the planets or the Navy thing?
I heard El Tigre out there. We got a Tiger's Eye. And, my first question was to you, sir.
Hey, Glatt, there's Mount Fuji across Tokyo because the Earth's flat. Hey, Jin from Japan he's hiked up that bad boy 11 times, man. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Wow. Fuck.
Yeah, he's a fucking stud, man. Shout out to
shit.
Jin.
I want to do what he does for freaking exercising.
He rides 20 miles on his bike.
I'll be a beast.
he keeps himself in shape.
The third question, guys. Can you get a elevation angle from a curved baseline? Should I?
No, you can't.
Okay. Well, can I add a fourth question? If I may be so bold, why are you stealing from my worldview in order to prop up yours?
What?
What
the fuck are you talking about?
Say that. Kind of elaborate the
I'm not
question.
stealing from your worldview, bro. Are you taking a piss?
You
No,
got
wait,
your
wait, wait.
shit.
Listen, the questions I was asking QE's question. The three pertinent questions: the elevation angle and the relationship between.
You said something about worldviews. QE doesn't really talk about worldviews. He talks about science.
Right. I wanted
Yeah,
to
does not
ask.
sound like a QE thing.
No, it was Kurt. It was the.
Matt,
it was the
you're
three
breaking in and out. You might want to
Yeah.
rejoin.
Robotin.
Also, try to distill it into one question or two at tops.
Mr. Roboto.
We're not trying to sell anybody's worldview here, man. We're trying to get you to realize what world you live in through objective fucking reality, man. It's really easy.
Your worldview can become much more honest and true to reality if you start hanging out with us and start doing the things we suggest, like measurements.
Well, what's a good question?
What's a good question?
That's a good question. How far should you be able to see on a globe? Is a good question, man.
Well, they can't answer that. Do it. Make it easier. Like
types of rocks.
Types of. That's pretty funny.
Indigenous.
I got
igneous.
a good question.
What?
I'm looking it up. I'm Googling it.
I don't know, man.
Hey, man, I'm so
Is
smart. I have to Google everything I want to learn. What do you guys think of that?
Ask the question. You know what I think? I think that you need to quit that behavior, Kenny. Start looking at things yourself.
Yeah,
I think.
did.
Okay, directly to you. All right, it's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, what's your question, bud? Sorry, no, go. Ah, shit.
Oh man,
Matt, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Is there a relationship between the celestial objects and the surface of the Earth?
No.
Definitely not.
Do navigators measure?
You're cutting in and out. You might need to turn your input volume up, or reconnect, or restart life. No, I'm just kidding.
Type it in the voice text. Type it in the.
Yeah, please type it in the voice text. This is not listenable at this point.
You keep.
This is annoying. Just
This is how it goes, Matt. Listen to my question. He goes, if you guys on the thing where that's what it sounds like, man. It's like,
well, he did,
what?
yeah. No, but he deafened. Huh?
What was the? I don't have no idea.
It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Listen, Earth measures flat physically. You know how you can go outside and grab Earth, put it in your fingers, and get your hands quote unquote dirty.
Toes. It's so comfy in my
You
toes.
can use that same physical shit to find out the true nature of your reality.
No, man, I want to live in Star Warsville with.
Yeah, I just want to listen to Professor Dave all day.
I want to hang out with Professor Dave and live in Star Warsville, shooting through space and blowing up planets. That's what I want to do.
Oh, dude, it's like my Marvel movies.
Dude, the fucking propaganda is so good, man.
It is good. I'll tell you what, the Marvel movies are sick as fuck. I'm sorry.
Sick as fuck,
Oh,
right?
man.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
You mean they make you sick, right?
Yeah.
No, I love them. I think they're brilliant.
Dude,
It's so cheesy. It's so cheesy. It's perfect. It's perfect.
When I saw Alien for the first time, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I still like those movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because now, I'll look back at different things. Like H.R. Geiger is the artist that helped develop basically drew all the aliens, the textures for inside the sets, everything, inside the spaceships and shit. H.R. Geiger was the guy. And so then I started watching those movies back and researching his work and stuff, and it became a different experience. It had nothing to do with fucking outer space. It had, it had to do with the art itself, which I think Flat Earth this topic can help people get a thought process back on the right path, even in using your imagination, right? Even there, let alone knowing about fact. Like, you can fix your imagination too, bud.
Hey, speaking of imagination, man, Get Beget just dropped a GIF of a robot kangaroo, man. Fuck off, man. Get the.
That's not real. It's fucking
I know
CGI.
it's CGI, but if
I'll
it
tell
was
you what,
real,
I'd rather fight a
if it
real
was
one than that
real,
one.
if
That one
only
would
if it-
fucking kill me.
Dude,
I have seen some like dogs that are real.
Oh, it's got like a kangaroo penis too. Whoa. A robo penis.
No, that's a tail. Although it would be
Yo, it's
impressive,
zoomed in.
right?
Look, watch. Like they
Here,
zoomed
look.
into its crotch.
Right.
Oh, man, I think you're seeing things, bro. I think you're seeing things.
Exploding.
It's a gas tank.
Why is it zoom? What the? I mean, why is it there?
Why does it point to his fucking genitals? What's up with that?
Gas pressure
it's
without
center
a
of
container
mass.
cannot exist on a kangaroo's
It's the
taint.
center of mass, but the problem with that is you have to define mass. So it's the center of mass, but we don't know what that is or what that means.
How massive are you, partner? I'm just kidding, dude.
Yo,
We
mama.
gotta get off this
Oh.
topic. Talking about kangaroo junk. How about that flat Earth, though? Yeah, so you
how
can see
about that flat
Tokyo.
Earth, man? Did you guys check out that flat Earth? Because it's pretty interesting. These guys out there think that the Earth is flat because they've measured it flat, and it's so interesting. You should check it out.
Yep. It's amazing when you do it
It's
for yourself.
amazing.
When you see it for yourself.
If you go out to the ocean and you can see like 50 miles to your left and 50 miles to your right, there should be a 7,000 foot hump of water right there in the middle that you can see clearly. And guess what, man? It's not there, man. Damn, ain't that something?
Would fishing be easier on a globe? That's my question.
Oh shit! Yeah, you could cast. You could cast
the spin of the
line
Earth would just make
farther
them
on
fly
a
into the
globe.
air.
Yeah, man, you could just stick your arm in there, if you were at a different reference frame or something, and just grab fish, just get them up.
Hand fishing, they call that.
Hand fish.
You just wait for the fish to forget to like curve down when they swim, so they just accidentally fly out of the water. You just catch them.
It would be a definite whirlpool of impossible activity if we lived on a globe.
Only if we lived on a globe.
Do you think animals know it's supposed to be a globe?
So much easier if we lived on a globe. I'm telling you.
Right. Somebody tell the eagle flying up there with the eagle eye getting its prey that the Earth is actually moving, and that's how it can locate its prey so easily from a different reference frame.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile square. It's got to compensate. Does it know that? I mean, we should let it know.
Hey, doesn't the eagle know that light, because it's going through the atmosphere, bends?
If it thought it was on a globe, it would just constantly fly into the ground and eventually go extinct.
Well, it wouldn't be able to, where they thought the object was and where it actually is. It'd be totally,
Dude, these animals, they can do like spherical trigonometry in their head like way faster than us. Like we need like scientific instruments and shit.
They can do the Pythagorean theorem, like, in their head. It's great.
No, it's just you got to find a bird that can fly 500, 600, 1,000 miles an hour, and then he can live on Earth and hunt here. But not until then. You need to fly faster than cruising altitude, okay, to be able to get that fish. I love it.
It's crazy, man.
And they're buying it.
And they're buying it. Those cocks are buying it.
Talk about hook, line, sinker. Oh.
Shit.
I'll be here all night. Tip your waitress,
I'll be
but
here
then
all night.
she gives her money to me. No, I'm just kidding.
There's a tip jar towards the bottom left corner of the. Yeah. That'd be nice. Tip jar would be cool. Do we have a tip jar around here?
No, don't give me tips. Just put 20 on my tab, bro. You feel me?
Oh, okay.
Hey,
cool,
you guys
man.
were talking about movies a minute ago, and you were talking about how they always show the globe Earth in all these movies. Well, if you actually check out the movie Gods of Egypt, they show a flat Earth.
Yeah, they do.
A local sun. It's pretty cool. If somebody wants to try to find it on
There's
YouTube,
a lot of truth in the Gods of Egypt movie, as there should be, right? Yeah, it's a cool movie if you can pick out the truth stuff, and yeah, you're right. Be cool to find the timestamp. Well, you got Gerard Butler and a couple other people in the movie, so it's cheesy, but I liked it.
Oh, Gerard Butler was great. Jeffrey Rush, yeah, this looks good. I was.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, I'll give it a look.
And it's like, well, I don't know. Anyway, enjoy.
Alex Proyas. I'm trying to figure out if the director's like someone who would give us clues, like why this.
Get his email address. Start emailing him about flat Earth. All of a sudden,
yeah,
fuck around and make like a Hollywood fucking action flat Earth film. Shit.
Is there any film about flat Earth? Is like anything? Like
all film taken on Earth is taken on a flat Earth as well.
Sure.
Same thing. So
the train movie.
You guys want to hear?
Pirates,
you guys want to hear?
Of the Caribbean, right? Where they're making fun of us at World's End. That's like a prominent one.
There was like a show in England. I don't know. Anyway, it aired here in America on PBS or something. I don't know. It was about this murder mystery thing, and there was a guy in the movie who was a flat earther, and he belonged to the Flat Earth Society, and he got murdered by getting rolled over by a steamroller. He was literally flattened.
Oh dear!
I thought
that's so clever.
So
ridiculous.
Funny. I was like, "Oh, you cocky fucking bitches!" Even my wife was laughing her ass off. I can't believe they did that to the flat earther guy.
Yeah, man. It's.
So yeah, that's where they.
It's out there.
Wait, I gotta look this up.
That's what we're up against, man. They fucking want to roll us over with steamroller, and we're not gonna let them, man. We're gonna tell them to fuck off or get out of the way of your stupid ass steamroller, man. So yeah, these they put it out there in just in the most weird ways sometimes.
Well, that's sarcastic with the steamroller.
Yeah, they're flattening them.
Irony.
Yeah, ironic.
Yes, I thought it was
fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
I think it's funny because fuck them. Earth measures flat. They can say whatever they want. I don't give a fuck. Make some money off it. I don't give a shit, dude. Earth measures flat. What are you gonna do to change that? A little Netflix? Fuck out of here. That's good. That's good material.
Man. Behind the curve, dude, man. Come on, man. It's behind the curve.
Oh yeah, everybody needs to check out the behind the curve thing. I used to be like, don't promote it. It's trash. It just makes us look bad. Now I don't give a fuck. Go watch how desperately they're trying to make us look like fools.
Dude,
and then hold on. Then go make the motherfucking measurements yourself. Hell, do the same ones. It's not that hard to go somewhere and do some shit and come back, right? Go do it.
Yeah. Hey, anyway. I'll tell you what, man. I've heard guys come in here, man. They're like, why are you here? I want to watch this documentary on Netflix, whatever. So.
Yeah, it's fun when they do that.
So
to me, it's fun. It's like, oh, okay, so you've basically not even looked into this yet. All right, cool. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, exactly, man. You're welcome. Here's your come on. What do you got?
You know, the first way to not research the flat Earth is to watch Netflix. That's
like I said, man. When somebody said, "Hey, man, satellites are fake," I'm like, "What? What do you mean satellites are fake?" Yeah, there's no pictures of satellites in space. I'm like, all right, man. I'll see you tomorrow, man. I got you. I'll get your little pictures.
Yeah, but he planted a seed. That's
what I got you. I'm like, fuck, man. That's all CGI. It's CGI, man. That's CGI, and that one's CGI.
Check it out. So the part in the Matrix where he says, like a splinter in your mind, you're starting to see through the veil. These kinds of things, starting to notice the patterns. That it's the same thing that I try to explain, try to make sure people hear is I don't care how crazy you think we are.
Right.
You're gonna go to bed tonight thinking about what you've heard, or if you had a conversation with us, what you talked about, it's going to have affected you to the point where you're all by yourself, probably in your bed trying to go to sleep, eyes closed. You're going to think of my annoying voice telling you to measure the earth. You'll be surprised at what you find.
Yeah, it's like Inception. We're incepting the seed into their mind. That's like, you can only convince someone if they think they came to it themselves, to the realization.
It's a good, that's a good way for them to pick it up, for sure. If you, like, oh no, man, you did that all on your own. Really? The Earth's flat? No fucking way. Crazy.
You're a big boy.
You're a good boy.
You're a big boy. Who's it?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
No, any seed, you don't know how it's going to hit somebody. I mean, that just happened to be the right time, right guy showed me a few things, real quick. And, I didn't dismiss him. I'm like,